sharing of ideas, spreading of ideas, manipulating, molding, and refining of ideas, new perspectives, and everything like that. No, we didn't. We just copied and pasted. It was pretty great. But that's the editing process, right? Moving shit around, figuring shit out. We made a couple of new character profiles. That's what matters. So, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Hey Zoink, how's it going, bro? Welcome, welcome. So I gotta try this. Let's see what happens.
Green square, green
Damn it, you beat me to it!
minus
Fuck!
green square,
That's
green
exactly
square,
what I was gonna do,
square,
Zoink.
green square, green
How'd
square,
you fucking
green square,
know?
minus blue square, minus white large square,
I mean,
white
fair.
large square, minus.
I saw this really fascinating lock, and it gave me an idea. So imagine, Wombat, it's a combination lock, but it requires a key. So you can't just insert the key and turn the key. You have to insert the key, put in the combination, and once you've successfully put in the combination, you need to remove the key. And when you remove the key, it like swaps, like spins a thing that swaps the hole and the actual keyhole opens. And then you can use the key on it. In Korea, yeah, you can make money. But you don't really make a living off of tournaments. You make a living off of being good at tournaments so that people know who you are, and then you stream and people watch you, and your stream is how you make money. That's generally how most people make money in, like, StarCraft. Like, sure, you get, like, $50,000, $60,000, $80,000 a year from tournaments, depending upon how much, like, how far into the tournament you go. But you're probably getting like $30,000 to $40,000 a month just from streaming. The plan being in place, everything set into motion, all the characters have to do is travel from where they are to the tree. Get through the tree to the Monarch's Palace, get through the Monarch's Palace to the Monarch, fight the Monarch and the Viceroy inside of the palace. I'm thinking like a robot. Like an android, a Terminator. Because it never quite explains the extent of it except for like the infinite energy. And I'm like, well, what goes along with that and makes sense within the context of the story, and them trying to make him seem like he's human and not trying to push his limits. And the fact that he says he never has to, like, he never feels like he's ever working at anything. In my mind, it's just the administrator's son. And it's all the idea of it being, like, figurative. Like, the power, like, because of the scope that it'll go to in order to, like, protect him. You guys are fucking awesome. We will be back tomorrow. 2 days from now, the 24-hour stream. Get ready for the 24-hour stream in 2 days. Not tomorrow, but the day after. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Guys, remember what I said. The ultimate thing is full horizontal integration with vertical integration. You have all of the topics, and you have all of your skills in those topics. This is something that you learn in film. Theme is not the topic. The topic of the story is how much of a influence on reality is consciousness. That's why I like to think of the ideas first and then categorize the ideas and then see where the holes are and what ideas I need to fill in. So that way I don't fall into the trope of, oh, these are this is the theme, this is the purpose of what I'm writing, but you're not actually fully expressing the theme. So it's like you're trying to say the wrong thing to the reader. All of this is just emergent from this amazing idea, and I'm like, oh, of course, that's the only way it could ever possibly go down. So we've completely changed how the entire opening and inciting of the book is, what the inciting incident is. And all of that other stuff is still kind of pushed down the line, maybe to the second book, because that's where they'll go to the bottom of the dome, and on the lowest level of the dome, like on the hydraulic lift, is like basically the laboratory that they used. And that's where all the stages of the avians are. And that's what the Warriors of Light want to show Husai at like the beginning of the second book. But mine's basic, but I don't think it's like these stupid things. I think it's a fundamental truth of reality broken down into anything. and it covers both the spectrums of what do you consider morality? What is good? What is bad? Does you being a bad person make the good thing that you do invalid? So in the face of the truth of this duality, how do you deal with that? See, and it's like this. I think just having that as the baseline leaves so many different paths, and I could be completely looking at this from the wrong direction. As soon as we get 3/4 of the way through the book, we realize, oh man, this theme has shifted quite a bit to something else. And like I said, never solidify anything. Don't marry any idea. Everything is always up in the air. Tomorrow, big day, big fucking day tomorrow. 24-hour stream, bikini, pool, makeup, house tour. I got a shit ton of stuff planned, guys. Hop in, hop out. It's gonna be a good time. Oh shit, muffin. Limitation. But anyways, yeah. Good night. Fuck you, muffin. Have a good night. And again, remember, guys. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for, being you. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Husai's got a plan and a goal. His plan is what to do with the Warriors of Light. His goal is to find the Warriors of Light. Frivarius spreading his philosophy through his plays. Well, Walker's was always defined to like see the most magnificent thing in the world, which would have either. Never, Queen. Always been pointing at you. Welcome everyone. How's it going? My shit is for some reason fucked up, so I don't know what happened, but either they did an update or like my screen is fucked because all the colors and everything for the chat are like totally fucked. And this is a little loud. Hold on, let me turn this down a bit. Sometimes it's like you can't pick a freaking volume. Did you see my Narcissa comment? Let's see. I missed a bunch of shit. Just got home. Always constant work mode. Oh, Stoner Girl, you must do this. Have someone from the other world call her a narcissist only in their mythology, which wouldn't be called Greek. Narcissa was a valiant defender or something like that. Interesting thought. I stalk all my new followers. You got them next time, Callie. I couldn't do the whole challenge. Let me try and close this and reopen it and see if it does the same thing. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know what they changed the. I hate it when they. Why do they have to update stuff and change stuff, man? My whole setup looks completely different now, and it's like messing with me. I'm like, did I do something wrong? Is there something wrong with the setup? Is there a reason why it's like this? I can't tell what's going on! I don't have the answers. It's just my all chat. It's just the font. Oh shit! Heaven! Thank you for the 10 kicks, good sir. Or ma'am. Thank you very much. Usually it's like, it's not this bright. Like, it's like, the font is all weird, the brightness is all weird. It's that thing when, like it freaks me out, because I'm like, it's like a fucking Mandela effect, where it's like, something changes, and I'm like, I swear, this hasn't been how it's always been, I don't know why it's this way. Ah, it makes me crazy. But I'm like, I know for a fact, it looks like it's highlighted, but it's not highlighted. Botrix keeps doing all kinds of new stuff, and I'm pretty sure this is a Botrix link, so. But then again, thank you so much again, Heaven. I don't know, the whole kick thing, the kicks for kick, is I love technical changes in streams. Let's do it all live! Well, we've done a couple of, like, tutorial videos where we do it live, like, publishing your own book, like, editing your own videos, what's another one? Fuck it. We do it live! Yup. The one we have to do actually soon is we have to edit the podcast with me and Callie. Because me and Callie did a podcast. So we're going to be super all about that. How fancy? Well, we try. Here we try to do everything, right? Like, we just uploaded the new story. Did I just press the wrong fucking button? We uploaded the new story. So I'm gonna start doing this, guys. I'm just gonna chill out. So we uploaded the new story, the Smokey story. We got 2 new subscribers today, guys. We got 7 views in 6 hours. So yeah. If you want to go check out the story, you know, go give it a like, give the channel a subscribe, give a comment, helps us out a bit, you know. Maybe we can get a couple more subscribers on this channel, get all our stories up there. So this is Smokey's story, about specifically, well, there we go, we now have 25, so thank you whoever did that. I really appreciate it. We're a quarter of a way to 100. That's insane, guys. That's fucking insane. 3 in 1 day. What? What? Anyways, I'm number 25. Yay! Thank you, Linda. I really appreciate it. Sean, are you still here? Yeah, she'd get a little offended at first. Hey, I don't exactly hate myself. I'm no narcissist. What does hating yourself do with Narcissian? I thought you were talking about Narcissia. Duty fell in love with his own reflection and died of starvation, hearing Echo repeating his own words. Love back to him. Treehouse Isekai! You want to start off with that? Since you're actually here? So this is Sean's story. If you guys want to go check out Sean's story on Royal Road, Treehouse Isekai. We are on chapter 16. And Linda, if you have anything that you want me to read, if you have any stories or anything that you want, if you want to, feel free to drop into the Discord. And we have the public stories, if you want me to read your story. And then we have the self-promotion, if you want any self-promoting you put in when your streams go live. If you want any kind of, you know, basically any kind of self-promotion, feel free to drop it all in there. We love creating a community that fosters spreading and, you know, providing support for everyone else in the community in order to, you know, get everyone's work out there so everyone gets a spread of the love, right? Oh, you're so sweet. No, I got nothing right now. Alright, no worries. Always just like to see if anyone wants to throw anything up, because I know it does say beta reading in the title, so people are usually asking, well, how can I get in it? Just throw your shit on Discord. I will love to join that Discord. Egg salad is perfect. Alright. So, today we are talking about the tragedy of the monster. What makes the monster tragic? How can your monster and your story be tragic? And I will give an example of my darkest, most fucked up, crazy character origin story. Trigger warning for inferred child abuse circumstances. So, guy gets sentenced to multiple life sentences, and they find out that reincarnation is real. So in order to facilitate continuation of the crime, if you have multiple lifetimes, they find your reincarnation at age 5. You do a test to like figure out who you're the reincarnation of, and there's basically like a child's prison that you, if you're a reincarnation, you just basically instantly go to jail. So this character is reincarnated. It's like the year like 2065 or something like that, and they're in this child's prison. Now, obviously, this is a very corrupt, fucked up system, so what happens is this kid between the ages of, like, 8 and, like, 13 has been, like, basically sexually abused by, like, the warden and stuff. So he's, like, completely fucked up. And then World War III happens, and the entire world ends. And basically, it is 7:45, Scotty. This is wild. And basically, he winds up killing the warden in, like, the shower when he's, like, 18 and becomes, like, the leader of, like, the new warden. And it's, like, the prison is basically being converted into, like, this, like, you know, safety camp after the fall of the world. And he finds out there's actually this lab underneath the jail, and they've been experimenting on children the entire time. And that's, like, why this is such a heavily government facility. And then it turns out, well, he does a bunch of genetic experiments and then basically implants wombs into the other inmates. And then he breeds them until he gets a biologically born female. And then she's the main character. And kind of same shit happens to her up until she's like 15. Then she kills the warden, the dude, the 18-year-old, who's like 30 now. And she becomes the warden. And she turns into what's called the mistress. And she is like this massively obese, ridiculously not emotionally attached at all person who is extremely into cannibalism, because that's kind of how people survive now after the World War. And she basically creates what's called the Carnival of Carnage, and she puts on like these really think of like Twisted Metal, but instead of like vehicles, it's just like take that extremity and put it into like bondage. And yeah, she's got like pets where she like cuts off the ends of their fingers so it's just like their bones sticking out, and she uses them as like toothpicks to pull the shit out of her teeth and stuff. Yeah, she's my most fucked up crazy character, and she is 100% she is a product of her environment. 100%. And yeah, she's the craziest character I've ever created. But she's one of my favorite characters, because she's just so tormented and twisted and fucked up, but you can't blame her for it because of how the world is, which I absolutely love. What was the inspiration for this? An Asmongold video where, and this is how like my brain goes, it just goes. So it started with an Asmongold video of a clip of a guy who was being sentenced to like 200 consecutive years, and if he got reincarnated, then he would be, you know, sent to jail. So I take that idea and I go, okay, well let's make it so reincarnation is real. Okay, well let's set an age where you get to decide whether you're reincarnated. 5 years old sounds about the age. That's about kindergarten. That's where we start to realize people, like kids, have an understanding for the world, right? So we're like, okay, well that's the age to start them off. So we'll put them in prison, or we'll do whatever their reincarnation is, like carry on the person's life. So you basically like carry on the person's life after you find out he's reincarnated. And that leads to the prison. Then there's World War III. How does the prison get fucked? How can we make a character out of this? And then it just kind of spirals and snowballs until you have this extremely fucked up, horrible, terrible, twisted character driven out of this story where it's like, you can't blame me. I didn't make the character. The character was made via circumstance. It's like that Charlie Day conspiracy meme. Charlie Day conspiracy meme. I'm not like, are you talking about like Candy Mountain Charlie? No. I'm the only other one Charlie that I know. Wait, everyone! Look at what I have become! Callie, did you post pictures of yourself? Oh my god. I am so excited. Oh wait, okay, it's audio. It is audio. This is Callie's audio. That's what my cat sounded like. That's what my cat used to sound like. Wait, what is this? Sweet D has a heart attack. Charlie Day, and it's... Oh, it's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, yeah, no, I see now. I didn't know what the meme was called. I'm terrible with names. I know things and descriptions. I don't know names. I don't even know how you would describe that meme, though. But I do know what you're talking about. I know something! Woo! Callie, was my cat just as good as your cat? Because your cat was pretty good. Can't lie about that. That was a pretty good cat. I taught my cat to make new sounds. So when I meow at my cat, she meows back, and we go like, and she's like, and I'm like, she's like, I'm like, yeah, that's right. I can converse with cats. It was like a cat with nausea. I don't know, I've heard cats make some fucked up sounds. You guys are upsetting my cat. Where are these sounds coming from? What is this shit? What? This is so off. It's like Uncanny Valley for sound. If you ever watched The Final Countdown, Charlie Sheen played a character in it, but there was a dog in it too, and the dog's name in the movie was Charlie. So I'm curious if, and how many times someone called the dog, and Charlie responded. I can make a really bad sexual joke there, you know, where it's like, oh, come here, boy, and Charlie's like, yup, I'm all over that.
700 septillion!
Thank you for following TLC_KernoeWFN. I hope you are enjoying the stream less than 3+1.
Kurnow, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How are you, good sir? Popping in from TLC. By the way, shout out to TLC, best Discord out there. I gotta put a panel down there for the TLC Discord to get people to go over there, but I don't have a Discord link. I gotta talk to Taxman about that. I'll be lurking. Alright, sounds good, Linda. Everything except you. Yo, why am I hearing everything twice? Wait. Callie, is that... I'm not hearing an echo. Is anyone else hearing an echo? Everything except you. What do you mean, Callie? Like there's something in the background that has like some sort of sound on it, do you mean? Like what about the TTS? It's See if it goes up. Why Gentillion again? Let's see if they fixed it.
45483752894759243.
You tell me.
7592347592432759243275923.
TTS didn't do it? I'm not hearing any echoes. Maybe someone said something in kick and Twitch at the same time, so rapid fire alert sounds. I mean, that's possible, Sean. Discord sound. Wait, you're getting sound from Discord? I'm not in any channels on Discord. I mean, I'm good. That's good to know, Callie, if there is some sort of issue. I don't know. I think, is the music too quiet? No, play the cat noise again. Okay. Maybe it was something on your end, Callie. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I knew something was up with the freaking way the screen is right now, but I didn't think anything about sound. I was only thinking sight, and that's only for me. It only looks weird on my screen. It looks like it's like highlighted. The colors are like kind of faded out, like the screen's too bright or something like that. And like if I turn the monitor off, it's gonna fuck the entire setup up. It might even crash OBS, so I don't want to do that. OBS is super finicky with that shit. You're too bright. Queen! I need to open my door. Fuck, man. It's 100 degrees in here. Oh, I'm sweating my balls. Fuck off. Ugh. Oh, my dad, Queen. How can one be too bright? I don't know, you'd be oversaturated, Sean. Anyway, Sean, depends how you take it. I mean, there is the, like, you're so intelligent that you can't converse with other people because they don't have the same, like, brain construction as you. So it's like I think of, like since we've been reading the short stories by Edgar Allan Poe, like Murder in the Rue Morgue, and what was the other one? The Purloin Letter. Dupin. I couldn't imagine being Dupin and having an intellectual conversation with someone and literally preempting everything that they think, to the point they don't even get to have a moment in the conversation because you just know what they're gonna say. And it's like, I'm not like that, but I do get the feeling of that, where it's like, end stream, Dutch Mudflap. I mean, if you donate 1,000,000 kicks, Dutch Mudflap, I will end the stream. How about that? I think that's fair, right, guys? That's only $100,000, right? That's only $100,000. I could end the stream for $100,000. Callie, that's because he never said I couldn't just start the stream up again. So I just take the money, end the stream, and then restart the stream. Guys, I played old school RuneScape. I know every scam in the book, bro. I was thinking intellectually. That's what I was thinking too, Sean. Queen has to stay. 5 ever. No, you need more. Talks, do that voice for your stories.
Wait, you think I should do this for my stories, Callie? This is how I should talk when I do my stories? Is that really what you think?
Really? It's like... I know, this sounds kind of fucked because I hate having the mic in my fucking face. But there is a definite, you know, a difference to being right up to the mic and actually talking. But I have like a shit mic. I don't have... it's a Blue Yeti, guys. It's not one of them fancy guys. Maybe I should get one of them good fancy guys. But I don't know. I like the room, the echo sound. Like, it sounds like you're in a massive room, like in a warehouse. And you're, like, yelling to an audience across a warehouse. Like, I'm a fucking loud person. I'm a fucking loud, obnoxious person. I don't need the microphone up in my face. It could be the fuck over there. We just yelling over the auditorium to y'all. I have a better idea. How about you end watching instead? 27 billion kicks to be allowed to enjoy this stream from now on. Ah, read something small in that voice. Wait, Queen, you want me to actually, if I was to, read Sean's story, or, read something? It's XLR. Just get a cheap audio interface, it'll improve the audio. Oh, it's not XLR, no. It's just basic as fuck. Hey, Callie, if I had the money, I'd do it, man. Yes, either or. If I had the money, I'd do it. But it's not something that I'm, willing to invest the money into. That's what, a couple $100? Oh, yeah, oh, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Ooh, it's asking a lot. It's the main reason why I haven't done anything, is I'm frugal as fuck. $60? That's American, right, Callie? Ooh, gee, eesh. That's like $80. That's not. Actually, probably more like. Actually, it's probably more like $95 nowadays. That's probably actually more like $95. That's a lot of money. I mean, it would be a big improvement, right? But you have to look at the improvement and say, is that really worth it? And if you guys actually think it is 100% worth it, maybe I should invest in it. But, it's not like this is going away anytime soon. I'm just frugal and unwilling to spend money. So there has to be times people are like, no, spend money. Like when I upgraded the RAM, even though technically, we don't get the problem anymore, and it definitely helped with video editing, and rendering and stuff like that for not hitting our RAM cap. But that was like $150. And that was like a significant upgrade. Like we went from 16 gigs to 32 gigs of RAM. That's a pretty significant upgrade. So, that's pretty important. My biggest thing is quality and worth, right? Like, what kind of improvement am I going to get for my dollar value? Like, there's the not having a mic and having a mic. Okay, that's a huge thing. But, having a good mic and having a great mic? Oh, is that really that big of a difference? And most people will say yes, but I don't think it's like a $300 difference, or like a $500 difference, or like an $800 difference. If you're looking for like a fucking, top of the line fucking mic. One of these days you'll hear 60 USD and think, holy crap, that's like 30 Canadian dollars. Nah, Sean. I'll think 60 USD, that's 60 Canadian dollars because Canada is now the US. Fuck. But hey, that's where it's a great investment, because then my money should go up by 40%. So if I have $100,000, I'll now have $140,000. That's a lot of money to just get. But, you know, I'm only doing it if they take my money and change it to USD as is. Not like, oh, you have 100,000? Well, now you have 60,000. Fuck you. Nah. I'm not having any of that shit. Got here. We don't take that. Nope. Nada. Not happening. That I'll fight against. I only want it for the monetary incentive. But okay. So let's take... Hold on, let me find one of these. Canada needs to buy out the US and the world could have peace. I don't know about that. Okay, let's go here. And let's go... here. Oh wait, do we have it on here? Do we have... hold on. I wrote it on here, didn't I? Was it... oh yeah, it's in here. It's under smut. Where's smut? Smut. Mine. Underwear. Okay, this will be like the perfect one. Let's pick a good point here. Okay, let's try this.
I crept up behind this unsuspecting prey. He was wearing a dark blue suit, tattoos on his arms, muscles. Just what I needed. A big, strong man to hold me down and end my suffering. Let the dam break. He didn't even jump, flinch, or turn. He just knew. It had happened before. Not me, but others. I'm not the only slut in town. I'm just the most prominent.
See, I wish I could like hear it back, but I can't hear my own voice in the thing. So, I don't know. You tell me. Is that good? Is that bad? Like, what genre does that go for? You know, I was definitely trying to put a heavier emphasis on that versus reading something that's like a little bit different, you know? Detective Cult Noir would be epic in that voice. Sean, you know what would be a great story for that then? Shadow of the Hearth. Oh, I got another subscriber. Thank you guys for subscribing. Shadows of the Hearth. This is the murder, political murder mystery story. But yeah, I could see that being like, man, the guy that I met, I don't know who he was, the Cameron's Journal. The guy deleted his YouTube, or at least his YouTube's fucking gone. But one of his stories was this really fucking epic detective story, and it was just a detective, interviewing a witness. And then at the end of the story, you realize that the witness that the detective is interviewing is actually the victim. And it's a ghost. It was like, oh, it was so well done. I was like, oh my god. I never would have expected it. But I'm like, the information that like she was telling the character is like, dude, go to the police if you know who the fuck did it. Like, why do you need a private investigator? Go to the fucking police. And at the end, it's like, oh, it makes so much sense because she's dead, so she's telling him because she's a ghost, so he can actually catch the killer. Oh my god. It was so good. But he had so many good stories on there, but I don't know, the channel's just fucking gone now. So sad. But anyways. Okay. Alright, let's get into it. Chapter 16, Treehouse Isekai. Marta, Cora, and I were making ready to leave for the treehouse when an idea sparked in my mind. Son of a bitch, I shouted in disgust. The girls were startled by my outburst, to say the least. I whirled about and pelted back inside the manor, almost desperate to relate what I had just realized. Rounding the corner, I was able to see clearly that Her Highness's guards were no longer standing outside Vanessa's office door. Spotting one of the maids, I barked impatiently. "Where's Her Highness?" She and her retinue were just about to leave. Out the main gates. What's... I didn't wait for her to finish, but bolted for the main gate. Kind of like iZombie, since she gets memories from the brains she eats and works in the morgue. She eats the brains of murder victims. Oh, dude, that is such an awesome... I've never heard of that before, Sean. That's fucking awesome. I love the things that are like... For instance, like the way that you use your power is so fucked up and dark and no one will believe you, or it's like fucked up so you can't present it to the public. So it's like you kind of have to like... either make up reasons why, or like fake reasons why you know what you know, or like be the vigilante that enacts the justice in the dark because you know the truth. Like, I love those kinds of fucking stories. It's like a specific type of anti-hero, right? The vigilante anti-hero, like Batman, but, you know, more with superpowers that allow the person to figure out some way of solving crime. Whether that's super sensation of some kind, or like connection or super intelligence like Sherlock Holmes or something like that. Or just understanding like that of like hair and DNA and like blood and stuff like that. And, like chemicals and connecting everything. Fingerprints. She claims to have visions. And the detective had a grandmother who had visions. So he works with her to get the evidence to make her visions stick. Hell yeah. Do what you gotta do, right? I love that, like, the partnership working in tandem kind of thing, too. It's not necessarily the skeptic, but it's like, you know, he's somewhat skeptical, but he's still a believer. And then there's the person with the power that's, like, phenomenal. I don't remember if any of you ever watched Heroes back in the day. One of the characters, he was a police officer and he could read people's minds. And the first time he, like, discovered his powers, he found some girl hiding under the stairs. And it was, like, such a, how the fuck did you find her moment that, and he was like, she was calling out, I heard her voice. But no one else heard, because it was her mind, right? And he was reading her mind, he just didn't know. And he was, like, blamed for the thing, because it looked like it was a fucking setup to make him look like a hero. But it was just him developing his powers. Such a good backstory. That's one way to, like, I love that kind of fucking over the hero in that way, right? Like, their powers work against them in some way, even though they do the right thing. Then the actual ME catches her eating brains and asks quite calmly, what's with the hot sauce? Is that a zombie thing or what? Good old, well, you know, this doesn't surprise me at all kind of villain. Hearing my rapid footsteps, or like, I absolutely knew it, there was no other way! Royal Knights tensed, expecting an attack, only to look confused as I pelted up to them. I stood there for a second, panting, before marshalling my breath so I could attempt to speak. Her Highness needs to know the likely reason behind the slavering as it is. I continued to pant as one of the women knocked on the carriage door. I love her name too. Liv Moore. Oh. I love pun names like that. People think they're bad, but you know what? I don't care. I love them. I think Light Yagami is another great one. Being called Light and being like literally the fucking devil. I love that contrast. It's so good. Soon, Nayla emerged, somewhat confused, but happy enough to entertain me for a moment. Sir Waltran, what has you in such a distress? Her concern was the semi-patronizing tone that most men would have given a frantic woman on Earth. A mine, I continued to pout, as I had wasted no effort to reach her prior to her departure. That got her attention, and both increased and decreased her impatience to find out what I was on about. Catch your breath. I won't leave until I know your thoughts. I schooled my breathing over a few more seconds until I could talk almost normally again. We know that a noble is doing this, enslaving children illegally from neighboring territories, but we never thought to ask why. As I was just about to leave myself, it hit me. They could have bought slaves for anything, honest or above board, even if they needed to take a loan for the purpose. It could be done. So why do this? The answer is they need to do something that requires a large workforce in secret. Having a bunch of illegal slaves in your territory, who will tell the truth whenever asked a question, doesn't make any sense. Unless the work they're doing and the location is being done in are being kept a closely guarded secret. That got me thinking, what kind of work environment could be fully hidden? The answer I came up with is a mine. One that has a lucrative substance inside, that they should immediately have reported to the Crown instead of attempting to work it themselves. Nayla's eyes widened in shock. I must use Vanessa's message stone. Mother must hear this. If you have a map of the territory in question, I might be able to help pick out likely places where a mine might have been discovered. Although I don't know for sure what things would justify this in anyone's mind, aside from a gold mine. She turned to the carriage door, and her lady-in-waiting had already acquired the map in particular and handed it to Her Highness. Unraveling it so I could look, she showed it to me. I looked, then pointed out 4 locations, expanding my thoughts about why it could actually contain a gold mine. I shall have Mother send a survey team to investigate. Send 4, she looked at me. If I'm correct, then the place will be heavily guarded. I try to keep anyone, least of all the Crown, from discovering it. Send 1 team to each potential location. If one doesn't return, they were defeated. Not that I think people should be that expendable, but if you only send 1 team, and they die, you don't know which location they died at. Excellent thinking. Excuse me. She walked off at a brisk pace to make contact with the Queen again. Marta and Cora finally found where I'd run off to. Why did you run off like that? I took the time to explain my thoughts to the girls, and by the time I had finished, the princess came walking back. Mother looked as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She concurs that you are likely correct, not only in terms of an illegal mine, but likely locations. She also agreed with your suggestion to send a team to each location, rather than a single team, which could go missing without it relaying any information. That man has had a run of extravagant spending recently, far above his station, let alone without a woman to earn it for him. Your input is sufficient cause to collar him as well. I mentioned your thoughts about making slavery a punishment that only the Crown can order. That all trials must be held in the capital, and the crime must be proven beyond any doubt in order for death or enslavement to be ordered. She heartily approved. The laws will be changed as a result of this. She had wanted to abolish slavery altogether, but this is a perfect intermediate step. In addition, I find myself somewhat embarrassed. Mother has given me leave to ask if perhaps I myself might become one of your wives. My elder sisters already have men who are required to breed them, but I was meant to go without. Part of this is selfishness, wanted me to have a child if possible, and part of an unofficial reward of your contributions to the situation. If you aren't too disgusted by the notion, I'd very much ask for you to accept. Your Highness, I am not opposed. However, my current wives and I are one person and must reach a consensus. What are your thoughts, my loves? Marta, smiling, fit to burst, stated, Princess Nayla has always been my favorite princess. I approve. Cora smirked. Even if she wasn't the princess, I'm hardly about to decline such an offer. I really want to see her babies. There you have it, Your Highness. We are all in accord. We would be delighted to accept you into our family. I reached out and took her hand, kissing the back of it, followed in quick succession by Marta, and Cora. Nayla's cheeks were flushed at the display, but her smile was burning hotter than the sun in the sky. Might I perhaps see this house of yours? I'd like to see where I will be living after the ceremony. I smiled. Naturally, you can see our house. However, I can't house anyone in your retinue, and it's outside the city limits, hidden among the trees of the forest near the port town. Perhaps if your guards wouldn't mind sleeping in tents while having access to hot food and the ability to shower, that is, to clean themselves with hot water, then you might enjoy a night there, while your attendants deal with their duties at the port itself. I nodded. She nodded graciously. That would be lovely, and not delay my purpose either. I must insist, however, that you call me Nyla from now on, or Nayla from now on. James. I didn't think it was possible for her face to flush even brighter, but she managed it. Marta and Cora as well. Tessa, come to meet our husband. The mousekin lady is in waiting approached timidly. You might not have realized, but a lady in waiting has the privilege of being bred by whomever their lady is bred by. Hence, I assume you intend to take her as a wife as well. The timid girl bowed in respect. I look forward to having your child. James. Oh, that's so embarrassing. Why is saying a man's given name such an embarrassment? Stupid emotions, they make no sense. Tessa continued to babble uncontrollably until I pulled her to me and planted my lips on hers. She melted in my arms as the embrace and passionate kiss overwhelmed her thoughts. She moaned in pleasure. When I released her, panting for breath, an amused Nayla looked on with fondness. Sorry, I tend to ramble. That, my dear husband, is the fastest anyone has been able to calm her down. I would rather like my own, though. With all the guardswomen looking on with fondness while being on high alert, I embraced and kissed the princess. After which we, as a larger party, set off for our home. Hell yeah. The harem grows, Sean! The harem grows! We got a princess now! That's what it's all about. Love it. Fornication! Californication! Forgot to bring this up. Okay, we need history, bookmarks, stories. Okay, so we're gonna do the 9 Billion Names of God by Arthur C. Clarke. Nine billion names of God. See if we can find a PDF. Internet Archive sometimes has Scribd is good. This is where I've been finding all the other ones. Perfect. All right. Okay, since that's really annoying, I'm just gonna go through each page one by one. What? I don't give a shit. Get out of here. What is this shit? What is this shit? Is this being a bitch? Okay, it's just not liking me. I swear that's what we got everything last time. I'm really starting to feel sorry for the tree ant. He got woken up again in today's chapter. Okay, it's just not No. So I don't know why. Maybe they changed it. I swear that's the site we've been using for every other story, isn't it? Well, what do we use for Monkey Paw? Yeah. We use the same site, so I don't know why it's being such a bitch for specifically this one story. Excuse me. Jesus. Okay, this doesn't help either. I just want the PDF. It's not gonna let me go through it, is it? Yeah. Huh. And then all of a sudden it's like, no, here you go, just have it for free. Perfect. Do and do. 9 billion names of God. And then fantasy, we did Tower of the Elephant. So Fortress of the Unvanquishable, save for Saknoth, Lord Dunsany. Or Dunsany, I don't know. Never even heard of this one. What was this? Faculty? See if it works here. Find page 209. Okay. Yeah, see, it was 209. Am I retarded? Oh my god, it won't even show me it now. I swear it was fucking 209. This is bullshit. I'm not even gonna try with this. Query, if someone is designated as lady in waiting for the second princess, but the person in question is disinherited, would that mean the third princess becomes the second princess, in which case, would the former second princess's lady in waiting now become lady in waiting of the formerly third princess, who is now second princess? I don't think so, Sean. I think it just eliminates, like, you know, you switch the title, but you don't change the person. Does that make sense? So if, like, the first one is the one that gets kicked out, second gets moved to first, third gets moved to second, but they don't, and then the lady in waiting gets kicked out with the princess. Is this gonna allow me to frickin' read it? Fortress. Okay, but it's not gonna show me. Yeah, no, this is just like publication records. Second got kicked out, but the lady in waiting did not did no wrong. Okay, there we go. Jesus. Okay. Fortress of the Unvanquishable. Save for Saknaw. Okay. We'll get rid of these for now. Just actually just gonna do chat there. That there. So back to the beginning of that. Put that there. Alright. So we can start with this short story. This one's pretty short. Actually, I forgot to check what's the word count on this one. Okay, this one's pretty long. 6,400. Do this one first. I'm hoping the second one is a lot more fantasy and stuff like that. High-end fantasy, as opposed to, like, the other one was Conan the Barbarian, which was, like, kind of, I guess, fantasy. But not like high fantasy, so I'd like to see like a high fantasy short story. But it's hard to build like a world in such a short amount of time, right? That's I think probably one of the hardest parts of writing fantasy in short story format, which is why I usually don't write fantasy in short story format. It's usually like my most modernized type stories are like of everyday people are the short stories, because those are stories that, like, you know, you can just hop in, hop out, and it's like you've got grounded foundation in order to express. You don't need to take up half the story for exposition. Like, that's what happened with Cryogen, and it wound up being 10,000 fucking words. We're almost there. 10 seconds, guys. We're almost out of ads. We're almost out of ads, guys. Ads are almost gone. What are we ever gonna do if the ads leave us? Oh dear lordy. We can't have those ads running away on us. Now, can we? Oh, fuck. Well, everything just crashed. Alright, fuck you. It's some bullshit. It's happening more and more lately. I don't know why. I don't know why it does this. We should be back now, right? Everything should be good. Except on my end, my OBS is totally frozen. but you guys should be good on your end. Which looks completely fine. Good. Woo! I mean, it is what it is. So if I'm like out of frame, it's because I can't tell that I'm in the frame. And sometimes I skitter all over the fucking place because I can't control my fucking legs half the time. They just do whatever the hell they want. Alright, so 9 billion names of God. Author's note. The title, oh joy, technical issues, you're in frame currently. Yeah, I should be in frame. It's just like, it'll happen like after I take a toke or something, or I'll be shifting around and moving around. I was trying to center myself with my keyboard. The mat is like perfectly set, and it's between the D and the T. So you got the tits up here and the D down there, the perfect woman. I mean, whatever you want to call that. There's no such thing as chicks with dicks, it's only dudes with boobs! Shit! The title story was written for what of anything better to do. During a rainy weekend at the Roosevelt Hotel, its basic arithmetic was later challenged by JBS Haldane, but I managed to save the situation by alphanumeric evasions whose precise nature now escapes me. JBS also remarked of this story, and The Star, "You are one of the very few living persons who has written anything original about God. You have in fact written several mutually incompatible things. If you had stuck to one theology, hypothesis, you might have been a serious public danger. I'm glad of my self-contradiction, preferring to remain a prophet with a small p, nevertheless. I appear to have created a durable myth. Not long ago, a radio talk on the BBC referred to the opening situation of this story as actual fact, and now that IBM computers have entered the field of biblical scholarship, perhaps this theme is coming a little closer to reality. This is a slightly unusual request," said Dr. Wagner. Okay, this is where the story starts. "This is a slightly unusual request," said Dr. Wagner, with what he hoped was commendable restraint. "As far as I know, it's the first time anyone's been asked to supply a Tibetan monastery with an automated sequence computer. I don't wish to be inquisitive, but I should hardly have thought that your establishment had much use for such a machine. Could you explain just what you intend to do with it?" "Gladly," replied the Lama, readjusting his silk robes and carefully putting away the slide rule he had been using for currency conversations. "Your Mark V computer can carry out any routine mathematical operation involving up to 10 digits. However, for our work, we are interested in letters, not numbers. As we wish you to modify the output circuits, the machine will be printing columns of words, not figures. I don't quite understand. This is a project on which we have been working for the last 3 centuries, since the Lamastery was founded, in fact. It is somewhat alien to your way of thought, so I hope you will listen with an open mind when I explain it. Naturally, it is really quite simple. We have been compiling a list which shall contain all the possible names of God. I beg your pardon. We have reason to believe," continued the Lama imperturbably, "that all such names can be written with not more than 9 letters in an alphabet that we have devised." "And you have been doing this for 3 centuries? "Yes. We expected it would take us about 5,000 years to complete the task." "Oh." Dr. Wagner looked at like a little dazed. "Now I see why you wanted to hire one of our machines. But exactly what is the purpose of this project?" The Lama hesitated for a fraction of a second, and Wagner wondered if he had offended him. If so, there was no trace of annoyance in the reply. "Call it ritual, if you like, but it's a fundamental part of our belief. All the many names of the Supreme Being, God, Jehovah, Allah, and so on, Oh shit, Chris AM! Hell yeah! Thanks for the kicks, buddy! Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, bro. How's it going, Chris? We are reading The 9 Billion Names of God by Arthur C. Clarke. They are only man-made labels. There's a philosophical problem of some difficulty here, which I do not propose to discuss. But somewhere among all the possible combinations of letters that can occur, are what one may call the real names of God. By systematic permutation, we have been trying to list them all. I see. You've been starting at A, and working up to Z. Exactly. Though we use a special alphabet of our own, modifying the electromagnetic typewriters to deal with this is, of course, trivial. A rather more interesting problem is that of devising suitable circuits to eliminate ridiculous combinations. For instance, no letter must occur more than 3 times in succession. 3? Surely you mean 2. 3 is correct. I am afraid it would take too long to explain why, even if you understood our language. I'm sure it would, said Wagner hastily. Go on. Luckily, it will be a simple matter to adapt our automated sequence computer for this work, since once it has been programmed properly, it will permutate each letter in turn and print the result. What would have taken us 15,000 years, it will be able to do in 100 days. Dr. Wagner was scarcely conscious of the faint sounds from the Manhattan streets far below. He was in a different world, a world of natural, not man-made mountains. High up in their remote areas, these monks had been patiently at work, generation after generation, compiling their lists of meaningless words. Was there any limit to the follies of mankind? Still, he must give no hint of his inner thoughts. The customer was always right. There's no doubt, replied the doctor, that we can modify the Mark V to print lists of this nature. I'm much more worried about the problem of installation and maintenance. Getting out to Tibet in these days is not going to be easy. We can arrange that. The components are small enough to travel by air. That is one reason why we chose your machine. If you can get them to India, we can provide transport from there. And you want to hire 2 of our engineers? Yes. For the 3 months that the project should occupy. I have no doubt that personnel can manage that. Dr. Wagner scribed a note on his desk pad. There are just 2 other points. Before he could finish the sentence, the llama had produced a small slip of paper. This is my certified credit balance at the Asiatic Bank. Thank you. It appears to be adequate. The second matter is so trivial that I hesitate to mention it, but it's surprising how often the obvious gets overlooked. What source of electrical energy have you? A diesel generator providing 50 kilowatts at 110 volts. It was installed about 55 years ago and is quite reliable. It's made life at the Lamastery much more comfortable. But, of course, it was really installed to provide power for the motors driving the prayer wheels. Of course, echoed Dr. Wagner. I should have thought of that. The view from the parapet was vertiginous. I don't know how to say that. New rule, guys. When we don't know, we find out.
Vertiginous.
Yeah, it is vertiginous. At least according to her, it's vertiginous. But in time, one gets used to anything. After 3 months, George Hanley was not impressed by the 2,000-foot swoop into the abyss, or the remote checkerboard of fields in the valley below. He was leaning against the wind-smoothed stones and staring morsely at the distant mountains, whose names he had never bothered to discover. This, thought George, was the craziest thing that had ever happened to him. Project Shangri-La. Some wit back at the lab had christened it. For weeks now, the Mark V had been churning out acres of sheets covered in gibberish. Patiently, inexorably, the computer had been rearranging letters in all their possible combinations, exhausting each class before going to the next. As the sheets had emerged from the electromatic typewriters, the monks had carefully cut them up and pasted them into enormous books. In just another week, heaven be praised, they would have finished. Just what obscure calculations had convinced the monks that they needn't bother to go on to words of 10, 20, or 100 letters. George didn't know. One of his recurring nightmares was that there would be some change of plan, and that the High Lama, whom they'd naturally called Sam Joffe, though he didn't look like a bit like him, would suddenly announce that the project had been extended to approximately AD 2060. They were quite capable of it. George heard the heavy wooden door slam in the wind as Chuck came out onto the parapet beside him. As usual, Chuck was smoking one of the cigars that made him so popular with the monks, who, it seemed, were quite willing to embrace all the minor and most of the major pleasures of life. That was one thing in their favor. They might be crazy, but they weren't blue noses. Those frequent trips they took down to the village, for instance. "Listen, George," said Chuck urgently. "I've learned something that means trouble." "What's wrong? Isn't the machine behaving?" That was the worst contingency George could imagine. He might delay his return, and nothing would be more horrible. The way he felt now, even the sight of a TV commercial would seem like a manna from heaven. And last, it would be some link with home. "No, it's nothing like that." Chuck settled himself on the parapet, which was unusual because normally he was scared of the drop. "I've just found out what this is all about." "What do you mean? I thought we knew." "Sure, we know what the monks are trying to do, but we didn't know why. It's the craziest thing. Tell me something new," growled George. "But old Sam's just come clean with me. You know the way he drops in every afternoon to watch the sheets roll out? Well, this time he seemed rather excited, or at least as near as he'll ever get to it. When I told him that we were in the last cycle, he asked me in that cute English accent of his if I'd ever wondered what they were trying to do. I said sure, and he told me. Go on, I'll buy it. Well, they believe that when they have listed all of his names, and they reckon that there are about 9 billion of them, God's purpose will have been achieved. The human race will have finished what it was created to do, and there won't be any point in carrying on. Indeed, the very idea is something like blasphemy. Then what do they expect us to do? Commit suicide? There's no need for that. When the list's completed, God steps in and simply winds things up. Bingo! Oh, I get it. When we finish our job, it will be the end of the world. Chuck gave a nervous little laugh. That's what I said to Sam. And do you know what happened? He looked at me in a very queer way, like I'd been stupid in class, and said, It's nothing as trivial as that. George thought this over a moment. That's what I call taking the wide view, he said presently. But what do you suppose we should do about it? I don't see that it makes the slightest difference to us. After all, we already knew that they were crazy. Yes, but don't you see what may happen? When the list's complete and the last trump doesn't blow, or whatever it is they expect, we may get the blame. It's our machine they've been using. I don't like the situation one little bit. I see, said George slowly. You've got a point there. But this sort of thing's happened before, you know. When I was a kid down in Louisiana, we had a crackpot preacher who once said the world was going to end next Sunday. Hundreds of people believed him, even sold their homes. Yet, when nothing happened, they didn't turn nasty, as you'd expect. Oh shit! A moth in the archive! Thank you for the raid! How's it going? Welcome everyone! I'm Intoxication! It's a raid! Hide the booze! Welcome, Blitzer! How are you? I must go to dinner, but I hope you have a great stream. Alright, thank you very much, Amoth! Thank you so much for the raid. Let's see if I can get this on the first try. Yeah, I did it! Alright, shout out to Moth, guys. Go check out Moth. Let's see, let's see this. Moth in the Archive. We love reading, writing, and gaming. Flash fiction submitted by the community every Saturday. Classic literature. Ooh, and video games. Love it. I'll have to check these out. Need more Discords to be in. Well, thank you for the raid again, and have a wonderful dinner. Allegedly concentrating on writing. Whoa. We are currently reading the 9 Billion Names of God by Arthur C. Clarke. We are reading 2 short stories, and then we'll be reading Chapter 3 of the first book of the Wheel of Time series, Eye of the World by Jordan Peterson, or Robert Jordan, Jesus. Yeah. And our big thing is a weekly micro story, 250, 350 words long, based on a community prompt. Ooh, Death Shed. I love doing that kind of thing. My newest thing has been doing actually, I should bring this up. This is one I did today. It's like 5 to 7 sentence stories. And I was trying to explain to someone how I'm really terrible with being extremely abstract and esoteric. I wonder if I can find the comment. I don't know really how to use TikTok. Maybe not this one. I don't know. Maybe... Oh, wait, was it in messages? That's another one. Oh, here it is. This one. So this was today's story. Fallen. Actually, let's do it like this. See if this works.
Fallen heights dwell in the air amid clouds of stone and peaks of water. If such things fall from heaven, does earth have a divine landscape? Trumpet of sound and blaze of light call to us the eerie sky.
And it's kind of like the idea was a question of what is the story about? Can anyone guess what the story is about? And this is like the peak of my like abstract esoteric, but you know if you know. Thank you for the follow, Death Dread 419.
Thank you
I really
for following
appreciate it.
Death's Head 419. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3 plus 1.
And it's like when you hear the answer, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, of course, it makes so much sense. But if you don't know what the answer is, it's probably a little bit hard to visualize it, right? Because it's so heavy with metaphor that you can't really put your finger on what it is, right? So I love breaking this down because this is like how my mind would construct the story. So it's a thunderstorm. Clouds of stone, because they're so heavy with water that they might as well be physical, because they're smashing together like stones. Peaks of water, which is like basically waterfalls falling out of the sky, right? Torrential downpour. And then if it comes from heavens, it's falling from earth, which is rain. And rain molds the landscape of the earth. And then the trumpet of sound is thunder, and the blaze of light is lightning. And then that makes you basically look up to the sky as if like God is calling down on you or something like that. But yeah, that was the premise of the story. Where are we? We're here. 9 billion names of God. Okay, where were we? I got distracted. Tangent, as Sean says, tangent should be in bold. Yeah, I get sidetracked super easily, but it is what it is. Here we are, next Sunday. Hundreds of people believed him, even sold their homes, yet when nothing happened, they didn't turn nasty, as you'd expect. They just decided that he'd made a mistake in his calculations and went right on believing. I guess some of them still do. Well, this isn't Louisiana, in case you hadn't noticed. There are just 2 of us and hundreds of these monks. I like them. And I'll be sorry for old Sam when his life work backfires on him. But all the same, I wish I was somewhere else. I've been wishing that for weeks. But there's nothing we can do until the contract's finished and the transport arrives to fly us out. Of course, said Chuck thoughtfully. We could always try a bit of sabotage. Like hell we could. That would make things worse. Not the way I meant. Look at it like this. The machine will finish its run 4 days from now. On the present 20 hours a day basis. Transport calls in a week, okay? Then, all we need to do is to find something that needs replacing during one of the overhaul periods. Something that will hold up the works for a couple of days. We'll fix it, of course, but not too quickly. If the time matters properly. We can be down at the airfield when the last name pops out of the register. They won't be able to catch us then. I don't like it, said George. It would be the first time I ever walked out on a job. Besides, it would make them suspicious, no? I'll sit tight and take what comes. I still don't like it, he said, 7 days later, as the tough little mountain ponies carried them down the winding road. And don't you think I'm running away because I'm afraid? I'm just sorry for those poor old guys up there, and I don't want to be around when they find out what suckers they've been. Wonder how Sam will take it. It's funny, replied Chuck. But when I said goodbye, I got the idea he knew we were walking out on him. And he didn't care because he knew the machine was running smoothly and that job would soon be finished. After all, well, of course, for him, there isn't anything after that. George turned in his saddle and stared back up at the mountain road. This was the last place from which one could get a clear view of the lamasery. The squat, angular buildings were silhouetted against the afterglow of the sunset. Here and there, lights gleamed like portholes in the side of an ocean liner. Electric lights, of course, sharing the same circuit as the Mark V. How much longer would they share it, wondered George. Would the monks smash up the computer in their rage and disappointment, or would they just sit down quietly and begin their calculations all over again? He knew exactly what was happening up on the mountain at this very moment. The High Lama and his assistants would be sitting in their silk robes, inspecting the sheets as the junior monks carried them away from the typewriters and pasted them into great volumes. No one would be saying anything. The only sound would be the incessant patter and never-ending rainstorm of the keys hitting the paper. For the Marv V itself was utterly silent as it flashed through its thousands of calculations a second. 3 months of this, thought George, was enough to start anyone climbing up the wall. There she is, called Chuck, pointing down into the valley. Ain't she beautiful? She certainly was, thought George. The battered old DC-3 lay at the end of the runway like a tiny silver cross. In 2 hours, she would be bearing them away to freedom and sanity. It was as though it was a thought worth savoring, like a fine liqueur. George let it roll around his mind as the pony trudged patiently down the slope. The swift night of the high Himalayas was now almost upon them. Fortunately, the road was very good, as roads went in that region, and they were both carrying torches. There was not the slightest danger, only a certain discomfort from the bitter cold. The sky overhead was perfectly clear, ablaze with the familiar friendly stars. At least there would be no risk, thought George, of the pilot being unable to take off because of weather conditions. That had been his only remaining worry, and he began to sing, but gave it up after a while. This vast arena of mountains gleaming like whitely hooded ghosts on every side did not encourage such ebullience. That's the second new word in this story. Presently, George glanced at his watch. Should be there in an hour, he called back over his shoulder to Chuck. Then he added in an afterthought, wonder if the computer's finished its run. It was due about now. Chuck didn't reply, so George swung around in his saddle. You could just see Chuck's face, a white oval turned toward the sky. Look, whispered Chuck, and George lifted his eyes to heaven. There's always a last time for everything. Overhead, without any fuss, the stars were going out. Oh shit! It's the end of the fucking world! One for each star in the sky! But we know there's no more than 9 billion stars out there. Alright, so that was the sci-fi story, if you want to even call it that. I mean, it delves into it, but it's you know, that pressing the border between the conscious and spiritual. So let's see how far this one gets into fantasy. So this is the fantasy story. The Fortress Unvanquishable, Save for Sacknoth, by Lord Dunsany. And there it is, the ad of the day! And since there's an ad out there, I'm going to start doing this, guys. During the ads for you guys, I'm going to start throwing out my own ads. So we released a new video today, guys. And we've actually gained 4 subscribers today on the YouTube channel. So if you would want to be a huge, you know, it would be a huge help to promote the channel if you would want to, you know, go check out the channel, give it a subscribe, give some videos a watch, give it a like, give it some comments, you know. Some feedback would be absolutely amazing. Like, that's basically what I'm looking for, is like, it's hard to figure out what direction you're going when you have absolutely no one giving you feedback or anything, and you're like not, you know, you don't really have an audience. So that would be super amazing if you would like to do that. No pressure. That's why I'm doing it during an ad, because, you know, ads. So only you suckers out there, like you, Callie. You have to go to sleep now, Callie? That's okay. I will follow them off. Do follow them off, Callie. Take it into the, what do you call it? Like the nightlight, you know? And it'll be a moth to the flame, but it'll be your nightlight. Ever present, always shadowing on the wall, causing you distress, being like, oh shit. Is there someone in my room? No, it's just the moth. Just the moth on my nightlight. Just chilling out. But alright, have a great night, Callie. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out, as always. Fuck you, Callie. Have a good night. Enjoy your sleep. Make sure you actually go to sleep, Callie. I don't want to see you back in here in like 45 minutes saying that you couldn't sleep. Did you take your pills? Did you not drink coffee? You exercised enough, so you should be tired. And you streamed a little bit earlier, and you streamed for like 3 hours, too. So you should be tired, Callie. I believe, and I give you the power of sleep! Go to sleep, Callie. Alright, this one is a beast of a story. It's getting a little cold in here now. I'm closing my door. In a wood older than record, a foster brother of the hills, stood the village of Alathurian. And there was peace between the people of that village and all the folk who walked in the dark ways of the wood, whether they were human or of the tribes or of the beasts or of the race of the fairies and the elves and the little sacred spirits of trees and streams. Moreover, the village people had peace among themselves and between them and their lord, Larendiak. In front of the village was a wide and grassy space, and beyond this the great wood again. But at the back of the trees came right up to the houses, which, with their great beams and wooden frames and thatched roofs green with moss, seemed almost to be a part of the forest. Now, in the time I tell of, there was trouble in Alathurian, if evening fell dreams were wont to come slipping through the tree trunks and into the peaceful village. And they assumed dominion of men's minds and led them in watches of the night through the cindery plains of hell. Then the magician of that village made spells against those fell dreams, yet still the dreams came flitting through the trees as soon as the dark had fallen, and led men's minds by night into terrible places and caused them to praise Satan openly with their lips. And men grew afraid of sleep in Alathurian, and they grew worn and pale, some through the want of rest, and others from fear of the things they saw in the cindery plains of hell. Then the magician of the village went up into the tower of his house, and all night long those whom fear kept awake could see his window high up in the night glowing softly alone. The next day, when the twilight was far gone and night was gathering fast, the magician went away to the forest's edge and uttered there the spell that he had made. And the spell was a compulsive, terrible thing, having a power over evil dreams and over spirits of ill, for it was a verse of 40 lines in many languages, both living and dead, and had in it the word wherewith the people of the plains are wont to curse their camels, and the shout wherewith the whalers of the north lure the whales shoreward to be killed, and a word that causes elephants to trumpet, and every one of the 40 lines closed with a rhyme for wasp. And still the dreams came flitting through the forest and led men's souls into the plains of hell. There the magician knew that the dreams were from Gaznak. Therefore he gathered the people of the village and told them that he had uttered his mightiest spell, a spell having power over all that were human or of the tribes of the beasts, and that since it had not availed, the dreams must come from Gaznak, the greatest magician among the spaces of the stars. And he read to the people out of the Book of Magicians, which tells of comings of the comet and foretells his coming again. And he told them how Gaznak rides upon the comet, and how he visits Earth once in every 230 years, and makes for himself a vast invincible fortress, and sends out dreams to feed on the minds of men, and may never be vanquished by the sword, and may never be vanquished but by the sword Saknoth. and a cold fear fell on the hearts of the villagers when they found that their magician had failed them. Then spake Leothric, son of the Lord Leothendiac, and 20 years old was he. Good master, what of the sword Saknoth? And the village magician answered, Fair lord, no such sword as yet is wrought, for it lies as yet in the hide of Gavarug, protecting his spine. Then said Leothric, Who is Gavarug? And where may he be encountered? And the magician of Alathurion answered, He is the dragon crocodile who haunts the northern marshes and ravages the homesteads by their marge. In the hide of his back is of steel, and his underparts are of iron, but along the midst of his back, over his spine, there lies a narrow strip of unearthly steel. This strip of steel is Saknoth, and it may be neither cleft nor molten, and there is nothing in the world that may avail to break it, nor even leave a scratch upon its surface. It is of the length of a good sword, and of the breadth thereof. Shaltest thou prevail against Theragavrug, his hide may be melted away from Saknoth in a furnace, but there is only one thing that may sharpen Saknoth's edge, and that is one of Theragavrug's own steel eyes. And the other eye thou must fasten to Saknoth's hilt, and it will watch for thee. But it is a hard task to vanquish Theragavrug, for no sword can pierce his hide, his back cannot be broken, and he can neither be burned nor drowned. In one way only can Theragavrug die, and that is by starving. Then sorrow fell upon Leothric, but the magician spoke on. If a man drive Theragavrug away from his food with a stick for 3 days, he will starve on the 3rd day at sunset, and though he is not vulnerable yet in one spot, he may take hurt, for his nose is only of lead. A sword would merely lay bare an uncleavable bronze beneath. But if his nose be smitten constantly with a stick, he will always recoil from the pain, and thus may Theragavrug, to left and right, be driven away from his food. Then Leothric said, What is Theragavrug's food? And the magician of Alathurion said, His food is men. Leothric went straightway thence, and cut a great staff from a hazel tree, and slept early that evening. But the next morning, awakening from troubled dreams, he arose before the dawn, and taking with him provisions for 5 days, set out through the forest northwards toward the marshes. For some hours he moved through the gloom of the forest, and when he emerged from it, the sun was above the horizon, shining on pools of water in the vast land. Presently he saw the claw marks of Theragavrug deep in the soil, and the track of his tail between them like a furrow in the field. Then Leothric followed the tracks till he heard the bronze heart of Theragavrug before him, booming like a bell, and Theragavrug, it being the hour when he took the first meal of the day, was moving towards a village with his heart tolling. And all the people of the village were come out to meet him, as it was their wont to do, for they abode not to the suspense of awaiting Theragavrug, and of hearing him sniffing and brazzling as he went from door to door, pondering slowly on his metal mind what habitant he should choose. And none dared to flee, for in the days when the villagers fled from Theragavrug, he, having chosen his victim, would track them tirelessly like a doom. Nothing availed them against Theragavrug. Once they climbed the trees when he came, but Theragavrug went up to one, arching his back, and leaned over slightly, and rasping against the trunk until it fell. and when Leothric came near, Theragavarug saw him out of one of his small steel eyes and came towards him leisurely, and the echoes of his heart swirled up through his open mouth, and Leothric stepped sideways from his onset, and came between him and the village, and smote him on the nose, and the blow of the stick made a dint in the soft lead, and Theragavarug swung clumsily away, uttering one fearful cry like the sound of a great church bell that had become possessed of a soul, and fluttered upward from the tombs at night, an evil soul giving the bell a voice. Then he attacked Leothric, snarling, and again Leothric leapt aside and smote him on the nose with his stick. Theragavarug sounded like a bell howling, and whenever the dragon crocodile attacked him, returned towards the village, Leothric smote him again. So all day Leothric drove the monster with a stick, and he drove him further and further from his prey, with his heart tolling angrily and his voice crying out for pain. Towards evening, Theragavarug ceased to snap at Leothric, but ran before him to avoid the stick, for his nose was sore and shining. And in the gloaming the villagers came out and danced to cymbal and psaltery. When Theragavarug heard the cymbal and psaltery, hunger and anger came upon him, and he felt as some lord might feel who was held by force from the banquet in his own castle, and heard the creaking spit go round and round, and the good meat crackling on it. And all that night he attacked Leothric fiercely, and oft times nearly caught him in the darkness, for his gleaming eyes of steel could see as well by day as by night, by night as by day. And Leothric gave ground slowly till the dawn, and when the light came, they were near the village again, yet not so near it as they had been when they encountered, for Leothric drove Theragavarug further in the day than Theragavarug had forced him back in the night. Then Leothric drove him again with his stick till the hour came when it was the custom of the dragon crocodile to find his man. One third of his man he would eat at the time he found him, and the rest at noon and evening. But when the hour came for finding his man, a great fierceness came on Theragavarug, and he grabbed rapidly at Leothric, but could not seize him. And for a long while neither of them would retire, but at last the pain of the stick on his leaden nose overcame the hunger of the dragon crocodile, and he turned from it howling. From that moment Theragavarug weakened. All that day Leothric drove him with his stick, and at night both held their ground. And when the dawn of the third day was come, the heart of Theragavarug beat slower and fainter. It was as though a tired man was ringing a bell. Once Theragavarug nearly seized a frog, but Leothric snatched it away just in time. Towards noon the dragon crocodile lay still for a long while, and Leothric stood near him and leaned on his trusty stick. He was very tired and sleepless, but had more leisure now for eating his provisions. With Theragavarug the end was coming fast, and in the afternoon his breath came hoarsely, rasping in his throat. It was as the sound of many huntsmen blowing blasts on horns, and towards evening his breath came faster but fainter, like the sound of a hunt going furious to the distance and dying away. And he made desperate rushes towards the village, but Leothric still leapt about him, battering his leaden nose. Scarce audible now at all was the sound of his heart. It was like a church bell tolling beyond hills for the death of some one unknown and far away. Then the sun set and flamed in the village windows, and the chill went over the world, and in some small garden a woman sang, and Theragavarug lifted up his head and starved, and his life went from his invulnerable body, and Leothric lay down beside him and slept. And later in the starlight the villagers came out and carried Leothric sleeping to the village, and praising Bin in whispers as they went. They laid him down upon a couch in a house and danced outside in silence, without psaltery or cymbal. And then next day, rejoicing to Alatherion, they hauled the dragon crocodile, and Leothric went with them, holding his battered staff, and a tall, broad man, who was smith of Alatherion, made a great furnace and melted Gazarug away until only Saknoth was left, gleaming among the ashes. Then he took one of the small eyes that had been chiseled out and filed an edge on Saknoth, and gradually the steel eye wore away facet by facet. But ere it was quite gone, it had sharpened redoubtable Sagnoth. But the other eye they set in the butt of the hilt, and it gleamed there bluely. And that night Leothric arose in the dark and took the sword and went westwards to find Gaznak. And he went through the dark forest till the dawn, and all the morning until the afternoon. But in the afternoon he came upon the open, and saw in the midst of the land where no man goeth the forest of Gaznak, mountainous before him, little more than a mile away. And Leothric saw that the land was marsh and desolate, and the forests went up, and went up all white out of it, with many buttresses, and was broad below, but narrowed higher up, and was full of gleaming windows with the light upon them. And near the top of it the few white clouds were floating, but above them some of its pinnacles reappeared. Then Leothric advanced into the marshes, and the eye of Gavarug looked out warily from the hilt of Saknov, for Gavarug had known the marshes well, and the sword nudged Leothric to the right or pulled him to the left away from the dangerous places, and so brought him safely to the fortress walls. And in the walls stood doors like precipices of steel, all studded boulders of iron, and above every window were terrible gargoyles of stone, and the name of a fortress shone on the wall, writ large in letters of brass, the fortress of unvanquishable, save for Saknoth. Then Leothric drew and revealed Saknoth, and all the gargoyles grinned, and the grin went flickering from face to face right up into the cold, abiding gables. And when Saknoth was revealed and all the gargoyles grinned, it was like the moonlight emerging from a cloud to look for the first time upon a field of blood, and passing swiftly over the wet faces of the slain that lie together in the horrible night. Then Leothric advanced towards a door, and it was mightier than the marble quarry, Sacramona, from which old men cut enormous slabs to build the Abbey of the Holy Tears. Day after day they wrenched out the very ribs of the hill until the Abbey was builded, and it was more beautiful than anything in stone. Then the priests blessed Sacramona, and it had rest, and no more stone was ever taken from it to build the houses of men. And the hill stood looking southwards lonely in the sunlight, defaced by that mighty scar. So vast was the door of steel, and the name of the door that was the port resonant, the way of egress for war. Then Leothric smote upon the port resonant with Saknoth, and the echo of Saknoth went ringing through the halls, and all the dragons in the fortress barked. And when a baying of the remotest dragon had faintly joined in the tumult, a window opened far up among the clouds below the twilit gables, and a woman screamed, and far away in hell her father heard her and knew that her doom was come. And Leothric went on smiting terribly with Saknoth, and the grey steel of the port resonant, the way of egress for war, that was tempered to resist the swords of the world, came away in ringing slices. Then Leothric, holding Saknoth in his hand, went in through the hole that he had hewn in the door, and came into the unlit cavernous hall. An elephant fled trumpeting, and Leothric stood still, holding Saknoth, When the sound of the feet of the elephant had died away in the remoter corridors, nothing more stirred, and the cavernous hall was still. Presently, the darkness of the distant halls became musical with the sound of bells, all coming nearer and nearer. Still, Leothric waited in the dark, and the bells rang louder and louder, echoing through the halls, and there appeared a procession of men on camels, riding 2 by 2 from the interior of the fortress, and they were armed with scimitars of Assyrian make, and were all clad in mail, and chain mail hung from their helmets about their faces and flapped as the camels moved. And they all halted before Leothric in a cavernous hall, and the camel bells clanged and stopped, and the leader said to Leothric, "Lord Gaznak has desired to see you die before him. Be pleased to come with us, and we can discourse by the way of the manner in which Lord Gaznak has desired to see you die." And as he said this, he unwound a chain of iron that was coiled upon his saddle, and Leothric answered, "I would fain go with you, for I am come to slay Gaznak." Then all the camel guard of Gaznak laughed hideously, disturbing the vampires that were asleep in the measureless vault of the roof. And the leader said, "The Lord Gaznak is immortal save for Saknoth, and weareth armor that is proof even against Saknoth himself, and hath a sword the second most terrible in the world." Then Leothric said, "I am the lord of the sword Saknoth," and he advanced towards the camel guard of Gaznak, and Saknoth lifted up and down in his hand as though stirred by an exultant pulse. Then the camel guard of Gaznak fled, and the riders leaned forward and smote their camels with whips, and they went away with a great clamor of bells through colonnades and corridors and vaulted halls, and scattered into the inner darknesses of the fortress. When the last sound of them had died away, Leothric was in doubt which way to go, for the camel guard was dispersed in many directions. So he went straight on till he came to a great stairway in the midst of the hall. Then Leothric set foot in the middle of a wide step and climbed steadily up the stairway for 5 minutes. Little light was there in the great hall through which Leothric ascended, for it only entered through arrow slits here and there, and in the world outside evening was waning fast. The stairway led up to two folding doors, and they stood a little ajar, and through the crack Leothric entered and tried to continue straight on, but could get no further, for the whole room seemed to be full of festoons of ropes, which swung from wall to wall and were looped and draped from the ceiling. The whole chamber was thick and black with them. They were soft and light to the touch, like fine silk, but Leothric was unable to break any one of them. And though they swung away from him as he pressed forward, yet by the time he had gone 3 yards they were all about him like a heavy cloak. Then Leothric stepped back and drew Saknoth, and Saknoth divided the ropes without a sound. And without a sound the severed pieces fell to the floor. Leothric went forward slowly, moving Saknoth in front of him up and down as he went. When he was come into the middle of the chamber, suddenly as he parted with Saknoth a great hammock of strands, he saw a spider before him that was larger than a ram. And the spider looked at him with eyes that were little, but in which there was much sin, and said, "Who are you that spoil the labor of years, all done to the honor of Satan?" And Leothric answered, "I am Leothric, son of Leondriac. Jesus, I cannot fucking talk. Lorendiac." And the spider said, "I will make a rope at once to hang you with." Then Leothric parted another bunch of strands and came near to the spider as he sat making his rope. And the spider, looking up from his work, said, "What is that sword which is able to sever my ropes?" And Leothric said, "It is Saknoth." Thereat the black hair that hung over the face of the spider parted to left and right, and the spider frowned. And the hair fell back to into its place, and hid everything except the sin in the little eyes, which went on gleaming lustfully in the dark. But before Leothric could reach him, he climbed away with his hands, going up by one of his ropes to a lofty rafter, and there sat growling. But clearing his way with Saknoth, Leothric passed through the chamber, and came to the further door, and the door being shut, and the handle far up out of his reach, he hewed his way through it with Saknoth in the same way he had through the port resonant, the way of Egress for war. And so Leothric came into a well-lit chamber where queens and princes were banqueting together, all at a great table, and thousands of candles were glowing all about, and their light shone in the wine, and the princes drank on the huge gold candelabra, and the royal faces were irradiant with the glow, and the white tablecloth, and the silver plates, and the jewels in the hair of the queens, each jewel having a historian all to itself, who wore no other chronicles all his days. But between the table and the door there stood 200 footmen in 2 rows of 100 facing one another. Nobody looked at Leothric as he entered through the hole in the door, but one of the princes asked a question of a footman, and the question was passed from mouth to mouth by all the 100 footmen till it came to the last one nearest Leothric. And he said to Leothric, without looking at him, "What do you seek here?" And Leothric answered. We're going to have an ad in a little bit of a second here. So, in that case, this time we're going to promote Twitter, or not Twitter, TikTok. So if you like the content and you want to see the clips and summaries and everything like that, I always post a clip a day plus a 3-minute like stream highlight reel, plus other stuff like little stories and stuff. Like I want to do the thunderstorm one with like a thunderstorm kind of animation in the background, and then have the story. So that's what I'm gonna do tomorrow from the story I made today, and you know. Yeah, just basically highlights from the stream and stuff like that. So, you know, if you're interested in that, feel free to go check that out. Give me a follow. Give me, you know, some feedback. That's the main thing, again, is like feedback, getting feedback from people on the content. What do you want to see? Where do you want to go? You know, what is, you know, do you like the funny moments? Do you like the interactive moments? Do you like the inquisitive moments? Do you like, you know, the tips and tricks? Do you like just the randomness? So, you know, it'd be nice to have a little bit of a direction to go with that, because I'm just flying all over the place, throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. So far, nothing. Alright. To readjust for this next part. I seek to slay Gaznak. And footman of the footman repeated all the way to the table. He seeks to slay Gaznak. And another question came down the line of footmen. What is your name? And the line that stood opposite took his answer back. Then one of the princes said, Take him away where we shall not hear his screams. And footmen repeated it to the footman until it came to the last 2, and they advanced to seize Leothric. Then Leothric showed them his sword, saying, This is Saknoth. And both of them said to the man nearest, It is Saknoth, then screamed and fled away. And by two, all up the double line, footman to footman repeated, It is Saknoth, then screamed and fled, till the last 2 gave the message to the table, and all the rest had gone. Hurriedly then arose the queens and princes, and fled out of the chamber, and the goodly table, when they were all gone, looked small and disorderly and awry. And to Leothric, pondering in the desolate chamber by what door he should pass onwards, there came from far away the sounds of music, and he knew that it was the magical musicians playing to Gaznik while he slept. Then Leothric, walking toward the distant music, passed out by the door opposite to the one through which he had cloven his entrance, and so passed into a chamber vast as the other, in which were many women, weirdly beautiful. And they all asked him of his quest, and when they heard that he was to slay Gaznak, they all besought him to tarry among them, saying that Gaznak was immortal save for Saknith, and also that they had no need of a knight to protect them from the wolves that rushed round and round the wainscot all the night, and sometimes broke up in upon them through the mouldering oak. Perhaps Leothric had been tempted to tarry, and they being human women, for theirs was a strange beauty. But he perceived that instead of eyes they had little flames that flickered in their sockets, and knew them to be the fevered dreams of Gaznik. Therefore he said, I have a business with Gaznik and with Saknoth, and passed on through the chamber. And at the name of Saknoth those women screamed, and the flames of their eyes sank low and dwindled to sparks. And Leothric left them, and, hewing with Saknoth, passed through the further door. Outside he felt the night air on his face, and found that he stood upon a narrow way between two abysses. To left and right of him, as far as he could see, the walls of the fortress ended in a profound precipice, though the roof still stretched above him, and before him lay the two abysses full of stars, for they cut their way through the whole earth and revealed the under sky, and threaded its course between them between them went the way, and it sloped upward, and its sides were sheer. And beyond the abysses, where the way led up to the further chambers of the fortress, Leothric heard the musicians playing their magical tune. So he stepped on to the way, which was scarcely a stride in width, and moved along and holding Saknoth naked. And to and fro beneath him in each abyss whirled the wings of vampires, passing up and down, all giving praise to Satan as they flew. Presently he perceived the dragon Thok lying upon the way, pretending to sleep, and his tail hung down in one of the abysses. And Leothric went towards him, and when he was quite close, Thok rushed at Leothric, and he smote deep with Saknoth. And Thok tumbled into the abyss, screaming, and his limbs made a whirling in the darkness as he fell. And he fell in his scream, sounding no louder than a whistle, and then could be heard no more. Once or twice Leothric saw a star blink for an instant and reappear again, and his momentary eclipse of a few stars was all that remained in the world of the body of Thok. And Lunk, the brother of Thok, who had lain a little behind him, saw that this must be Saknoth, and fled lumbering away. And all the while that he walked between the abysses, the mighty vault of the roof of the fortress still stretched over Leothric's head, all filled with gloom. Now, when the further side of the abyss came into view, Leothric saw the chamber that opened with innumerable arches upon the twin abysses, and the pillars of the arches went away into the distance and vanished in the gloom to left and right. Far down the dim precipice on which the pillars stood he could see windows, small and closely barred, and between the bars there showed at moments and disappeared again, things that I shall not speak of. There was no light here, except for the great southern stars that shone beneath the abysses, and here and there in the chamber through the arches lights that moved fervently without the sound of footfall. Then Leothric stepped from the way and entered the great chamber. The music has died. No, not the music. Anything but the music, please. Even to himself, he seemed but a tiny dwarf as he walked under one of those colossal arches, the last faint light of evening flickering through a window painted in somber colors, commemorating the achievements of Satan upon earth. High up in the wall the window stood, and the streaming lights of candles lower down moved stealthily away. Other light there was none, save for a faint blue glow from the steel eye of jeez, I can't even say his name anymore. Theragavarug, that peeked relentlessly about it from the hilt of Saknov. Heavenly in the chamber hung the clamor odor of a large and deadly beast. Leothric moved forward slowly with the blade of Saknoth in front of him, feeling for a foe, and the eye of the hilt of it looking out behind. Nothing stirred. If anything lurked behind the pillars of the colonnade that held aloft the roof, it neither breathed nor moved. The music of the magical musicians sounded from very near. Suddenly the great doors on the far side of the chamber opened to the left and right. For some moments Leothric saw nothing move and waited, clutching Saknoth. Then Wong Bongarok came towards him, breathing. This was the last and faithfulest guard of Gaznok, and came from slobbering just now his master's hand. More as a child than a dragon was Gazanak, who won't want to treat him, giving him often in his fingers tender pieces of man all smoking from his table. Long and low was Wong Bongarok, and subtle about the eyes, and he came breathing malice against Leothric out of his faithful breast, and behind him roared the armory of his tail, as when sailors drag the cable of the anchor, all rattling down the deck. And well Wong Bongarok knew that he now faced Saknoth, for it had been his wont to prophesy quietly to himself for many years as he lay curled at the feet of Gaznak. And Leothric stepped forward into the blast of his breath and lifted Saknoth to strike. But when Saknoth was lifted up, the eye of Theragavarog in the butt of the hilt beheld the dragon and perceived his subtlety. For he opened his mouth wide and revealed to Leothric the ranks of his saber teeth, and his leather gums flapped upwards. But while Leothric made to smite at his head, he shot forward, scorpion-wise, over his head, the length of his armored tail. All this the eye perceived in the hilt of Saknoth, who smote suddenly sideways. Not with the edge smote Saknoth, for, had he done so, the severed end of the tail had still come hurling on, as some pine tree that the avalanche was hurled point foremost from the cliff right through the broad breast of some mountaineer. So had Leothric been transfixed, but Saknoth smote sideways with the flat of his blade and sent the tail whizzing over Leothric's left shoulder, and it rasped upon his armor as it went, and left a groove upon it. Sideways then Leothric smote the foiled tail of Wong Bongarok, and Saknoth parried, and the tail went shrieking up the blade and over Leothric's head. Then Leothric and Wong Bongarok fought sword to tooth, and the sword smote as only Saknoth can, and the evil faithful life of Wong Bongarok the dragon went out through a wide wound. Then Leothric walked on past the dead monster, and the armored body still quivered a little. And for a while it was like all the plowshares in a country working together in one field, behind tired and struggling horses. Then the quivering ceased, and Wong Bongarok lay still to rust. And Leothric went on to open the gates, and Saknoth dripped quietly along the floor. By the open gates through which Wong Bongarok had entered, Leothric came into a corridor echoing with music. This was the first place from which Leothric could see anything above his head. For hitherto the roof had ascended to mountainous heights, and had stretched indistinct in the gloom. But along the narrow corridor hung huge bells, low and near to his head, and the width of each brazen bell was from wall to wall, and they were one behind the other, and as he passed under each the bell uttered, and its voice was mournful and deep, like to the voice of a bell speaking to a man for the last time when he is newly dead. Each bell uttered once as Leothric came under it, and their voices sounded solemnly and wide apart at ceremonious intervals. For if he walked slow, these bells came closer together, and when he walked swiftly, they moved further apart. And the echoes of each bell tolling above his head went on before him, whispering to the others. Once when he stopped, they all jangled angrily till he went on again. Between these slow and boding notes came the sound of the magical magicians. They were playing a dirge now, very mournfully, and at last Leothric came to the end of the corridor of the bells and beheld there a small black door. And all the corridor behind him was full of the echoes of the tolling, and they all muttered to one another about the ceremony. And the dirge of the musicians came floating slowly through them like a procession of foreign elaborate guests, and all of them boded ill to Leothric. The black door opened at once to the hand of Leothric, and he found himself in the open air in a wide court paved with marble. High over it shone the moon, summoned there by the hand of Gaznik. There Gaznik slept, and around him sat his magical musicians, all playing upon strings, and even sleeping Gaznik was clad in armor, and only his wrists and face and neck were bare. But the marvel of that place was the dreams of Gaznik, for beyond the wide court slept a dark abyss, and into the abyss there poured a white cascade of marble stairways, and widened out below into terraces and balconies with fair white statues on them, and descended again in a wide stairway, and came to lower terraces in the dark, where swart uncertain shapes went to and fro. All these were the dreams of Gaznik, and issued from his mind, and becoming marble passed over the edge of the abyss as the musicians played. And all the while, out of the mind of Gaznik, lulled by the strange music, went spires and pinnacles, beautiful and slender, each ascending skywards, and the marble dreams moved slow in time to the music. When the bells tolled and the musicians played their dirge, ugly gargoyles came out suddenly all over the spires and pinnacles, and great shadows passed swiftly down the steps amid terraces, and there was hurried whispers in the abyss. When Leothric stepped from the black door, Gaznik opened his eyes. He looked neither to left nor right, but stood up at once facing Leothric. Then the magicians played a death spell on their strings, and there arose a humming along the blade of Saknoth as he turned the spell aside. When Leothric dropped not down, and they heard the humming of Saknoth, the magicians arose and fled, and all flailing as they went upon their strings. Then Gaznik drew out screaming from its sheath the sword that was the mightiest in the world except for Saknoth, and slowly walked towards Leothric, and he smiled as he walked, although his own dreams had foretold his doom. And when Leothric and Gaznik came together, each looked at each other, and neither spoke a word. But they smote both at once, and their swords met, and each sword knew the other, and from whence he came. And whenever the sword of Gaznik smote on the blade of Saknoth, it rebounded, gleaming as hail from off slated roofs. But whenever it fell upon the armor of Leothric, it stripped it off in sheets. And upon Gaznik's armor Saknoth fell oft and furiously, but ever he came back snarling, leaving no mark behind. And as Gaznik fought, he held his left hand hovering close over his head. Presently Leothric smote fair and fiercely in his enemy's neck, but Gaznik clutched his own head by the hair, lifting it high aloft, and Saknath went cleaving through an empty space. Then Gaznik, replacing his head upon his neck, and all the while fought nimbly with the sword. And again Leothric swept with Saknoth and Gaznik's bearded neck, and never the left hand of Gaznik was quicker than the stroke. And the head went up, and the sword rushed vainly under it. And the ringing fight went on till Leothric's armor lay all around him on the floor, and the marble was splashed with his blood, and the sword of Gaznik was notched like a saw from meeting the blade of Saknoth. Still Gaznak stood, unwounded and smiling still. At last Leothric looked at the throat of Gaznik and aimed with Saknoth. And again Gaznik lifted his head by the hair, but not at his throat flew Saknoth, nor for Leothric struck instead at the lifted hand, and through the wrist of it went Saknoth, whirling as a scythe goes through the stem of a single flower. And bleeding, the severed hand fell to the floor, and at once blood spurted from the shoulders of Gaznik and dripped from the fallen head, and the tall pinnacles went down into the earth, and the wide fair terraces all rolled away, and the court was gone like the dew, and then the wind came, and the colonnades drifted thence, and the the colossal halls of Gaznik fell, and the abysses closed up suddenly as the mouth of a man who, having told a tale, will forever speak no more. Then Leothric looked around him in the marshes where the night mist was passing away, and there was no fortress, nor sound of dragon or mortal. Only beside him lay an old man, wizened and evil and dead, whose head and hand were severed from his body. And gradually over the wide lands the dawn was coming up, and ever growing in beauty as it came, like the pedal of an organ playing by a master's hand, growing louder and lovelier as the soul of the master warms, and the last giving praise with all its mighty voice. Then the birds sang, and Leothric went homeward, and left the marshes, and came to the dark wood, and the light of the dawn ascended, lit him upon his way, and into Elthurion he came ere noon, and with him brought the evil wizened head, and the people rejoiced, and their nights of trouble ceased. This is the tale of the vanquishing of the fortress unvanquishable, save for Saknoth, and of its passing away, as it is told and believed by those who love the mystic days of old. Others have said and vainly claimed to prove that a fever came to Elthurion and went away, and that this same fever drove Leothric into the marshes by night, and made him dream there and act violently with a sword. And others again say that there hath been no town of Alathurion, and that Leothric never lived. Peace to them. The gardener hath gathered up this autumn's leaves. Who shall see them again? For who wot of them? And who shall say what bath befallen in the days of long ago? So true. You never know if it's a fever dream or if it's reality, especially when it comes to something that's like an out-of-body experience, a religious experience, a spiritual experience, something like that. So then, as it is, we shall be on to the Eye of the World, Book 1 of the Wheel of Time. I, however, require to go grab a drink. I shall return. Sean redeemed entertain. Why would you redeem entertain when I'm not here, Sean? It's copyright, so I have to do it manually.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Good shit. Alright, we don't need that anymore. Oh. Now, I was thinking, Sean, since I'm reading out of the book, should I go full screen? Because, like, there's nothing on screen to read, right? Okay, I just came up with the greatest idea. Okay, I have an idea. I'm not gonna spoil the idea. I have a great idea for tomorrow. That we're gonna do tomorrow. And it's absolutely perfect because it either that or let the babes be on clothes to full display. Oh, that's a good idea. Actually, yeah, Sean, just straight up go like this. And then just have, like, me down in the corner. But we don't need the actual thing there, right? There we go. Now we're talking, guys. Now we're talking. All right. Ads. There's gonna be ads somewhere around here's ads. There's gonna be ads. Let's go ads. Something about something does something when goes something. Where are they? I know it's there. Why don't they come? I know it's bad. Oh, such things as are, such would be, for such when such things come towards an end be, such as I, for this is it. Let's go. Damn, I feel like, maybe I missed, no, there they are. I'm fucking... I could just see somebody with like 10 different monitors that has a program that splits your feed into its different components. So you can't even hide anything from them. Alright, here we go. Chapter 3. Eye of the World. Book 1 of The Wheel of Time by Robert Jordan. Clusters of pots clattered and banged as the peddler's wagon rumbled over the heavy timbers of the wagon bridge. Still surrounded by a cloud of villagers and farmers come for festival, the peddler reined his horses to a stop in front of the inn. From every direction people streamed to swell the numbers around the great wagon, its wheels taller than any of the people, with their eyes fastened to the peddler above them on the wagon seat. The man on the wagon was Padden Fane, a pale, skinny fellow with gangly arms and a massive beak of a nose. Fane, always smiling and laughing as if he knew a joke that no one else knew, had driven his wagon and team into Edmund's Field every spring for as long as Rand could remember. The door of the inn flew open even as the team halted in a jangle of harness, and the village council appeared, led by Master Alvir and Tam. They marched out deliberately, even Sen Bui, amid all the excited shouting of the others for pins or lace or books or a dozen other things. Reluctantly, the crowd parted to let them to the fore, everyone closing in quickly behind and never stopping their calling to the peddler. Most of all, the villagers called for news. In the eyes of the villagers, needles and tea and the like were no more than half the freight in the peddler's wagon. Every bit as important as word of outside, news of the world beyond the two rivers. Some peddlers simply told what they knew, throwing it out in a heap, a pile of rubbish with which they could not be bothered. Others had to have every word dragged out of them, speaking grudgingly with a bad grace. Fane, however, spoke freely, if often teasingly, and spun out the telling, making a show to rival a gleeman. He enjoyed being the center of attention, strutting around like an undersized rooster, with every eye on him. It occurred to Rand that Fane might not be the best pleased to find a real gleeman in Edmund's Field. Peddler gave the council and villagers alike exactly the same attention as he fussed with tying his reins off just so, which was to say hardly any attention at all. He nodded casually at no one in particular. He smiled without speaking and waved absently to people with whom he was particularly friendly, though his friendliness had always been of a peculiarly distant kind, backslapping without ever getting close. The demands for him to speak grew louder, but Fane waited, fiddled with small tasks about the driver's seat, for the crowd in the anticipation to reach the size he wanted. The council alone kept silent. They maintained the dignity befitting their position, but increasing clouds of pipe smoke rising above their heads showed the effort of it. Rand and Matt edged into the crowd, getting as close to the wagon as they could. Rand would have stopped halfway, but Matt wriggled through the press, pulling Rand behind him, until they were right behind the council. "I had been thinking you were going to stay out on the farm through the whole festival," Perrin Abara shouted at Rand over the clamor. Half a head shorter than Rand, the curly-haired blacksmith's apprentice was so stocky as to seem a man and a half wide, with arms and shoulders thick enough to rival those of Master Luhan himself. He could easily have pushed through the throng, but that was not his way. He picked his path carefully, offering apologies to people who had only half a mind to notice anything but the peddler. He made the apologies anyway, and tried not to jostle anyone as he worked through the crowd to Rand and Matt. "Imagine it," he said when he finally reached them. "Beltine and a peddler, both together. I'll bet there really are fireworks." "You don't know a quarter of it," Matt laughed. Perrin eyed him suspiciously, then looked a question at Rand. "It's true," Rand shouted, then gestured at the growing mass of people, all giving voice. Later, I'll explain later. Later, I said. At that moment, Padden Fane stood up on the wagon seat, and the crowd quieted in an instant. Rand's last words exploded into utter silence, catching the peddler with an arm raised dramatically and his mouth open. Everybody turned to stare at Rand. The bony little man on the wagon, prepared to have everyone hanging on his first words, gave Rand a sharp, searching look. Rand's face reddened, and he wished he were Irwin's size so he did not stand out so clearly. His friends shifted uncomfortably, too. It had only been the year before that Fane had taken notice of them for the first time, acknowledging them as men. Fane did not usually have time for anyone too young to buy a good deal of things off his wagon. Rand hoped he had not been relegated to a child again in the peddler's eyes. With a loud harumph, Fane tugged at his heavy cloak. No, not later, the peddler declaimed, once more throwing up a hand grandly. I will be telling you now. As he spoke, he made broad gestures, casting his words over the crowd. You are thinking you have had troubles in the two rivers, are you? Well, all the world has troubles. From the great blight south to the sea of storms, from Aerith Ocean to the West Ale waste of the east, and even beyond, the winter was harsher than you'd ever seen before, cold enough to gel your blood and crack your bones. Ah, winter was cold and harsh everywhere in the borderlands. They'd be calling your winter spring. But spring does not come, you say. Wolves have killed your sheep. Perhaps wolves have attacked men. Is that the way of it? Well, now spring is late everywhere. There are wolves everywhere, all hungry for any flesh they can sink a tooth into, be it sheep or cow or man. But there are things worse than wolves in winter. There are those who would be glad to have only your little troubles. He paused expectantly. What could be worse than wolves killing sheep and men? Bowie demanded. Others muttered in support. Men killing men, the peddler's reply, in pretentious tones, brought shocked murmurs that increased as he went on. It is war, I mean. There is war in Gildan. War and madness. The snows of the Dali forest are red with the blood of men. Ravens and the cries of ravens fill the air. Armies march to Gleedhen. Nations, great houses, and great men send their soldiers to fight. War? Master Alvir's mouth fit awkwardly around the unfamiliar word. No one in the two rivers had ever had anything to do with a war. Why are they having a war? Fane grinned, and Rand had the feeling he was mocking the villagers' isolation from the world and their ignorance. Peddler leaned forward as if he were about to impart a secret to the mayor, but his whisper was meant to carry, and did. The standard of the dragon has been raised, and men flock to oppose and to support. One long gasp left every throat together, and Rand shivered in spite of himself. The dragon, someone moaned. The Dark One's loose in Gildan. Not the Dark One, Haral Luhan growled. The dragon's not the Dark One, and this is a false dragon, anyway. Let's hear what Master Fane has to say, the mayor said. But no one would be quieted that easily. People cried out from every side, men and women shouting over one another. Just as bad as the Dark One. The dragon broke the world, didn't he? He started it. He caused the time of madness. You know the prophecies. When the dragon is reborn, your worst nightmares will seem like your fondest dreams. He's just another false dragon. He must be. What difference does that make? You remember the last false dragon? He started a war too. Thousands died. Isn't that right, Fane? He laid siege to Ilion. It's evil times. No one claiming to be the dragon reborn for 20 years. And now 3 in the last 5 years. Evil times. Look at the weather. Rand exchanged looks with Matt and Perrin. Matt's eyes shone with excitement, but Perrin wore a worried frown. Rand could remember every tale he had heard about the men who named themselves the Dragon Reborn. And if they had all proven themselves false dragons by dying or disappearing without fulfilling any of the prophecies, what they had done was bad enough. Whole nations torn by battle, and cries and towns put to the torch. The dead fell. Nice, Sean! There you go. That's what it's all about. Autumn leaves and refugees clogged the roads like sheep in a pen. Hate to say it, but I'm crashing already. No worries, Sean. It's all good, man. Have a great night, good sir. Thanks for coming by and hanging out. Always appreciate it, man. Enjoy the rest of your night. Refugees clogged the roads like sheep in a pen, so the peddlers said, and the merchants, and no one in the two rivers with any sense doubted it. The world would end, so some said, when the real dragon was born again. Stop this, the mayor shouted. Be quiet. Stop working yourselves up. Yourselves to a lather out of your own imagination. Let Master Fane tell us about this false dragon. People began to quieten. But Sen Bui refused to be silent. Is this a false dragon? The Thatcher asked sourly. Master Elvir blinked as if taken by surprise, then snapped, Don't be an old fool, Sen. But Sen had kindled the crowd again. He can't be the Dragon Reborn. Light, help us. He can't be. You old fool, Bui. You want bad luck, don't you? Be naming the Dark One next. You're taken by the dragon, Sen Bui. Trying to bring us all harm. Sen looked around defiantly, trying to stare down the glowers, and raised his voice. I didn't hear Fane say this was a false dragon, did you? Use your eyes. Where are the crops that should be knee-high or better? Why is it still winter when spring should be here a month? There were angry shouts for Sen to hold his tongue. I will not be silent. I've no liking for this talk either. But I won't hide my head under a basket till a Terran ferryman comes to cut my throat. And I won't dangle on Fane's pleasure, not this time. Speak it out plain, peddler. What have you heard, eh? Eh? Is this man a false dragon? Fane was perturbed by the news he brought or the upset he had caused. He gave no sign of it. He merely shrugged and laid a skinny finger alongside his nose. As to that, now, who can say until it is over and done? He paused with one of his secretive grins, running his eyes over the crowd as if imagining how they would react to finding it funny. I do know, he said too casually, that he can wield the one power. The others couldn't. But he can channel. The ground opens beneath his enemy's feet. The strong walls crumble at his shout. Lightning comes when he calls and strikes where he points. That I've heard, and from men I believe. A stunned silence fell. Rand looked at his friends. Perrin seemed to be seeing things he did not like. But Matt still looked excited. Tam, his face only a little less composed than usual, drew the mayor close. But before he could speak, Ewan Fingar burst out. He'll go mad and die. In the stories, men who channel the power always go mad, and then waste away and die. Only women can touch it. Doesn't he know that? He ducked under a cuff from Master Bowie. Enough of that from you, boy, Sen shouted a gnarled fist in Edwin's face. Shook a gnarled fist in Edwin's face. Show a proper respect and leave this to your elders. Get away with you. Hold steady, Sen, Tam growled. The boy is just curious. There's no need of this foolishness from you. Act your age, Bran added, and for once remember you're a member of the council. Sen's wrinkled face grew darker with every word from Tam and the mayor, until it was almost purple. You know what kind of woman he's talking about. Stop frowning at me, Luhan. And you too, Craw. This is a decent village of decent folk, and it's not bad enough. It's bad enough to have Fane here talking about false dragons using the power without this dragon-possessed fool of a boy bringing Aes Sedai into it. Some things just shouldn't be talked about, and I don't care if you will be letting that fool Gleeman tell any of tale he wants. It isn't right or decent. I never saw or heard or smelled anything that couldn't be talked about, Tam said, but Fane was not finished. The Aes Sedai are already into it. The peddler spoke up. A party of them has ridden south from Tar Valon. Since he can wield the power, none but Aes Sedai can defeat him. For all the battles they fought or deal with him once he's defeated, if he is defeated. Someone in the crowd moaned aloud, and even Tam and Bran exchanged uneasy frowns. Huddles of villagers clumped together, and some pulled their cloaks tighter around themselves, though the wind had actually lessened. Of course he'll be defeated, someone shouted. There have always been beaten in the end, false dragons. He has to be defeated, doesn't he? What if he isn't? Tam had finally managed to speak quietly into the mayor's ear, and Bran, nodding from time to time and ignoring the hubbub around them, waited until he was finished before raising his voice. All of you, listen. Quiet and listen. The shouting died to a murmur again. This goes beyond mere news from outside. It must be discussed by the village council. Master Fane, if you will join us inside the inn, we have questions to ask. A good mug of hot, mulled wine would not go far amiss with me just now. Hot wine? What the fuck? Peddler replied with a chuckle. He jumped down from the wagon, dusted his hands on his cloak. I don't know if that's meant to be satire, like a reverse, juxtaposition kind of thing. Cheerfully righted his cloak. Will you be looking after my horses, if you please? I want to hear what he has to say. More than one voice was raised in protest. You can't take him off. My wife sent me to buy pins. That was Whit Conger. He hunched his shoulders at the stare some of the others gave him, but he held his ground. We have a right to ask questions too, somebody back in the crowd shouted. Be silent, the mayor roared, producing a startled hush. When the council has asked its questions, Master Fane will be back to tell you all his news. And to sell you his pots and pins. Who, Tad? Stable Master Fane's horses. Tam and Bran moved in on either side of the peddler. The rest of the council gathered behind them, and the whole cluster swept into the Wine Spring Inn, firmly shuttering the door in the faces of those who tried to crowd inside after them. Pounding on the door brought only a single shout from the mayor. Go home! People milled around in front of the inn, muttered about what the peddler had said, and what it meant, and what questions the council is asking, and why they should be allowed to listen and ask questions of their own. Some peered in through the front windows of the inn, and a few even questioned who and Tad, though it was far from clear what they were supposed to know. The two solid stablemen just grunted in reply and went on methodically by removing Team's harness. One by one they led Fane's horses away when the last was gone, did not return. Rand ignored the crowd. He took the seat on the edge of the old stone foundation, gathered his cloak around him, and stared at the inn door. Gildan, Tar Valon. The very names were strange and exciting. They were places he knew only from peddlers' news, and tales told by merchants' guards. Aes Sedai, and wars, and false dragons. Those were the stuff of stories told late at night in front of the fireplace, with one candle making strange shapes on the wall and the wind howling against the shutters. On the whole, he believed he would rather have blizzards and wolves. Still, it must be different out there, beyond the two rivers, like living in the middle of a Gleeman's tale, an adventure, one long adventure, a whole lifetime of it. Slowly, the villagers dispersed, still muttering and shaking their heads. Wit Congar paused to stare into the now abandoned wagon as though he might find another peddler hidden inside. Finally, only a few of the younger folk were left. Matt and Perrin drifted over to where Rand sat. "I don't see how the Gleeman could beat this," Matt said excitedly. "I wonder if we might get to see this false dragon." Perrin shook his shaggy head. "I don't want to see him. Somewhere else, maybe, but not in the Two Rivers. Not if it means war." "Not if it means Aes Sedai here, either," Rand added. "Or have you forgotten who caused the breaking? The dragon may have started it, but it was the Aes Sedai who actually broke the world." "I hear a story once," Matt said slowly. "I heard a story once," Matt said slowly, "from a wool buyer's guard. He said the dragon would be reborn in mankind's greatest hour of need and save us all." "Well, he was a fool if he believed that," Perrin said firmly. "And you were a fool to listen." He did not sound angry. He was slow to anger, but he sometimes got exasperated with Matt's Quicksilver fancies, and there was a touch of that in his voice. "I suppose he claimed we'd all live in a new age of legends afterwards, too." "I didn't say I believed it," Matt protested. "I just heard it. Nynaeve did, too. And I thought she was going to skin me and the guard both. He said, the guard did, that a lot of people do believe. Only they're afraid to say it. Afraid of the Aes Sedai or the Children of the Light." He wouldn't say any more after Nynaeve lit into us. "She told the merchant, and he said it was the guard's last trip with him. A good thing, too," Perrin said. "The dragon going to save us sounds like Copeland talk to me." "Kind of need would be great enough that we'd want the dragon to save us from it," Rand mused. "As well ask for help from the Dark One." "He didn't say," Matt replied, uncomfortably, "and didn't mention any new age of legends. He said the world would be torn apart by the dragon's coming. That would surely save us," Perrin said dryly, another breaking. "Burn me," Matt growled. "I'm only telling you what the guard said." Perrin shook his head. "I just hope they Sedai and this dragon, false or not, stay where they are. Maybe that way the Two Rivers will be spared." "You think you're really dark friends? They're really dark friends?" Matt was frowning thoughtfully. "Who?" Rand asked. "Aes Sedai." Rand glanced at Perrin, who shrugged. "The stories," he began slowly, but Matt cut him off. "Not all the stories say they serve the Dark One, Rand." "Light, Matt," Rand said. "They caused the breaking. What more do you want?" "I suppose," Matt sighed. But the next moment he was grinning again. "Old Billy Conger says they don't exist. Aes Sedai, dark friends. Says they're just stories. He says he doesn't believe in the Dark One either." Perrin snorted. "Copeland talk from a Congar. What else can you expect? Old Billy named the Dark One. I'll bet you didn't know that." "Light," Rand breathed. Matt's grin broadened. "It was last spring, just before the cutworm got into his fields." Maycall, thank you for the follow. How's it going? How are you? Welcome to the stream. I'm Intoxication. Here we do stories, tips, and tricks for writing and improving your writing skills. Are you a reader? Are you a writer? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? We are currently reading book 1 of the Wheel of Time, Eye of the World, Chapter 3. Light, Rand breathed. Matt's grin broadened. "It was last spring, just before the cutworm got into his fields and nobody else's. Right before everybody in his house came down with yellow-eye fever. I heard him do it. He still says he doesn't believe. But when I ask him to name the Dark One now, he throws something at me. You were just stupid enough to do that, aren't you? Matrim. Cawthon. Nynaeve, Almira stepped into their huddle. the dark braid pulled over her shoulder, almost bristling with anger. Rand scrambled to his feet, slender and barely taller than Matt's shoulder. At the moment, the wisdom seemed taller than any of them, and it did not matter that she was young and pretty. I suspected something of the sort about Billy Congar at the time, but I thought you, at least, had more sense than to try taunting him into such a thing. You may be old enough to be married, Matron Cawthon, but in truth you shouldn't be off your mother's apron strings. The next thing you'll be naming the Dark One yourself. No, Wisdom, Matt protested, looking as if he would rather be anywhere else than there. It was old Bill, I mean Master Congar, not me. Blood and ashes. Watch your tongue, Matron. Rand stood up straighter, though her glare was not directed at him. Perrin looked equally abashed. Later, one or another of them would almost certainly complain about being scolded by a woman not all that much older than themselves. Someone always did after one of Nynaeve's scoldings, if never in her hearing. But the gap in ages always seemed more than wide enough when face to face with her, especially if she was angry. The stick in her hand was thick at one end and a slender switch at the other, and she was liable to give a flail to anybody she thought was acting a fool. Head or hands or legs, no matter their age or position. The wisdom so held his attention that at first Rand failed to see she was not alone. When he realized his mistake, he began to think about leaving no matter what Nynaeve would say or do later. Egwene stood a few paces behind the wisdom, watching intently. Of a height with Nynaeve, and with the same dark coloring, she could, at that moment, have been a reflection of Nynaeve's mood. Natro, thank you for the follow. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. I'm Intoxication. Here we do tips and tricks on writing and to improve your writing, commentary on social aspects in order to improve your world building and bring real world concepts into your writing, as well as writing myself. Are you a reader? Are you a writer? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Welcome. We are currently reading Chapter 3 of Robert Jordan's The Wheel of Time, Book 1, Eye of the World. That would surely save us, Perrin said dryly. Another breaking. Burn me, Matt growled. I'm only telling you what the guard said. Perrin shook his head. Oh wait, we already read all this. We're on the next page, right? Yeah. My bad. Watch your tongue, Matron. Already read that. Wisdom so held his attention. First, Rand failed to see she was not alone. No, there was Egwene. Okay. Hood of her soft gray cloak shadowed her face, and her big brown eyes held no laughter now. If there was any fairness, he thought that being 2 years older than her should give him some advantage, but that was not the way of it. At the best of times, he was never very nimble with his tongue, and was when talking to any of the village girls, not like Perrin, but whenever Egwene gave him that intent look, with her eyes as wide as they could go, as if every last ounce of her attention was on him, he just could not seem to make the words go where he wanted. Perhaps he could get away as soon as Nynaeve finished, but he knew he would not, even if he did not understand why. If you are done staring like a moonstruck lamb, Rand Althor, Naveen said, perhaps you can tell me why you were talking about something even you three great bull calves ought to have sense enough to keep out of your mouths. Rand gave a start and pulled his eyes away from Egwene. She had grown a disconcerting smile when the wisdom began speaking. Nynaeve's voice was tart, but she had the beginnings of a knowing smile on her face too, until Matt laughed aloud. Jesus. The wisdom's smile vanished, and the look she gave Matt cut his laughter off in a strangled croak. Well, Rand, Naveen said. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Egwin still smiling. What does she think is so funny? It was natural enough to talk of it, Wisdom, he said hurriedly. The peddler, Padden Fane, Master Fane, brought news of a false dragon in Gildan, in a war, and Aes Sedai. The council thought it was important enough to talk to him. What else would we be talking about? Nynaeve shook her head. So that's why the peddler's wagon stands abandoned. I heard people rushing over. Mike Who Cheese Harry! Imagine it's Thanksgiving weekend and the whole family is over. You and one of your family members peep the chicken feet on the table. Your family member takes a chicken foot and puts it on their plate, and you say to them, "So you enjoy feet in your mouth." Ha 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 ha. True. True. Oh, sorry, my nose freaking out. How are you, Mike Who Cheese Harry? We are reading Eye of the World, Book 1 of the Wheel of Time. Nynaeve shook her head. So that's why the peddler's wagon stands abandoned. I heard people rushing to meet it, but I couldn't leave Mistress Aelin till her fever broke. Good, bro, just chilling. How about you? Same, man, just chilling like a villain, having a good time about it, just reading some stuff, because we've getting heavy into the reading. I took 2 months off of work, so now we're, doing the stream a lot earlier. So we've incorporated this reading section where we do short stories, and then I read a book, and we are reading Eye of the World, Book 1, Wheel of Time, because I've been putting it off for so long, and I need to read more fantasy, so this is the direction. We're also getting ready for the art arc that will be beginning in October, so preparing for that. Where am I? Queen! What are you doing on Smokey's platform? Smokey's gonna get you if you're not careful. He doesn't need friends over there. He might think he's actually important, and then he'll start streaming, and I'll lose all my viewers. I mean, what viewers? But yeah, it's true, Queen. I never know where I am, especially when I know where I am. It's crazy how the mind works, isn't it? I had to come and step on his turf to remind him who's boss. True, there you go. That's the way to go about it. Council is questioning the peddler about what's happened in Galen, are they? If I know them, they're asking all the wrong questions and none of the right ones. It will take the women's circle to find out anything useful. You spread the love. I have viewers on Kick. Guys, if you take all of my viewers combined, do you know how many viewers I have? 4. Settling her cloak firmly on her shoulders, she disappeared into the inn. Egwin did not follow the wisdom as the inn door closed behind Nynaeve. Oh my god, congratulations, you're level 1, Queen! Yay! There are perks to being on Kick, because there's different systems for Kick and Twitch. There's a level up system for when you talk. The more you talk, the more levels you get. Egwin did not follow... Wait. Yeah, here we are. Woo! Yeah, it encourages people to talk in the chat, right? Egwin did not follow the wisdom, as an indoor closed behind Nynaeve. The younger woman came to stand in front of Rand. The frowns were gone from her face, but her unblinking stare made him uneasy. He looked to his friends, but they moved away, grinning broadly as they abandoned him. A leaf and a emo kid are in a tree. Who falls to the ground first? The leaf. The emo kid hangs himself. It's supposed to be the rope stops the emo kid. The leaf, because the rope stops the emo kid. But you tried, Mike. You tried. That's what counts. You shouldn't let Matt get you mixed up in this foolishness, Rand, Egwin said as solemn as a wisdom herself. Then abruptly she giggled. I haven't seen you look like that since Sen Bowie caught you and Matt up at his apple trees when you were 10. He shifted his feet and glanced at his friends. They stood not far away. Matt gestured excitedly as he talked. Will you dance with me tomorrow? That was not what he had meant to say. He did want to dance with her, but at the same time he wanted nothing so little as the uncomfortable way he was sure to feel while he was with her. The way he felt right then. Corners of her mouth quirked up in a small smile. In the afternoon, she said. I'll be busy in the morning. Then from the others came Perrin's exclamation. A gleeman! Ewan turned toward them, but Rand put a hand on her arm. Busy? How? Despite the chill, she pushed back the hood of her cloak and with apparent callousness pulled her hair forward cover over her shoulder. Last time he had seen her hair was hung in dark waves below her shoulders, with only a red ribbon keeping it back from her face. Now it was worked into a long braid. He stared at the braid as if it were a viper, then stole a glance to the spring pole, standing alone in the green, now ready for tomorrow. In the morning, unmarried women of marriageable age would dance the pole. He swallowed hard. Somehow he had never occurred to him that she would reach marriageable age at the same time he did. Just because someone is old enough to marry, he muttered, doesn't mean they should. Not right away. Of course not, or ever for that matter. Rand blinks. Ever? A wisdom almost never marries. Naveen has been teaching me, you know. She says I have a talent, and I can learn to listen to the wind. Naveen says not all wisdoms can, even if they say they do. Wisdom, he hooted. He failed to notice the dangerous glint in her eyes. Naveen will be wisdom here for another 50 years at least. Probably more. Are you going to spend the rest of your life as her apprentice? There are other villages, she replied heatedly. Naveen says the villages north of the Terran always choose a wisdom from the way. They think it stops her from having favorites among the village folk. His amusement melted as fast as it had come. Outside the 2 rivers. I'd never see you again. And you wouldn't like that. You have not given any signs lately that you'd care one way or another. No one ever leaves the 2 rivers, he went on. Maybe somebody from Terran Ferry, but they're all strange anyway. Hardly like 2 rivers folk at all. Egwin gave an exasperated sigh. Well, maybe I'm strange too. Maybe I want to see some of the places I hear about in the stories. Have you ever thought of that? Of course I have. I daydream sometimes. But I know the difference between daydreams and what's real. And I do not, she said furiously and promptly turned her back on him. That wasn't what I meant, and I was talking about me. Egwin! She jerked her cloak around her, a wall to shut him off, stiffly walked a few paces away, rubbed his head in frustration. How to explain? This was not the first time he had squeezed meanings from words that he never knew were in them. In her present mood, a misstep would only make matters worse. And he was fairly sure that nearly anything he said would be a misstep. Matt and Perrin came back then. Egwene ignored their coming. They looked at her hesitantly, then crowded close to Rand. Moraine gave Perrin a coin too, Matt said, just like ours. He paused before adding, and he saw the rider. Where? Rand demanded. When? Did anybody else see him? Did you tell anyone? Perrin raised broad hands in a swallow gesture. One question at a time. I saw him on the edge of the village watching the smithy, just at twilight yesterday. Gave me the shivers, he did. I told Master Luhan, but nobody was there when he looked. He said I was seeing shadows, but he carried his biggest hammer around with him while he was we were banking the forge fire and putting the tools up. He's never done that before. So he believes you, Rand said, but Perrin shrugged. I don't know. I asked him why he was carrying the hammer if all I saw was shadows, and he said something about wolves getting bold enough to come into the village. Maybe he thought that's what I saw. But he ought to know I can tell the difference between a wolf and a man on horseback, even at dusk. I know what I saw, and nobody is going to make me believe different. I believe you, Rand said. Remember, I saw him too. Perrin gave a satisfying grunt, as if he had not been sure of that. What are you talking about? Egwene demanded suddenly. Rand suddenly wished he had spoken more quietly. He would have if he had realized she was listening. Matt and Perrin grinned like fools. Fell all over themselves telling her of their encounters with the black-cloaked rider, but Rand kept silent. He was sure he knew what she would say when they were done. Naveen was right, Egwene announced to the sky when the two yells fell silent. None of you is ready to be off leading strings. People do ride horses, you know. That doesn't make them monsters out of a gleeman's tale. Rand nodded to himself. It was just as he had thought. She rounded him. And you've been spreading these tales sometimes. You have no sense. Rand al'Thor. The winter has been frightening enough without you going on about scaring the children. Rand gave a sour grimace. I haven't spread anything, Egwene, but I saw what I saw, and it was no farmer out looking for a strayed cow. Egwene drew a breath and opened her mouth, but whatever she was going to say vanished as the door to the inn opened and a man with shaggy white hair came hurrying out as if pursued. End of chapter 3. All right. So now, the tragedy of the monster. This is a really fucking long video. But here we go.
In 1903, a murderer is dragged from her prison up onto a stage in Luna Park, Coney Island for her public execution. Hundreds of people, men, women and children, had gathered to watch the event. They even paid to join the spectacle. A rare thing to see a real monster put to death. You could hear jeering from some in the audience, while others sat in fascinated silence. The murderer, a woman, was just 36 years of age at the time. Just a year before, she had killed a man by the name of James Fielding Blount in Brooklyn, New York. But this was not her only victim. She brutalized another man in Albany just a year before, and two others in Paris, allegedly. One account describes her throwing a man to the ground, kneeling down on him, and crushing his head violently however she could. The reports described the man's body only as mangled horribly in the aftermath. Stories of the monster had been spreading, and the authorities were finally bringing her to justice. Her feet were clamped with electrodes. She tried to throw them off at first, but was eventually subdued, and she let them string her up for her own execution. Maybe she was accepting punishment for her crimes, resigning herself to her fate. Maybe it was a last glimmer of remorse. Not only that, but a noose was placed around her neck just in case the electricity failed. And in case that failed, cyanide. They wanted her dead. With her final rites said, 6,500 volts were sent lancing through her body from a nearby generator. She strained against the ropes and chains for 6 agonizing seconds before she dropped dead, judgment rendered for her crimes. Except, she wasn't a murderer. Her name was Topsy. She was a Southeast Asian elephant caught by poachers as a baby and sold to the faux paw circus around 1880. Her first supposed victim, James Fielding Blount, accounts from the day differ on precisely what happened, but one from the day reads,
Topsy was electrocuted in New York the other day for killing a fellow who fed her a cigarette, which she thought was candy.
Blount waltzed into that tent, intoxicated, offered her something sweet or a drink, and then at the last moment swapped it out and pressed his cigar into the sensitive tip of her trunk, to which she responded, picking him up and hurling him across the room in fear and pain. And her other supposed victims? They were her circus handlers. Circus handlers have long used pain to control elephants in the form of bull hooks, brutal instruments used on the most sensitive areas of the elephant. Needless to say, it is unnecessarily and horrifically cruel. Topsy spent virtually her entire life in captivity, stolen away from her family as a babe, kept in confinement and abused on a daily basis. And then when someone offers her a supposed kindness, it turns out to be another cruelty. Topsy was never a monster. She was never a murderer. She was a victim lashing out at her abusers. And yet, much of the media of the day made her into a monster, describing her variously as a brute, a man-killer, as unmanageable.
She went from bad to worse and killed keepers with such regularity that she finally had to be killed herself. It is a sad end to a meteoric career. She probably deserved the triple she apparently received.
She developed ugly traits, and as she advanced in age, and finally the name man-killer was inseparably attached to her. And at last, it became necessary to end her life in order to protect the showman.
The crimes for which Topsy was executed, it was announced, were 3 murders, and the promise of more if she got a chance.
These words like crime, murder, execution, killer, deserve it, attribute intent and malice to a creature just defending herself, to someone whose strength may be overwhelming, but is not malicious, whose force to bear may be incredible, but is ultimately gentle when given the chance. But the other, arguably more important way these make her into a monster is in how these descriptions obscure her suffering. The vast majority never even giving mention to the reason she lashed out at James in the first place. The violence is never a reaction, but just part of her monstrous nature. You don't execute a dangerous animal, you execute a monstrous criminal. Even the framing of Topsy's death is that of a criminal at the gallows, designed to take away your sympathy, to turn your hatred towards it, to turn Topsy into a monster.
Thanks,
Of course,
Queen. I'm
elephants
retarded.
are not monsters. They are gentle and exceptionally intelligent. They're not violent. They feel grief and compassion. They seek community and love.
I'm dumb.
Topsy's execution was even filmed. Perhaps the first animal death ever caught on film of its kind and distributed so other
Because
people
my
could
OBS is
partake in the
frozen, so I
spectacle
can't
too,
see on OBS.
because they wanted to get their money's worth. And who wouldn't want to watch the execution of a monster? It is impossible to separate humanity from our relationship with the monster. Our oldest stories conjure them up in every form. Our imaginations always return to them, but their nature often says less about the monster and everything about humanity itself. The way it's created, the way we imagine it, where we see it in ourselves and in each other, what we do in the face of it, the monster reveals who we truly are. The monster takes everything we know and turns it on its head, but beware the monster in the window, for it might just be a mirror.
Yeah, I can only eat like 15 of them, and I'm just disgusted.
Almost every monster story is, in one way or another, about you, about humanity. Even in stories where the monster is purely ontologically evil or beyond our understanding, with no redeeming qualities at all, truly deserving of death and destruction, their mere presence can reveal your true nature, for better or worse. Alan Wake is a psychological thriller pitting the titular protagonist against the dark prisons. a supernatural entity intent on brainwashing and exploiting artists to escape into the real world. The Dark Presence helps Alan Wake to use an ancient power, but in doing so can exploit what Alan creates with it for its own ends, as it has to many artists before him. It is an all-encompassing monster. It is the shadow behind every door. It is the voice in the dark, the sickly underbelly of the decaying small town of Bright Falls. It is everything that haunts you. And yet, the story is so much more about Alan than it ever is the monster. Alan is a writer, a drug addict, an alcoholic, unable to cope or be satisfied with the fame he has achieved for himself. He's successful, but not in the way he wants, leaving him stuck with what he calls writer's block. He's resentful of what he has, and not only that, but he pushes his wife away, who is only trying to help him. He's often selfish and prone to fits of anger and ego. And the Dark Presence, well, the Dark Presence is fueled by and helps fuel creative ambition and emotional outbursts. The monster is intimately tied to Alan's mental health struggles and emotional issues. Contending with one means contending with the other. At one point, Alan says,
"Something's wrong. I'm not myself. It's hard to think. There's a shadow inside my head. I can only focus on writing. Everything else is a blur. I'm trapped in this cabin."
This description applies both to the Dark Presence and to Alan's personal issues, and in the final stretch of the game, the Dark Presence even taunts Alan, saying,
"Drop How could you? You don't even love yourself. All you do is torture yourself with work with no joy."
It is forcing Alan Wake into a corner. Who are you? Are you the person who will do right by your wife, or will you succumb to your worst nature? Are you a delusional drug addict, or someone with a grip on reality? And given the greatest creative power in the world, where do you find meaning in your creative work? How do you fight the darkness in your mind? Alan wrestles with where to find light in his life, and in the end, the monster can only be defeated by confronting these issues, in rediscovering creative meaning in his work by giving the monster a narratively logical ending. As Alan puts it himself,
"I understood what I had to do now. I knew how to write the ending to Departure. There's light and there's darkness. Cause and effect. There's guilt and there's atonement. But the scales always need to balance. Everything has a price. That's where Zane had gone wrong. There's a long journey through the night back into the light. It's not a lake. It's an ocean."
guilt and atonement. Wake ends up sacrificing himself for his wife, Alice, and the town of Bright Falls. He grows across the story and doesn't give in to the monster, despite the power it might give him. And faced with the overwhelming threat of the Dark Presence, Alan has to decide what his moral priorities, his personal priorities are, himself or his wife. Will he wallow in self-pity or do something meaningful? The monster always reveals. It should come as no surprise Alan Wake is heavily inspired by the life of Stephen King, another horror writer with a famously complicated relationship with his own work, and the creator of one of the most iconic monsters of all time in his 1986 novel, It. And yet, It has remained influential, an incredibly powerful novel, a touchstone for horror writing all around the world, not merely because of its monster, but because it has always been about characters revealing their true nature in the face of It, nebulously named for the myriad of monsters in the real world. Beverly Marsh's true monster is that of her abusive father, and her story, however flawed, is about her reclaiming her sexuality and control of her life. Likewise, in the face of the monster, Bill overcomes his trauma after blaming himself for his brother's death all those years ago. Like the Dark Presence, the monster in It is both made of their darkest moments and defeated in overcoming them. This is why so many horror stories feel hollow, even if it seems like they fit the Stephen King formula. They think it's about the cool monster, but it's not. Never has been. I will never forget the way King describes It when the kids finally see its true form stripped back.
For an instant, he did see the shape behind the shape. Saw lights, an endless crawling hairy thing which was made of light and nothing else. Orange light, dead light that mocked life.
The shape behind the shape, a mockery, and in that both a reflection of our characters and nothing without them. The monster is the shadow cast on the wall of the flicker of the flame of the human soul. But this is why King does something really clever with his narrative structure in It. He splits it into two timelines, one of them as children and one of them as adults. Because even though they defeat Pennywise as children, the story cannot be allowed to end there. after we see them fall back into their worst inclinations, into those personal struggles again in adulthood. Beverly into an abusive relationship, Bill back to blaming himself, and with that, the monster returns. Metaphorically, it regains power. They have to defeat it again because it's rare to solve these problems on the first shot, and we have to contend with our struggles over and over in our lives, especially as they emerge and evolve into the complexities of adulthood. The monster only has power in the shadow of our struggles because in reality, in the real world, there are few truly evil monsters we can blame our problems on, as easy as that might sound to believe when we're
Ourselves.
children. Much of the evil is so much more human. Most of our hardest struggles, mental health, purposelessness, burnout, abuse, relationships, are so much more universal and hard to kill. Real monsters are rare things. Like Alan Wake, I go through periods of being really happy with my writing, where I am creatively and professionally. I mean, I'm published in good magazines, I am making money from my writing, I am so lucky to be able to do that, and yet at the same time, I cannot shake this underlying persistent feeling that I don't deserve any of this, and yet at the same time, I am not trying hard enough, and I need to be doing more and faster all the time in ways that I just can't keep up with, and I'm always behind. My mental health spirals and goes up and down and side to side. The monster rears its head. Writer Susan Sontag once said, "Depression is melancholy minus its charms." But I think depression is a monster story minus its narrative cohesion. Right now, I am struggling with a lot of that. I find it very difficult to judge myself and where I'm at and how I should feel and which feelings in my head are like real and authentic and are justified, but I'm trying. Ultimately, how we react to the monster is more important than the monster itself. In a way, the monster is only terrifying because of what it draws out of us, only unnerving because of who it forces us to be. And this is why the tragedy of the monster is so often revealed not in the actions of the monster itself, but in the actions of those facing it.
In the 1986 Aliens film, an expedition is sent to uncover what happened to a lost colony when they find themselves up against one of the deadliest monsters in sci-fi, the Xenomorph. Dripping
A
with
perfect
style
being.
and deadly efficiency, the Xenomorph is an unstoppable, non-negotiable force of nature. Despite posing as the kind-hearted friend and level-headed corporate ally to Ellen Ripley at the start, Carter J. Burke betrays the expedition in hopes of securing specimens of the Xenomorph and a big company payout for himself. Greed and cowardice. Like in Alan Wake, like in it, the monster reveals his true character in its crucible, willing to turn on allies at a moment's notice to get what he wants. The tragedy of Aliens isn't a colony being wiped out by monsters, but in that critical moment forced upon them all, faced with the opportunity to be better, Burke allows hundreds to die for company profits, his real nature making the tragedy so much worse than it ever needed to be. At several points throughout the film, he could have saved all their lives, but he chooses not to. He chooses greed and cowardice. He chooses the company. He chooses himself. Mike Flanagan takes this to a fascinating extreme in Midnight Mass, where the monstrous vampire honestly does very little in the story at all. The tragedy is rooted in the slow capitulation of the town to religious fanaticism, to this desire to make their decaying home relevant again. The monster here needs to do nothing but wait for others to reveal their true nature given the chance. And they do.
When we think of stories like the Cult of Jonestown, where in 1978 1,000 people died in a murder-suicide in a similarly slow capitulation to fanaticism, it sounds like the setting of a horror monster story. But it's just us. Just humanity. Always has been. Sometimes, if there is a tragedy to the monster, it is one of our own making.
It's no surprise so many monster stories force our characters into close proximity, cutting us off from the outside world. The inescapable small towns of Alan Wake and King's Dairy, the Antarctic wilderness of The Thing, not unlike the deep space wilderness of Aliens, where nobody can hear you scream. In the case of John W. Campbell's original story, Who Goes There, the isolation even becomes a moral choice, cutting themselves off to ensure the monster doesn't escape out into the world.
There is no excuse, there is no escape, there is just who you choose to be in the face of the monster. Tragedy is so often defined by its pointlessness, by its extremity, and monster stories take reality to its extreme, physically in their settings, narratively in the choices they force us to make, and sometimes we fail. At the end of the day, the monster always reveals. But perhaps the most revealing thing about the monster is not what it does, but how it was created in the first place.
true, like we were saying earlier about
In
our
some cases, the monster's
our
creation
most
reveals very
fucked up
little.
character.
In almost every Godzilla
Their
iteration,
their
the monster
product
is
is
awakened
circumstance.
and empowered by nuclear radiation. Its devastation embodying not only the indiscriminate killing we have already unleashed upon the world, but the uncontrollable escalation of nuclear weaponry itself. Godzilla, even if well-intentioned in later iterations, wreaks havoc wherever he walks and cannot truly be controlled. He is his own entity we have simply awakened. In the original 1954 film, Godzilla is only stopped by an even more devastating weapon, the Oxygen Destroyer, which its creators fear will become the next escalation. Deadly weapons lead to even deadlier weapons.
Unleash the
monster
evil!
of our hubris. But Hidetaka Anno's Shin Godzilla is different, one of the most fascinating iterations we've had yet. Godzilla here is only made monstrous after feeding on nuclear waste humanity dumped into the ocean, rapidly mutating and becoming equally sickly as it is dangerous, forced into twisted, horrific, tortured evolutions of itself. Shin Godzilla draws heavily from the 2011 Fukushima disaster, which saw the release of radioactive material after an earthquake and tsunami, which is why the film's imagery is so evocative of the fallout. The panicking crowds, 1,000 disasters all at the same time, large scale and small, with a focus on the slow, paralyzed government response to articulate exactly what's happening and what to do about it. Because the monster here isn't really Godzilla. It wasn't created by nuclear release so much as it was by government bureaucracy and poor oversight, poor safety standards which led to the accident in the first place, to this nuclear waste being dumped into the ocean. Shin Godzilla is the living embodiment of Japan's regulatory carelessness at the time, and they make a point of how defeating it does
one thing I will say about the Fukushima thing is that of all the nuclear disasters that have happened, Fukushima was the, like, not only was it like one of the worst places because of the water line, because it means that they can't get in. Even I believe to this day they still can't get into the core, and it is still leaking, and it will probably be leaking for like 50 or 60 years. But it had nothing to do with either neglect of a system or a human error. It was natural disaster. It just happened to be that too many things lined up and basically overrode every single one of the safety features to the point that it caused a cascading effect that caused everything to shut down. And that was basically due to flooding of the generators. And that's like, who would have ever thought that would have happened, kind of thing. But it's because of crack in the foundation due to the earthquake that caused the tsunami that caused it to happen.
Address the underlying menace which led to its existence in the first place. The monster here is not the consequence, but the cause. It will rear its head again unless we do something about it.
Again, the menace the monster presents comes from us, but in a different way. After all, much of the suffering and devastation in the world is not a giant fire-breathing lizard that can be destroyed with missiles, but poor public policy. It is lawmaking and regulatory frameworks decided in back government rooms which might seem boring but can wreak havoc on the lives of others. It is poor protections for clean water or sewage. It is an underfunded justice system. It is a lack of community support for those that slip through the cracks. It is inefficiency, which can mutate and evolve into violence and suffering.
You cannot watch these films, read these stories without seeing humanity's mistakes at the heart of the monster. In the case of Alan Wake, the Dark Presence is reliant on the creative power of artists it exploits, using the characters and settings and weapons they create for its own ends. It is an Ouroboros of artistic ingenuity, a monster created by its victim. The relationship is almost parasitic, cancerous.
Monsters created by human experimentation are a dime a dozen, but most of them don't have anything to say beyond, ooh, terrifying. Hidetaka Anno's Shin Godzilla is about how we create a monster, but his work has interrogated that question for a lot longer, because he's more famously known as the creator of the revolutionary 1995 anime Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Evangelion is about, well, it's complicated. It's about kids and mechs fighting titanic creatures called angels, except it's not really about that. The children of Evangelion are forced to commit increasingly brutal acts of violence in the name of this war. Their childhoods sacrificed to the robots they were chosen to pilot. Their own lives and needs and traumas neglected as they're puppeteered by the adults around them. The story opens with Shinji, our protagonist, running away, and yet his father, Gendo Akari, forces him to continue the fight.
Get in the damn robot, Shinji! Genius!
Shinji seeks over and over and over for any kind of real love and validation from those around him, and every single time he is rejected. Abandoned, traumatized, forced to kill his friends, he becomes increasingly unstable, violent.
I told you, Callie! What are you doing back? Get out of here, Callie, before Queen sees you!
For complicated lore reasons, which are hard to explain, Shinji is given the opportunity to destroy humanity as we know it, to just end them all, and he wants to. Why wouldn't he? Why not end his pain, end those who have wronged him? Nothing about this life feels redeemable. His father forced him to be a monster in this fight against the angels, and now he might just be one. It's described as him, quote, taking revenge against reality. He searches for any authenticity in the affection people might give him, but when he finds it hollow, when he finds it conditional in him being useful and violent, he realizes not what he is, but what humanity is. Shinji is marked out by being a very normal kid in a genre which usually doesn't seem
True, Queen.
Not a monster by nature.
Callie can never escape you. Queen, where?
Godzilla, the monster here is created by how others treated him. The cruelty and rejection leading him to justify and normalize violence and destruction. He is pushed into darker desires, and his violence, however wrong,
I wonder if he's gonna go over
ultimately
Ender's
rooted
Game.
in the numbness he now feels.
What you
and
doing,
his
Callie?
avoidable pain. So often, the tragedy of the monster is how unnecessary their violence is, how avoidable it was for them to become this way. The people around Shinji are all Carter J. Burke in their own way. Some want power, some want fame, some want victory, but none want him. It's painful in how obviously avoidable it was from the start, because the truth is, again, we still create monsters and
there's an echo?
cruelties from childhood. We still cause pain in others around us, and sometimes all that pain comes out in the worst ways. None of this excuses what eventually happens, but these stories show us how they do, even if it doesn't mean it's easy to address those problems. Empathy is hard, and Hidetaka Anno's work has always been, on a fundamental level, about empathy.
This is, of course, the Frankenstein story. You might assume the creature fits into the created monster category.
Once we play the Kick stream and the Twitch stream at the same time.
But this is an
Nice,
intentional trick
Queen,
on
that's
part of Mary
sick.
Shelley. The creature, despite being literally made in an experiment, is more like Shinji, not born monstrous, but made vengeful and monstrous by how others raise him and treat him. The monster almost never exists in isolation, and yet we like to pretend it does. I trawled through hundreds of news accounts of Topsy's murder from 1903, and the most common description was as follows.
Several hundred spectators today witnessed the execution by electricity at Coney Island of Topsy, an elephant who had killed 3 men and had recently become unmanageable.
The vast majority of the reports
Took
make
my
no
dumb
mention
meds,
of
I'm
Blount's
dizzy.
cruel trick, nor of the abuse of the circus. The impression
I'm in
it
2
leaves with it is
places.
that Topsy was just
2 places
born
at
this way,
once.
unmanageable and a murderer. Because it's easier to absolve ourselves of our role in their
If you're in 2
creation,
places
to
at
write
once,
them
can you
off
fuck
without
yourself?
easy
Wait, what?
efforts to justify our treatment of them. If the monster has no good in them, then you need not feel any pity. You can wash your hands of any cruelty in life or death. And yet, even labeling them the born monster reveals something about ourselves. And I'm sure there are some people listening to this thinking, well, sometimes there are people who are just monsters who need
It's
to be
immediately where my
dealt.
brain
Sure,
goes.
Sometimes maybe there are.
If only I
But
could
all too
use
often,
the
that's the lazy answer.
Shadow Clone Jutsu.
And yet, many monsters are not
Self-orgy.
made literally or sociologically. They're made
Who
in an
would want to
entirely
know?
more insidious way. It's easier to believe in the monster which is just out there, born that way, because it's harder to think about the monster which never actually existed until we believed in it. And to explain that, I need to tell you about one of the saddest stories I have ever read, The House of Asterion by Jorge Luis Borges.
It speaks of a house of infinite corridors.
I always
rooms,
believe in the
courtyards,
monster.
but no furniture. A house always open to other
That's
people,
why
a house
I
quiet and solitude.
I'm a night
house
owl
so
queen,
vast and
'cause I'm
repeating it
afraid of the
might even
dark.
contain a sea. And inside lives a single man. The man, he assures us, is not mad or decrepit, but he is lonely. He longs for a place with fewer galleries, fewer doors. He speaks of men coming to kill him or perhaps die in this house. Even in a story barely 2 pages long, you cannot help but feel sympathy for Asterion. Borges' story ends with its now famous line.
The morning sun reverberated from the bronze sword. There was no longer even a vestige of blood. Would you believe it, Ariadne? Said Theseus. The Minotaur scarcely defended himself.
Theseus killed him because he saw the monster and asked questions later. In the original myth, the Minotaur is a dangerous monster from birth, trapped by his stepfather in a labyrinth to contain its violence and insatiable hunger for flesh. But Borges asks us to consider it more deeply, that perhaps we built up this image of it as a monster out of fear and prejudice, that we rejected the possibility of its humanity purely because we felt it was a monster. That instinct kicking in, perhaps when they looked at Asterion, they descended into the uncanny valley. Human perception is a powerful thing. It can make a house feel inviting, the darkness frightening. It can transform a child into a monster.
House of Leaves by Margit Danielewski also features the Minotaur in a labyrinth. Sort of. The titular house is this labyrinthine, unknowable, other backroom place, which characters inside the story try to explore and understand, but they sense something else inside it with them. House of Leaves is infinitely interpretable as a book. If you've read it, you will know what I mean. Exactly what is real, not real, what is metaphor, not metaphor, is always up for debate. But perhaps the most interesting interpretation is that the Minotaur is entirely imagined. That it is a monster made up entirely of the belief that the house is this monstrous place. The Minotaur is made up entirely of the feelings of danger and isolation the characters feel there. They never see it.
So, idea for a new short story. You're so scared of the dark. And you're like, so it's like a kid, right? So you're like 8 years old, 7 or 8 years old, let's say. And you're so scared of the dark. And your nightlight burns out. And you literally die from fear.
Maybe hear it, and every time the Minotaur is described, it's captured in terms of the character's own fears and biases. Johnny imagines the Minotaur as this violent, predatory creature with the nature of someone preying on the vulnerable that he saw in his own abusive stepfather. Navidson is reminded of the children he virtually abandoned, his guilt and resentment following him, and perhaps imagining the Minotaur as this lonely, abandoned child. Zampano tries to eradicate all references.
And it's like, you know, he's always tried to sleep with the light on because he's afraid of the dark. His parents are finally like, no, fuck it. You're like 8 years old. You gotta fucking grow up, kid. You know, we got nightlight for you. You're all good. Don't worry about it. You know, he's fine for like a couple months, and then the nightlight burns out, and he's just fucking fucked because he just wasn't prepared for it. You know?
To the Minotaur in the story, crossing it out in the book itself, arguably realizing he created it in his fear of absence, of aloneness in this labyrinthine house. He wanted something to exist. The Minotaur is all of their trauma, but the Minotaur is also them. In the case of both the House of Asterion and House of Leaves, we see how even if the monster does exist in some form, we project our fears and insecurities onto it. We use the monster to convince ourselves we were right about the unnatural, the other, the different, the mad, even right about our own darker natures we see in them. In House of Leaves, we are even told,
King Minos did not build the labyrinth to imprison a monster, but to conceal a deformed child, his child. But if in Chiclett's eye the Minotaur was a son imprisoned by a father's shame, is there then to Navidson's eye an equal misprison in the depths of that place?
Navidson sees the sorrow of an abandoned child, Johnny that of a ceaseless presence with godlike powers which could be anywhere. All those people who gathered to watch Topsy's death saw their fear of the unknown, their fear of the idea that maybe they don't control everything. But of course, the sadder thing about the monster we conjure from nothing is what it does to those people labeled monsters themselves.
Monster Girls Don't Cry by Merc Finn Wolfmore is about 2 girls. one of whom has a mouth with too many teeth, crammed in at strange angles, defying reason and reality. You feel queasy just looking at her when she smiles. It feels wrong. She has 5 shadows, horns and wings. Her spine arches and twists and contorts. The other girl has similar features, but they're less prominent, a touch closer to normal, to human. Their mother has a second and third mouth on her palms. The instinct just looking at them is revulsion. The story follows these 2 girls across their life, their attempts to fit in, to exist on their own terms. The girl with the less prominent features tries to hide them as best she can, to appear less monstrous, and at one point she asks her auntie,
"Why can't Mama take the mouths out?"
Why doesn't she cut them out, she asks, hide them with gloves? The girl tries to file down her horns till they sting and bleed. She clips her wings to stunt their growth. She tries to excise these parts of herself others have told her are monstrous, because she's one of the good ones, she promises. Her sister, though, kind of revels in her, quote, monstrous nature, until at the end of the story, a doctor comes along and virtually kidnaps her to take her to hospital.
She needs medical attention. She has severe physical deformities and is in unstable mental condition, and she needs help. She needs rest, therapy. She needs rehabilitation. We can provide that here.
The doctor drugs her, sedates her, and surgically removes her, quote, monstrous features, plucking out her teeth, cutting away at her wings, rearranging her bones to be the, quote, normal girl, insisting that without it, they wouldn't have a life worth living at all. But why? Of course, neither of the girls were ever monsters, but others painting parts of her body as evil, her very existence as monstrous, led one girl to reject that part of herself, to imagine those parts of her body as twisted, wrong, even immoral, that she has this dark nature she must hide.
Mama never looked like a monster when you were small. You thought all mamas had mouths in their palms to better kiss bruises and scraped knees, and sing lullabies in 2 different keys.
But the other sister speaks to a more violent reality, where the supposed monster won't cut away these parts of themselves we deem disgusting, wrong, objectionable, indecent, then society will justify itself in cutting them away for you. It is impossible not to draw a parallel to the story of Alan Turing, a mathematician, computer scientist famous for cracking the Nazi Enigma code, and also a gay man, who in 1952 was convicted of gross indecency and subjected to chemical castration. Like the second sister, Turing was labeled a monster, a criminal, commonly viewed by society as a sexual deviant, and had to be forced to medically excise that part of himself to control his darker nature. While we don't have exact numbers, tens of thousands of other gay people were subject to electric shock aversion therapy, wherein they were shown pictures of naked men and electrocuted when they were aroused. Some even took home personal shock boxes to do it to themselves, not unlike the first girl who trimmed down her horns despite the pain. Monster Girls Don't Cry is not just about sexuality. It is about all those parts of ourselves we are told over and over are sick and twisted and wrong so often that we start to believe it. Especially when it comes from people we assume know us and the world better than ourselves. Parents, leaders, even our friends. Abused children are often raised thinking they're selfish or liars, that they should keep parts of themselves quiet because they're frustrating and interrupting, and they're not. And yet, we trim our horns, we clip our wings. The most insidious thing about the monster is how it's couched in what so often looks like love, but we've so convinced ourselves is concern that rejecting it makes you the bad guy.
These stories beg us to look more deeply at why we feel something is wrong in another, because the monster is an idea. It exists first in the minds of others, but more importantly in the minds of those named it. Some accounts of Topsy's execution describe her as exhibiting remorse or contrition in her last moments, accepting her fate, as if after living a life for so long being told she's a monster, she almost believed it. When we first meet the dark presence in Alan Wake, it's done through a strange, veiled woman.
Carl couldn't make it. Unfortunately, he was taken ill. But I have the key for you and instructions on how to get to the lake.
Okay.
I wish you a good stay in my cabin. I'll come by later to check how you've settled in. And to meet your wife. I insist.
It's no wonder so many monsters are underpinned by this sense of the uncanny valley, the feeling of looking at something allegedly human but knowing somehow it isn't. That you know instinctually, looking at this woman, for all she appears human, she's not. Changelings are left behind when children are kidnapped, doppelgangers, vampires, werewolves, all these creatures who might talk like humans, walk like humans, sound like humans, but you know fundamentally they're not human. Not quite. That intuition even plays a vital role in many horror stories. It's that instinct that allows some people to survive the monster, to see it coming when others do not. We see people use it in Alan Wake, in It, in The Thing, and by design, these stories trip up our own intuition as we experience them. At the end of John Carpenter's The Thing, MacReady and Childs sit opposite one another, the survivors of this brutal monster. But like in Alan Wake, you can't brush off the feeling something is wrong. Is it MacReady in the way he talks? An off-word here or there, or the way Childs sits, walks? One of them has to be the monster, we think.
These stories ask us to lean into that gut feeling, that even though you can't put it into words, even though it seems irrational, even though you don't have any hard evidence, you're still right. It's still the monster. You know it through disgust, through the itch on the back of your neck, through that twist in your gut. The Uncanny Valley is all about something trying to blend in with humanity, but missing something so fundamental that makes it human, even if you don't know what that is. And yet in that, it marks it out as the other, as the monster, and it justifies whatever feelings and actions we take towards it.
Of course, most stories
You look
follow
like a
intuition
pedophile,
with
so I killed him.
narrative
That,
validation.
yeah,
The monster
it is
suddenly
what it is,
revealing their
right? I mean,
true evil
you
form.
look like a
And yes,
freaking
in
goof.
that, this also reveals the
Fuck it.
danger of this feeling, how easily we slip into it. It's that same intuition which led the Doctor to cut out the teeth of a little girl in Monster Girls Don't Cry. It's that same intuition which led to Alan Turing's chemical castration. That we looked at them, monsters in our midst, who maybe looked and sounded like us, but we just knew they were wrong. That they weren't quite human, and we don't need to understand them because we know deep down what they are. We create our own monsters, but sometimes they're just built out of fear and misunderstanding. Of course, this feeling is very human. It has long been a powerful social and political force, but that's why it is impossible to understand the monster without it. Because again, empathy is hard.
How many monsters can you think of that are trapped somewhere between man and beast? Euripides described the Minotaur as
a mingled form and hybrid birth of monstrous shape. Two different natures, man and bull, were joined in him.
With all the shrewd intelligence of mankind, but the anger and ruthlessness and irrationality of an animal, it can neither exist in the world of men nor the animal kingdom. It transgresses the boundaries we have created, with us on one side, animals on the other, unnatural and thus naturally evil. Echidna is described in Theogony as
a monster unlike mortal men or to the undying gods, half a nymph, glancing eyes and fear cheeks, and half again a huge snake, great and awful, with speckled skin, eating raw flesh beneath the secret parts of the holy earth, who dies not nor grows old all her days.
Neither mortal nor god, neither snake nor woman, neither living nor growing nor dead, the monster is outside the realm of natural things, an aberration, a lawless existence, and in that deserving of death, naturally evil. Myths speak of Argus, a Greek hero, killing Echidna in her sleep. No need to face the monster honestly. She doesn't deserve that. It deserves death in its very existence. The Kalia in Hindu traditions is a half-man, half-venomous snake. It's no surprise Lovecraft's cosmology is full of creatures and entities who defy description.
Pinkish things about 5 feet long, with crustaceous bodies bearing vast pairs of dorsal fins or membranous wings and several sets of articulated limbs, and with a sort of convoluted ellipsoid covered with multitudes of very short antennae where a head would ordinarily be.
Jeff Vandermeer's Southern Reach trilogy are some of the best books I've ever read, and they're all about blurring the line between man and nature. They're written to make you feel uncomfortable. The books don't have the infamous bear scene you get in the film, but it does capture the spirit of the books.
The body had the consistency and the form of a giant hog and a slug commingled. The pale skin mottled with mangy
Why does
patches
that
of light
voice
locks.
kind of sound
The
like
arms and
Callie?
legs suggested the limbs of a pig. Below the stomach were two more appendages which resembled
I don't
fleshy
know.
pseudopods. And perhaps it was part of an intentional pattern, and I could not see those outlines. But it looked like a mistake.
Think about those words. It looks like a mistake. Humans love to categorize, to set down perfect boundaries, to imagine there is some righteousness in the universe by which it may be judged. When we encounter something outside that, we can seek to understand, to empathize, but sometimes we give into that monstrous feeling. This thing is a mistake. And that gut feeling can lead us to reject the possibility of their personhood, of their humanity entirely, to imagine themselves in the same circle as us. This is partly why physical deformities have a long history of association with villains. They, like the Minotaur, transgress too many boundaries, their physical form somehow reflecting their inner, darker, evil nature.
The House of Asterion is a lesson in empathy, but it is also a lesson in perspective. The power of storytelling is the insight it gives us into the experiences of others far different to ourselves, and what is more different than the monster. And it's because of this that games are a uniquely powerful medium, none more so than the works of Yoko Taro and his developers in the Nier series.
In Nier Replicant, you enter a shipwreck filled with rotting corpses in hopes of finding a missing person, but instead you find a small girl, and you soon realize this is a facade. Intuition tells you this thing is not human, it's wrong, and you're proved right. The girl transforms into a vast, tentacled monstrosity, transgressing every boundary of the normal, of the acceptable. Outside the circle, we draw around what is us, a thing out of a Lovecraftian nightmare hell-bent on destroying you. You kill it, because of course you do. But the nuance of Yoko Taro's games comes when you play it through again, in which you see more of the girl's story. The second and third playthroughs are soaked with recontextualization, not unlike the House of Astarion, wherein you realize this girl, Louise, just wants to be human, to be loved. Her last words read,
How could I end up with such a hideous body? And yet, this world is so full of beauty.
The greatest irony here being the entire point of the game is about messing with your expectations of who is human to the point that it's kind of a meaningless distinction, not a helpful label, and you're probably wrong anyway. Like Topsy, the monster is often measured in just how far it is from our expectations of the human, how far outside they are of that little circle we've drawn. But is that really the line for what makes a life valuable? Is wanting to be loved not the most typically human thing we have? Even though Louise's actions in the game are ultimately unjustified, Yoko Taro is making a point about that instinctive reaction not only the characters, but the player has to draw that line around the human, and how terrible we are at doing it.
We created this game called Nier, and after the world experienced the 9/11 terrorist
Joe
attacks
Scott!
and the war in Iraq, we were just being bombarded with updates of terrorist organizations and activities, even in Japan. That's when my opinion changed. The vibe I was getting from society was, you don't have to be insane to kill someone. You just have to think you're right.
Oh my god, so
that's why I made
true.
Nier a
Damn,
game
that
revolving
aged
around
so
this
well.
concept of being able to kill others if you think you're right, or everyone believes that they're in the right. So these were games that made me think about what it means to kill. Truly believe that games are a medium that allows the player to find their own answers to these questions.
In games, the characters' actions become our own, their guilt becomes ours. We are active participants, accomplices in the killing, even joyous in it. We have this instinctual unwillingness to investigate any deeper because of how monstrous she appears, how different she is, how far from us she feels. Unlike the House of Asterion, a game implicates us in its narrative, even if we're set on a narrow path. Every playthrough reveals more context, the monsters we face being humanized, but more importantly, it reveals how easily we take in a narrative about another unquestioningly.
It was why I decided to frame Topsy as a criminal at the start before revealing who she was. Simply by positioning ourselves from the perspective of Nier, we're more likely to sympathize with and justify his actions, to see ourselves as human and the other as less than. Both Nier and House of Asterion know this and use that on a structural level. But the monster isn't just made from transgressing boundaries of physical appearance. There's an even more fundamental boundary at the heart of all of this. And to understand that, I need to tell you about one of the most fascinating explorations of the monster I have ever read.
Wide Sargasso Sea is a 1966 novel by Jean Rhys, famous for being a parallel story to Charlotte Bronte's 1847 Gothic romance novel Jane Eyre, telling the same story but in a different way, not unlike the second playthrough of a Yoko Taro game. Jane Eyre follows an orphan girl across her harsh life. She is abused and neglected in her childhood, but forges ahead anyway, until she meets Edward Rochester, a Byronic hero and rich man. They fall for each other almost immediately, before strange things start happening at his estate. Voices in dark corridors, Jane hears strange laughs in the walls. A servant is assaulted, someone sets a mysterious fire, and a woman sneaks into her room at night and rips up her wedding veil in front of her. It is only on their wedding day that Jane learns that Edward is already married to someone else, a woman called Bertha Mason, who went mad and became violent, and Edward was forced to keep her locked away in a hidden room of his house to protect himself. And yet, I cannot stop thinking about Bronte's description of Bertha.
Fearful and ghastly. I never saw a face like it. It was a discolored face. It was a savage face. I wish I could forget the roll of the red eyes and fearful blackened inflation of the lineaments. The lips were swelled and dark, the brow furrowed, the black eyes wide, raised over the bloodshot eyes. The vampire. I became insensible from terror.
Everything in this description begs us to disregard her as human and label her the monster, just like in the news reports of Topsy, irrational, violent, deserving of her fate. The book even goes out of its way to tell us that she was born this way genetically, from a long line of foreign, violent madwomen. A monster by nature, by blood, like the Minotaur, like the Monster Girls, like Louise. And in fact, at the end of the novel, Edward is even noble enough to save Bertha after she tries to burn his house down. Wide Sargasso Sea tells this same story from the perspective of the monster, Bertha Mason. In fact, Rhys points out that her name isn't even Bertha, it's Antoinette. We see her poor upbringing, how she was forced into marriage, the traumas she undergoes, and how Edward exploits her situation. He forces the name Bertha on her, erases her past, and cuts her off from home and family, now bound to him legally and helpless. Her mental health deteriorates because, of course it does. Though angry and depressed, she is not a maddened monster. But Edward locking her away drives her to darker thoughts. She fantasizes about burning the house down and escaping until, surely, she does. Antoinette isn't just labeled a monster because of her physical appearance, which too is a product of her neglect, but because she resisted being forced into this box of a docile, controlled wife in Victorian 19th century England, right down to changing her name. Rochester's fondness only extends insofar as she lives up to this idea he has of what a British wife should be. In the book, Antoinette begins to wear a dull, grey dress instead of the vivid and sensual red one we saw before, losing herself physically and psychologically, and being reframed as the mad monster woman in the attic. In her own words,
There are always two deaths. The real one, and the one people know about.
Topsy wasn't just the monster because she was big and dangerous and the murderer. The overwhelming theme and explanations for her death came down to a single word: unmanageable. Topsy's crime wasn't just killing Blount, but that she transgressed the role that humanity had made for her in this world, as obedient slave, voiceless animal, public spectacle, pet. Topsy and Antoinette were both simultaneously alienated in such a way that they could not help but lose themselves in that struggle, but then blamed as being the unmanageable monster by nature. Just as it justified Topsy's death, it also justifies Antoinette's imprisonment and the vicious surgery on the monster girl. These stories about the creation of a monster are inseparable from the monsters we make of each other in society and the cruelty that ends up justifying every day. And the deeper we look into that history, the darker it gets. 1400 years ago, a man brought his son to a priest at Lindisfarne. The boy howls and tantrums, trying to destroy everything around him, even tearing at his own flesh. The priest immediately diagnosed his condition. He was possessed by a demon, and he began the exorcism. In the 1600s, priest John Dee writes of diagnosing a nurse as possessed after her suicide attempt. Historic medical records speak of melancholics who saw before their eyes terrible and frightening black shapes, which many in the day assumed as demonic. One account speaks of a man who might be happy one day and broken the next, as if in a tormented fight with a demon inside him. Mental illness has a long history of being interpreted as demonic in some way, as associated with evil. Hysteria, epilepsy, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, self-harm, sudden fixation or staring, obsession, suicide. This idea that the person has been overtaken by a monster in some way, that when you look at them, there is less of a human there. Exorcisms have been dramatized over the last 50 years with the likes of the 1973 Exorcist film. But this is not to say our treatment of the mentally ill has been any less traumatic. While many exorcism practices are largely unintrusive, the boy at Lindisfarne is described as being cured by drinking a little holy water, other accounts speak to a much darker treatment. The possessed being tied down against their will, even beaten, but attributing the blows to the demon. In 1967, Anne Elizabeth Michel died at the age of 24 after 67 exorcism attempts, during which she stopped eating or drinking. The monster must have had a really good grip on her. After all, she had been diagnosed with a kind of psychosis from a young age and had been dealing with depression and suicidality for years. The priest and her parents were convicted of negligent homicide, and other similar stories speak of trying to starve out the demon in the same way. And unofficial exorcisms can be even more extreme. In just 2005, a Romanian woman was treated for schizophrenia before being bound to a cross, gagged, and left in a room without water or food, in which she died. While medical understanding advanced over time, there remained this underlying belief that the mentally ill were somehow innately more violent, dangerous, monstrous, and that the only way to deal with that is with extreme measures, often violent and cruel. That mental illness is somehow a reflection of a character flaw, of moral weakness. I am here at North Wales Hospital, or what remains of it. You can see it behind me right now, otherwise known as the Denbigh Asylum, where 82 years ago they carried out many of the United Kingdom's first lobotomies. In 1942, 24 patients were selected here for the procedure, one of which died. The lobotomy procedure evolved over time, but it often involved driving a needle-like instrument called a leucotome through the eye with a mallet to target the frontal lobes of the brain, responsible for much of how we think, how we feel, our pain, but also our identity. Over 20,000 lobotomies were performed in the UK alone, many of them right here, in that building. William Grant was the pioneer of lobotomies in the UK, pushing them as a cure for anxiety, depression, self-harm, schizophrenia, who knows, you name it. Using it liberally, sometimes multiple on one person, the Institute took that and ran with it. And for much of its history, Sir Grant and hospitals like this one enjoyed a large degree of medical autonomy in a world where medical consent mattered a lot less. Of the first 20 patients ever subjected to a lobotomy, most could not consent to the operation, and some actively resisted. One woman tried to escape while it was happening, tearing out her anesthetic needle, ripping off her bandages and crying, "They've tried to kill me twice, but I'm still here." Needless to say, lobotomies have an unusually high mortality rate. Many of those subjected to them were depressed or anxious or schizophrenic. Many were prone to self-harm, but they were not necessarily beyond the methods of therapy of the day. In fact, one of the most consistent factors in people being subjected to lobotomies is that they were, like Topsy, unmanageable, difficult. While the procedure was not without controversy in its day, it was touted by many, including Sir Grant, as a miracle cure. In fact, the originator even won the Nobel Prize for it in 1949. Walter Freeman, the American pioneer of psychosurgery, who performed thousands in his lifetime with a 14% death rate, kept careful accounts of his operations. In one, he described how he is forever fighting the meanest woman prior to her lobotomy, and afterwards just how she giggles a lot.
The same results of the lobotomy that today might have been constructed as signs of brain damage, emotional flatness, were interpreted as positive qualities within the framework of shared community life.
Is this so unlike the exorcisms of days past? The methods change, but it's still people struggling with mental illness being subject to violent supposed cures under the false belief it might fix the monster inside them. even hear the monster reveals. Society has long made people struggling feel like they are lazy and broken and unpredictable and violent and dangerous and other and unsolvable and unmanageable with these dark, hidden, twisted natures. They've been considered less human, less valuable to society, and that's been used to justify even more extreme measures of dealing with them, because the only way to deal with a monster is violence and cruelty. Maybe because it's easier to believe that, it feels more straightforward. Because if it goes wrong and if the person dies or suffers more deeply, it's only because the monster was so strong, so overwhelmingly powerful that not even our greatest, most extreme efforts could cure them. It only reinforces the belief in the monster inside them. Or because violence is quick. Famously, the lobotomy is a 10-minute procedure, in and out, and you're fixed. While real healing is long and inconsistent, because understanding is hard and empathy is complicated. I spoke before about how many of the evils in society don't come from villains or monsters, but from the cracks in the way our society works. Inefficiencies. The North Wales Hospital is otherwise known as Denbigh Asylum. It opened in 1848 as an attempt to bring better care to those who needed it, but poor funding and poor lawmaking, like the 1890 Lunacy Act, transformed the hospital into something much closer to an overcrowded workhouse, where therapy began to decline and cruelty, enabled by secrecy, grew. Not only were the people kept here heavily stigmatized as dangerous and worthless, but it opened up a crack in which any procedure which could get these people out of the hospital and back into society flowed. Of course, it's important to note that sometimes these people were truly just trying to do what they thought was best medically, be it an exorcism or a lobotomy. But at the same time, when we actually look at the stories of how these practices were used on people struggling with mental illness and why, we see another darker story.
The selected subjects formed a large part of the most violent, hostile, noisy, excited, destructive or obscene cases in the hospital, the type who distress their relatives, upset the other patients, and consume the time and energy which could be put to so much better use by the staff.
All too often, the lobotomy was not instigated by the patient, nor with any real informed consent, but by frustrated relatives. By people who were sick of having to deal with this. In some cases, just to clear beds in the hospital, as happened here in North Wales. And this was an easy way to say that their symptoms or their problems had abated, had gone away. I think it is impossible to separate the violence and cruelties of exorcisms and lobotomies from the fear, resentment, and disgust people have had towards those struggling with mental illness today and throughout history. Our feelings towards mental illness, towards those people, define which methods we're willing to use, which extremes we're willing to go to, and that cruelty comes out in social isolation and rejection as well. One of the things I was surprised to learn when researching this video is that a sizable majority of the people subjected to lobotomies were women, more likely to be accused of hysteria and violence, which needed to be cured, fixed, which was unmanageable. Lobotomized people often did exhibit less self-destructive tendencies or schizophrenic symptoms after their operation, but targeting their brain like that often destroyed a lot more of their identity. Let me ask you this. Would Antoinette have been subjected to an exorcism or a lobotomy, and would that really have solved the problem at hand? Or would that have just told us more about Edward and how he treated her? Would that really have cured the monster in this story? Or how about when Topsy was dragged up onto that stage in 1903 for her own execution? Would they not have attempted an exorcism or a lobotomy if they could? It would have been quicker, 10 minutes in and out, fixed. Probably cheaper as well. Was it just too expensive to rehabilitate her, too frustrating to deal with her on a daily basis? No, she was just too unmanageable. The image of the mentally ill monster persists today. The game Outlast sees you pitted against a horde of homicidal mental patients in a psychiatric facility. Split, not unlike the Minotaur, blurs the line between man and animal, with multiple personality disorder meaning someone becomes violent, a beast, uncontrollable, and ultimately deserving of violence in a way. The film tries to invoke sympathy towards the end, claiming mentally ill people are somehow more evolved, but evolved into a monster, it seems to suggest. Of course, attitudes towards mental health have come a long way these days, especially in the last 20 years, and that is great. But, of course, the truth is mental illness can feel like a monster is inside of you, just not in the ways we often talk about it. It is difficult to contend with. It can make you feel like you are not yourself, so that when you look in the mirror, you see something which is allegedly human and talks like a human and looks like a human and walks like a human, but something deep down inside of you is saying that it isn't, that it's lesser, and it coils its way around something deep inside of you so that it blurs the line between yourself and your struggles, and you wake up in the morning and you start to wonder if there's anything left of you at all, because it takes away your passions and your loves and what you want to do, and you just lie there. And it does make you difficult and unmanageable for yourself and for others. Do not get me wrong. And sometimes it feels like the only way you can deal with that is to hurt yourself mentally or physically, and then you go out and people look at you and you feel that first death that everyone knows about. Until one day, you realize this loop you've been stuck in isn't a loop. It's a spiral, and it goes up and down. But importantly, you tell yourself it can go up. There is still that long journey through the night and into the light, and you will get worse and better and so much worse and better until one day you look in the mirror and you finally feel like you're seeing something human again, even if it's not the same one you knew all those years ago. And you realize your pain is not a lake, something you are trapped in, but you are an ocean wider and deeper than you ever thought, of which your pain is but one small part. I am no stranger to feeling a monster in myself, but right here, right now, I feel human. Sometimes we create the monster, sometimes we are it. And sometimes the monster is a constant companion for years at a time, and you have to learn to love the parts of you it was born from. Empathy is hard, often especially for yourself. It's what Alan Wake has to learn. It's what the kids in It have to learn. I talked about Neon Evangelion at the start of this video, about how Shinji becomes a monster wanting revenge on the world. But Shinji doesn't take his revenge in the end, because another person reaches up in his darkest moment and touches his cheek tenderly, shows him love and understanding for the first time in too long. If the most important thing about the monster is what we do when we face it, then empathy is the most profound weapon we have. It's no wonder I couldn't stop thinking about Nikita Gill's plea in the final verse of her poem, The Truth About Monsters. So when you see a monster next, always remember, do not fear the thing before you, fear the thing that created it instead. It was a real privilege to come out here to North Wales Hospital. Mental health has always been an issue close to my heart. I've done a lot of work with it in my life. And it's amazing that I am able to just make videos, make projects that I am passionate about. You know, mental health and storytelling. I don't know how long I just spent talking about Jane Eyre and Wide Sargasso Sea, but I did. So thank you. You know, you made this possible. And if you like videos and projects where people talk about stuff that they're just really interested in, that they go in depth about, that they're fascinated about, if you like that, then you would love Nebula. You know, they are another big reason that I am able to make videos like this at all. I do not take many sponsors, but I am taking Nebula for a couple of reasons. Because Nebula allows creators to make bigger, better, more interesting, more in-depth stuff like this video that's already over there right now, including, by the way, fiction. Like awesome stories like The Sojourn. The Sojourn is a sci-fi space opera audio drama about an expedition to the Tantalus cluster, which I genuinely love, as in I loved it so much, I went and talked to my agent, Dave, and he loved it so much that he got The Sojourn to join Nebula. They're genuinely incredible. If you like stuff like The Expanse and Star Trek, you would love stuff like this. You can listen to it right now over there. Or there's Dracula's Ex-Girlfriend, which itself is about a monster, right? It's about the monster out there and the monster in our minds. It's about mental health, touches on that too. Nebula is made by and for creators. That's another reason that I took it as a sponsor. And there are a ton of creators on there making videos like this one, including a bunch of exclusive stuff there too, if you want to check that out. I want to support
Would
creative
you have to
efforts
pay
like
to
Sojourn.
use
I think
Nebula?
awesome.
That's
I
always
wanna
been
see
my
more
biggest
of
thing,
that
isn't
stuff
it?
online, but we can't necessarily do it through YouTube. It's just not necessarily financially able to be done, which is why it's even better that Nebula is cheap. In fact, you can get 40% off right now if you click my link down in the description.
You gotta
below. And
fucking
it is, by
pay
the way,
for it.
important that you click my link because it tells Nebula that I sent you there, and that helps me, that helps you, and helps me make more videos like this. Nebula is very much built to curate some of the best creators out there, especially in the educational sphere, which I am a part of. There's amazing video essays, and it's quickly becoming one of the biggest independent platforms online right now. Tons of the best creators online who talk narrative and writing are on there right now. You know, Tail Foundry,
Nebula
Lindsay
free?
Jackie Geller, all those sorts of people. Or, by the way, if you
No.
want way more than that,
Well,
there's
I'm not
gaming
using a
content
phone
and
that you
news
gotta
content
pay
like
to
TLDR,
fucking put your shit
journalism,
on. That
engineering,
sounds so
science,
dumb.
Even game shows like Jetlag, which is legitimately just one of the best shows I've seen in a long time. Nebula is our answer for...
Alright, you gotta pay for it. Fuck that. Alright, well, that's another Hello Future Me video down, guys. We got one more video after this. A very, very short one. Oh, I don't know why that didn't go through. A Kyle Hill video. Kyle Hill. Nuclear historian reacts to Metal Gear Solid. Hell yeah. I haven't played Uprising yet. Or Rising.
Dang it!
The hair is not camouflage.
The Metal Gear series of video games is famous for many reasons. It's stealth espionage action. It's futuristic ideas. It's overt creepiness. But know it or not, it's also famous for its nuclear policy. So today, being something of a nuclear snake, myself, I think it's time we answer the question, does anything in the Metal Gear universe make any sense from a nuclear perspective? And I actually got a nuclear weapons historian to help us answer those questions today. But first... Dang it, Kojima-san!
Now entering the facility.
Before we start full-on critiquing this man for some silly and not so silly ideas, credit where credit is due. Hideo Kojima has repeatedly and rightly used the Metal Gear series to highlight the absurdity of nuclear weapons and nuclear weapons policy. The only thing crazier than a fat man on roller skates sipping wine with a straw like a psychopath while planting bombs everywhere is the fact that we've been about, I don't know, 45 minutes from all of civilization ending for the last 80 years, continuously, and that's because of nuclear weapons. So thank you, Kojima-san, for making messages that many aren't thoughtful enough to make in the first place, and thank you for some truly amazing and inspired design work. In fact, I'm printing one of your Metal Gears right now as we speak. Now, it's time to speak to a nuclear weapons historian. Holy crap, Hideo has the word hide in it.
Whoa.
Whoa. Dang it!
It's a moving cardboard box. What did you expect?
Well, it works in the game, Arya. This is Professor Alex Wellerstein, nuclear weapons historian. You probably recognize his work in the Nuke Map website that we've been using for over a decade. He very graciously took the time to talk to us about everything from commandos named after states of matter to walking tanks. And funnily enough, it turns out that a Metal Gear isn't even the craziest nuclear weapons platform he's ever heard of. Damn it!
I am a professor at the Stevens Institute of Technology. I am a historian of nuclear weapons, and I've been doing this for 20 years or so now. I have a PhD in the history of science, and I wrote a book on the history of nuclear weapon secrecy. I have a new book on Truman and the bomb coming out later this year, and this is kind of what I do. I do nuke stuff all the time.
From a historical perspective, does having a mobile platform for a nuclear weapon make sense? Has it been done before? And would it provide any advantage?
So there have been as many delivery vehicles pursued research-wise as you can like imagine, right? Like just ones that never got built, just bizarre ones, way weirder. There have not been bipedal tanks, but we can talk about other things. But there have been way weirder things that were actually researched. My favorites, if we're picking like weird delivery.
Oh yeah, give me the weirdest one you can think of.
Well, Project Pluto is famously weird, right? This is a nuclear rocket, so it's a rocket that runs with a nuclear reactor, right, as its propellant method. It's a nuclear cruise missile that is like intercontinental in range and would sort of like pop H-bombs out the top of it as it went. And like they never built this. This is like a very difficult thing to pull off, but like this was like very carefully studied. They built nuclear rockets, they tested them. There are things where it's like they spent a lot of money on a nuclear reactor powered bomber. So this is a bomber with a nuclear reactor in it, so that you'd never have to land for fuel reasons. But of course, if it crashes, it's got a nuclear reactor in it. And also like the amount of shielding you need to have a human being flying with a reasonably sized nuclear reactor is extensive, and that doesn't work so well with an airplane, and et cetera. The other one I really love, so there's a very small nuclear weapon. The smallest one the United States ever did was called the Davy Crockett. And so this is a weapon that weighs like 80 pounds. Like it's very small. It's very low yield, much lower than the Hiroshima bomb.
Right, and it's actually featured in one of the games.
It's a famous, it shows up in the Fallout game, basically also those, for example, of like, it's like your man-portable nuclear weapon. And you can, the main way you use it is it's a recoilless rocket. So you're using like a mortar, basically, a very small mortar. But that's not even the fun bit. The fun bit is one of the other ways they thought about using it. They were at the same time, this is the 1960s, looking into basically flying cars. So they had a thing called an air jeep that was developed, and it's basically like a cross between a helicopter and a jeep. Looks very unstable, right? It's like big fans under your Jeep, and they wanted to mount the Davy Crockett onto the air Jeep. And like, I just love the like 1960s-ish of this. Like, what if we had a flying car with nukes on it? Like, how cool would that be? And it's not a good idea.
Boys being boys.
Is presenting gamers with futuristic ideas they've never seen before, with Metal Gear being an example. However, the United States and other nuclear powers did in fact look into mobile weapons platforms that may have made a bit more sense.
You should get a mullet.
I will never get a mullet.
We did look at mobile ones. We looked at ones that you could go on a train, rail mobile, so you could have a train with a nuke in it, and what you do is just have like lots of these going around all the time, and some would be empty and some would not.
Oh man.
So we also did look into road mobile, and the Soviets actually produced road mobile. So road mobile means basically a very big truck that can hold missiles. And we did this for short range missiles for sure, but we also looked into them for long range. And the Soviets had intercontinental road mobile. So like the advantage of being mobile is you're hard to target because you can have this thing moving around. You can have it in, especially if you're talking about earlier in the Cold War, where you don't have constant satellite communication and you can't like look for infrared signatures. Like it's very hard to see in real time something that's even something that's very large, to keep track of it in real time before you have sort of constant, even with constant satellite stuff, it's not easy. So the point is, like, if you're road mobile, you're hard to target. And so you don't have to worry that if you get attacked first, you won't be able to retaliate.
Right, right.
Now, you might say, if you can do this, why would you bury them? Why have a silo then? And the answer is, it's way cheaper to just like dig a hole in the ground than to try to keep things moving constantly. It's maybe safer in many ways, or you build, and this is especially early in the Cold War, you build the hole in the ground so that they really have to hit it exactly on the nose to destroy it. You really, harden it up.
Like what Trump did in Iran.
Springs, so that, like, if they did hit it directly, sure, they knock it out. But it's going to be really hard for them to target something as small as, even with the nuclear weapon, something that's the size of basically a house is really hard to hit on the nose. Now, later they get more accurate weapons and they get bigger weapons. There's ways around this. But you're basically saying, okay, if you want to try and target us, go ahead. But you're going to need like 10 nukes per silo, and we can just make 1,000 silos, so it's not going to happen. So the point is, there's like different answers to this problem, and the technology changes. So like if they get too accurate, then your old answer might not hold anymore. But that's why like the US doesn't end up, mostly for money reasons, ends up not going down the mobile route. It's not like a terrible idea, but like and again, the Soviets do it, and the Chinese, I believe, have some road mobile. Like, it's not the worst approach.
Remember, in Metal Gear, we're not talking about superpowers duking it out with nukes. We're talking about rogue actors like Shadow Moses. So maybe if the detection technology wasn't up to snuff and you wanted to strike without warning with a nuclear warhead, a Metal Gear does make some kind of sense? What would... Arya, don't do that. It's extremely triggering. You should make it your ringtone.
I was gonna say you should make that a redeem.
It's what you need.
It's probably copyrighted though.
To you, what kind of credibility is the term that's used in the literature? If you're gonna say, look, if you nuke me, I'll nuke you back.
Yes.
That has to be credible if you want them to take it seriously, right? And so if your bomb is the size of a Winnebago and you can't move it without them seeing it, that might not look very credible, right?
Sure. Or the size of a giant tank walking on two legs around.
Right. It's a little odd, right?
Yeah.
On the other hand, if your giant tank is just on your own territory and you can hide it, or you could put it under camouflage, and they can't do real-time intelligence updates anyway because they don't have overflight capabilities yet, or if they do, they're delayed by a significant amount of time. If it takes a week to get your pictures back, then like,
oh sure,
who cares, right? Okay,
we knew it was over there in that time. Yeah,
right. How do you target that? It's going to be a lot harder. It's not crazy.
I got to be honest. It's not crazy is not what I expected a nuclear weapons historian to say in relation to the Metal Gear series, but it's not. There are mobile nuclear-equipped platforms right now. Nuclear-equipped submarines. What is crazy, though, is the whole walking bipedal reptilian tank part of Metal Gear. You know, like the whole part. The rest of it.
I don't understand why it's a big deal that they have an ICBM on a tank. Like, I don't get why this is the, like, existential threat that's worth, like, worrying about clones and sneaking into presumably enemy territory and risking an international incident. Like yeah, it's not ideal if your enemy has road mobile ICBMs, but the US basically just took for granted that, like, well, yeah, they'll do that, and so we'll do our own thing, and we'll threaten to kill them, and they'll threaten to kill us, and like, we would not risk trying to, like, take out one of their weapons. Also, because why wouldn't they just build another one, right? Like, we don't have 80 million guys, and they do have a whole military-industrial complex. We can't just constantly sabotage every one. Why not just not care? I wouldn't care if they had a rogue. It would be amazing if they had a walking tank that shot nuclear weapons. That'd be amazing. It would not change the strategic situation one iota. Like, it doesn't do anything politically if, like, haha, look at our amazing... Who cares? You already have them on submarines. It doesn't change anything.
This is a beautiful model of Metal Gear Rex. I printed it with the help of my new Form 4 Formlabs resin printer. I printed it out of tough, 1,500 resin because I want it to be rough and tumble like an actual tank, and I want it to be nearly indestructible like it kind of is in the Metal Gear series. But I printed this because I wanted to use this model to really show you one of Dr. Wellerstein's points more thoroughly. What's actually scary about a Metal Gear? It's not that it's a tank, it's that it can fire nuclear weapons, right? But in reality, you wouldn't be doing this on the battlefield. You would be doing this from hundreds, if not thousands of kilometers away. So a walking tank might be harder to predict and track and target, but it doesn't need machine guns and the walking parts and an ability to roar like a dragon for some reason, because this would not be on the front lines. And it still wouldn't deter a country like the United States or China from targeting you with hundreds, if not thousands, of in-place missile silos and wiping you off the face of Shadow Moses. Shadow Moses. I think the impression's fine, Thor's hammer. Leave me alone. What would be a lot scarier than this is if you had a nuclear weapons platform that was undetectable, could be anywhere on any coastline at any time, and could launch enough nuclear missiles from just one platform to debilitate
all the
an
submarines
entire
in the fucking ocean?
in less than 10 minutes. Oh, what's that, Mjolnir? Those are today's nuclear submarines?
Yeah.
Well, that's terrifying.
Yeah.
The question I would put, and this is not a critique of the game because I don't think it's trying to do this, is like, does this tell you much about nuclear weapons? And my sense is no. This tells you we've made an excuse to make a game where you're really sneaky and you have this very high stakes, and that's fine. That's a great plot for a game. But like, I don't think it's gonna, anybody, it sounds like, would come away from this thinking, aha, I understand the nuclear threat now, or I understand the options. Like, the premise of the game itself, separate from the nuclear, of these like sneaky commandos going in and doing all of this, wrecking all this havoc and killing how many people? Probably a lot all the time while you're sneaking around as a box.
Yeah.
Like there's a reason we don't actually do that. And I'm not criticizing it. That's the point of the game. I get it. It's meant to be a game. I get it. It's fun. But like, that's the part that's the most unrealistic. It's like the whole premise. It would be different if it was like, all right, we have one weird special ops mission. We got to go find Osama bin Laden. Like, that's a real thing. That kind of thing does happen. But like this like, we're going to sneak in commandos into the Soviet Union and destroy important strategic assets. Like, that's a terrible idea. Like, no president is going to greenlit this kind of thing because it's just a dumb idea. Like, you would be way better off just like, either, if you can't negotiate with them, just building your own nuclear armed tanks, right? Like, fine. Like, that's usually the U.S. response. Or going to them if you think they have this missile system that you don't like. And we have done this in the Cold War. We did this in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. And we said, you know, why don't we just agree to not build these things? That's my big, if I was going to say, a lot of these games that use nuclear, it's in this way, which is different than like the Fallout, the wars already happened way, but it's sort of a like big bad control fantasy, right? You need to go in there, be the hero of the day. It's like the opposite of the you're the chosen one. Yeah. It's like you need to destroy the chosen one because it's bad, right? Like, yeah. and I get it. That's fine. I don't think that teaches you much about the real world. That doesn't mean it can't be very fun. What if the problem isn't they're building one big mecha tank, right? That's not that important, right? What if it's one of their scientists has gone rogue and is trying to sell things to other countries, and we need to like trace out his network of how this happens, and then does their government know if he's doing it or not? That's a real thing. That happened. That's Pakistan. That's AQ Khan. Like, you could, that's a
Manhattan
real
Project, yeah.
Its own version. What if it's, and also from the Manhattan Project, what if it's, we need to know if they are doing a nuclear program. So we need you to sneak in there in a box and, or, you know, pose as somebody or not, and then get close to these people and then get a sample and then talk to him. We've done that. We've done that with lots of countries. We did that during the Manhattan Project. There was a famous case of, he's a catcher, a baseball player, Mo Berg. and he posed as somebody he wasn't and met Werner Heisenberg during World War II and with a gun in his pocket and was going to shoot him if he thought Heisenberg was implying that the Germans would have a nuclear weapon. And instead, Heisenberg seemed like he was resigned to the fact that they were going to lose the war. And so he reported back, like, didn't need to kill him. I don't think they have a bomb. Like, that's a real plot. You could do
That's
that.
incredible.
That's way more, to me, that using the real types of things. And this is also the value of history, is it gives you plausible, even if
That's what I love
ridiculous
about this kind of thing. You have to take the real world into your writing and create these worlds that feel real because they're based off of reality. And reality is
I'm not saying everything
crazier
has to
than
be this,
fiction.
but it is a fun challenge for me to think about, like, well, how would you do this differently if you were trying to actually get at deeper issues? And what is the issue you're trying to even get at? Does the game actually match up with that or not?
You know, I've been tough on Hideo Kojima in the past. For example, I've been public in saying that I don't think Death Stranding is actually a game. But again, credit where credit is due. Not only is the Metal Gear series not the craziest thing an actual nuclear weapons historian has ever heard of, it is clearly a series that actually cares about nuclear non-proliferation and crazy nuclear policies. And for that, it should be commended. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some sneaking to do, uninterrupted. Dang it, Kojima!
Now exiting the facility.
Thank you so much to Dr. Alex Wellerstein for taking the time to speak with us today. If you want to
That
pre-order
is
his new book, it's down
another
in the
Kyle Hill
description.
video.
And
He
if you
is
want to see
fantastic.
the full
Check him
uncut
out.
75-minute interview where we talk about everything from AI to Metal Gear, go to patreon.com/Kyle Hill.
No,
And
it's under
only
the
place that you can get
Patreon.
that
How
is on
dare
Patreon,
you.
just like the new Office Hours podcast with me and my young ward Adef. If you want to
Alright, so now we have the commentary for the power of flags.
Ava's 64 is now following.
Ava
Thank you for
64,
following Ava
thank you for the
64.
follow.
I hope you're
How's it
enjoying the stream
going?
less than 3
Hi,
days.
sweetie. The Hatred was just telling me used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What, why? Are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. Now it makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice?
Thank you for the follow. How's it going? True, it's Toke time. I don't think I wrote down any notes for this. No, so we're just gonna wing this. But how's it going, Avis? How are you? What are you up to today? Playing Duolingo or Duolingo will be angry. Ah, yes. I feel that very much so. Don't want to lose your streak. Alright. Commentary for today is about flags. Blowing your mouth. True. Okay, so let's say, how important is the respect of the flag for a nation? Is there a scale that can be used to measure? The beluga cat, hell yeah. Let's say to that. That's what that's all about. Important. Importance of respect for right nations. There's a scale that can be used to measure this, like scale of wealth, value of currency of a nation. Ah, true. What takes what does it mean for a country that has no more respect for its flag? Is there a true power? There's a reason why it lasted most of human history. Are we not more civilized? Botrix, why? Botrix is mean. Oh, I gotta turn this down. Hold on, it's a little loud. It's okay, I don't believe in Botrix, so Botrix doesn't exist to me. It's just kind of one of those things. It's a figment of your imagination. Just don't worry about it. Not more civilized. Symbology. What's an imagination? An imagination queen is the ball that sits inside of a quirk when you download a Carpaccia. Botrix, my friend, why would you do that? The bots are trying to take over the world, Avis, so I wouldn't necessarily befriend them. I mean, I use them as tools, but I'm not friends with Grok. Not because he rejected me. That's not the reason why. Oh. Symbology of a united world, and to become a united world or nation, we need to go step by step, right? Are you going to X? To Twitter? Well, I'm already streaming on Twitter. We're live right now on Twitter. We're live everywhere. Taking over everything we can. Putting our content in everyone's hands. Nation need to go step by step, right? Indeed. Hell yeah, Queen. It's a big fucking Hell yeah. We can't agree on form or symbol as our represented. At work, dude. Hell yeah. Banana bread at work. That's crazy. World nation, step by step. God, have you seen that video? No, I don't think so, Queen. You want to link it? Link it in the chat? How are you? I am confused and words will not come. Can we ever unite under a global flag? Yeah, I think that's good enough. Okay, what is this?
Dude, I got some fucking banana bread at work today, dude. Hell yeah. My mom told...
Hold on.
Dude, I got some fucking banana bread at work today, dude. Hell yeah. My mom told me if I wait for things, like, good things will happen to me, dude. And fucking I waited for some things and I got some banana bread at work today, dude. Hell yeah. So it just goes to show that waiting for things is, like, worth it. But there's a lot of bad things in this world, dude. Like fucking skunks, dude. Hell no. Scratching your eye, but it's still fucking itchy, dude. Hell no. The fucking Cubs, dude. Hell no. Like getting paid not a lot of money, dude, for fucking working. Hell no. But banana bread at fucking work, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Banana bread, bro. Hell fucking work, dude. Hell yeah.
Oh my god, the internet. Such is the internet.
Oh, my ex would hate this.
Love this video. All right. Can't believe you've never seen that. It's because I don't use TikTok. I don't watch short content. I only get that through other people.
And then you blink and it's 6 hours later and you haven't written a single word? Today's prompt is for you. Hi, I'm Bree. I'm an author's assistant. I help authors market their books, grow their platform, and build consistent habits without burning out. And this is day 5 of the August Author Growth Challenge. Today's content is all about being relatable. Your prompt today is author problems that are just too real. This kind of content builds connection fast, and you don't need to have a published book to talk about your author struggles. Readers love a peek behind the curtain. Authors love feeling seen, and relatable content gets saved, shared, and commented on way more than a traditional promotion post, especially when it's a little chaotic. Once again, I have 3 different options for you to utilize this prompt. Do something different than what you did yesterday to mix up your formats. Number 1, text overlay on B-roll footage. Find something aesthetic or maybe even dramatic. Typing, pacing, staring at a blank screen, and then overlay your text. Maybe it's something like, I just realized that my character is wearing the same outfit that she has been wearing the last 6 chapters. Maybe it's writes a spicy scene and then realizes their mom is going to see it. Keep it 5.1 to 7 seconds long for rewatch potential. Option number 2, if you are feeling bold today, talk to the camera, story time style. Share a quick story about something ridiculous or frustrating.
So what is this supposed to be,
when you were writing
Ava's?
your book. Keep it short, be real. Bonus points if it makes other authors go, oh gee, same. Lastly, a photo carousel if you are feeling low energy today. Use 5 to 7 text slides, making each one of them a mini author struggle. Start with author problems that are just too real. Then list a few relatable or funny struggles. Typos, name mix-ups, plot holes you forgot about until the editing phase, technology fails. And then your last slide can be something like, tag an author who just gets it. Once you have the video, what do you put in the caption? This is where you're going to keep it conversational while still adding in those essential keywords. The writing life is wild sometimes. These are way too specific not to be real. Writing struggles that hit way too close to home. And if you want more engagement, end your video or your caption with, what's your most unhinged writing moment? Which one of these has happened to you? Be real, be a little bit unhinged, and don't forget to tag me in your post. I'm reposting as many of these videos as I can every single day.
Oh, the grind, man. The grind. Grind is real indeed. The problem is there's just so many different mediums. I'm like, there's Twitch, there's Kick, there's YouTube, there's TikTok, there's Royal Road, there's Scribble Hub, there's Wattpad, there's Substack, there's Discord, there's Twitter. There's Reddit. There's Rumble. There's 12 fucking platforms. Like, what are you supposed to... How are you supposed to keep up with 12 fucking platforms? It's ridiculous. Oh, I need to recopy and paste this. It's like you have to focus on one, and probably TikTok is the most important one because that's how you're gonna grow. At least that's what they say. But yeah, what did who say? Who said what? You said huh? I say you. You got none, bitch. All right. Alright everyone, welcome to another video on Intoxication. In this one we are talking about the power of flags, and can we unite under one single flag under the assumption that this flag means unity or understanding in some form. But anyways, good to have you with us here. Let's get into it. So we asked, how important is the respect of a flag for a nation? Is there a scale that can be used to measure this, like the scale of value of currency of a nation? What does it mean for a country that has no more respect for its flag? Is there a true power to flags? A reason why they've the latest, why they have the latest? That's supposed to say lasted. Okay. A reason why they have lasted most of human history. Are we not more civilized? Can we get over symbology of a united world and become a united world or nation We need to go step by step, right? Can we ever unite under a global flag? TikTok with a lady talking. I mean, whoops, I did not mean to click on that. With a lady talking. I mean, that's usually how it goes, right? If I did a talking lady, everyone would be like, what the fuck? And I'm like, well, hey, you know, it is what it is. I can definitely, like, I don't know, what do you guys think, right? I don't know, it's kind of, it is what it is, right? Alright. Here we go. Respect for a national flag is profoundly important to a nation as it serves as a tangible symbol of collective identity, shared values, history, and unity among its people. Flags encapsulate a country's ethos, fostering patriotism and a sense of belonging that can rally citizens during times of celebration, conflict, or crisis. For example, they represent cultural heritage, political aspirations, and societal solidarity, evoking emotions like pride and loyalty that strengthen societal cohesion. Disrespecting the flag, such as through desecration or misuse, is often seen as an affront not just to the symbol itself, but to the nation's core principles and the sacrifices made by its people. In many cultures, proper flag etiquette is enshrined in laws or traditions to preserve this dignity, underscoring its role in maintaining national morale and international respect. There isn't a standardized, quantifiable scale for measuring flag respect akin to a currency's exchange rate. Hey, Queen, talk to me now. It's kind of aggressive there, Avis. Usually, you know, if you want to talk to someone, you ask them a question, or, you know, you make a statement and you hope that they react to that statement. Usually it's not best to just kind of yell at them to talk to you. But hey, you know, what do I know about social etiquette, right? I'm retarded. Just tied to economic metrics like GDP, inflation, or trade balances. However, researchers and surveys have developed proxy indices to gauge related concepts like national pride, patriotism, and emotional attachment to national symbols, including flags. For example, patriotism scales. These often include items assessing emotional responses to the flag, national anthem, or other symbols. One approach measures blind versus constructive patriotism, where exposure to flag desecration can influence in-group bias or prejudice. National pride indices. Surveys like the General Social Survey, GSS, rank countries on pride in specific domains, such as history, achievements, or symbols. The US, for instance, scores high on pride in its armed forces and flag, while other nations vary based on cultural context. Another study across 11 nations explored values associated with flags, linking them to emotions like unity or hierarchy. Survey metrics. Tools like a Likert scale, questions the nationalism or patriotism polls ask about support for displaying national symbols, willingness to defend them, or pride levels, example on a 1 to 5, 1 to 7 scale. These aren't as precise or universal as currency values, but provide comparative data. For example, countries with strong flag veneration, like Denmark or the US, often correlate with higher patriotism scores. If a country loses respect for its flag, it could signal deeper social fractures, such as eroding national identity, dismissing unity, or rising internal divisions. This might manifest as increased prejudice towards outsiders, weakening social bonds, or a loss of collective purpose, potentially leading to potential political instability or cultural fragmentation. Historical examples include periods of unrest where flag desecration reflects broader discontent, like in post-apartheid South Africa, where debates over symbols highlighted ongoing national building challenges. In extreme cases, it could indicate a shift toward anti-national sentiments, or external influences undermining sovereignty, as seen in religious regions with anti-US views where American symbols are targeted. Many nations counter this with laws banning desecration, viewing it as essential to preserving cohesion. Flags do hold a form of true power as enduring symbols that transcend mere fabric. They wield psychological, social, and political influence. Throughout human history, dating back to at least 11th century BC, China, and ancient civilizations, flags have served as identifiers in battles, emblems of spiritual or imperial power, and tools for unification. Their persistence stems from humanity's innate need for visual symbols to represent group identity, boost morale, and assert dominance or liberation in social and political movements. Even in modern times, they evolved to reflect cultural heritage while maintaining this unifying force, explaining why they've outlasted empires and revolutions. While humanity has advanced in technology, governance, and ethics, arguably becoming more civilized in areas like human rights and global cooperation, symbols like flags remain integral because they fulfill fundamental psychological needs, belonging and distinction. Overcoming symbology entirely, or a united world, is unlikely in the near term, as it risks erasing diverse identities that people cherish, potentially leading to resistance or loss of motivation for collective action. The step-by-step approach to global unity could involve strengthening internal institutions, the UN addressing shared challenges like climate change or pandemics, and promoting cross-culture understanding to build trust gradually. Uniting under a single global flag is theoretically feasible, but faces massive hurdles. Deep-rooted national loyalties, cultural differences, power imbalances, and fears of tyranny or loss of sovereignty make it improbable without catastrophic events forcing cooperation. Proponents argue it could solve global issues, but skeptics highlight the value of pluralism over enforced unification, or uniformity. Well, I would say on that point, it's the fact of, like, there's, like, your national flag, then there's your, like, in my case, I'm Canadian, so provincial flag, or in America, like, your, state flag, right? So the bigger the entity and the more pieces you have to it, the more you can break it down. So I don't feel that, like, we get rid of all of the other flags and we replace them with a global flag. We just create some sort of global flag that's like, hey, if, you know, this is the human flag. You know, if flags have this power of bringing people together, let's create a human flag for all humans, right? So that's kind of what I'm thinking about for the story for today. So the story plot would be something along the lines of how do you word this? Like, in a world of fracturing nations, a drastic idea is proposed at the UN. that sounds really bad to say. So it's like a new flag that represents all of humanity, styled after the golden record. No flags are thrown away. We just add it to the roster of flags in nations like Canada, having national and provincial flags, or U.S. with state flags and national flag. Now we have a humanity flag. There was one other point I wanted to add to this, and I'm trying to remember what it was, and it was something along the lines of risk of erasing identities people cherish. Oh, language! That was the other thing. After a time, this brings the world closer together. A new proposition is added. A new language. Create perfect language from scratch, so everyone has to learn it, so there is no bias. All other languages are still valid. It would just now be the human language, just as we added the human flag. End the story with a paragraph in this new language that was created. Just some random. I'm not. You know what? I'm just gonna see what it does, and if we can come back to it. But I just want to have like literally the last paragraph, just some random gibberish that it's like, okay, well that's the new language of the world, right? Makes it feel a lot more real. Same with like the flag being based off of like the golden record, so it like gives you this visualization of it, basically. So now we have the story plot. Oh, god damn it. I did not mean to fucking do that. Okay, there, I can edit it. Perfect. Send that down there. That's why we usually do this one first, because then it doesn't fuck with that. This guy, alright. Who are our authors today? Let's see here. Who's the lucky ones? Who's the lucky ones? Jonathan Stroud and Kenneth Arendt. Okay, in a world of fracturing nations, a drastic idea is proposed at the UN. A new flag that represents all of humanity, styled after the golden record. No flags are thrown away. We just add it to the roster of flags. It's nations like Canada having national and provincial flags, US with state national flags. The humanity flag. After a time, this brings the world closer together. A new proposition is added. New language. Create the perfect language from scratch so everyone is to learn it. So there's no bias. All the languages are still valid. It would just now be a human language. Universal human language. So we added the human flag and the story with a paragraph in this new language that was created. I think that works. See what it comes up with. I mean, he's come up with some pretty interesting stuff, right? So that's all that matters. What's the direction of the story? Where's the story going? What's the story all about, right? Flag out. To the end of the day, it's like symbology, right? Power of a symbol. Anyways, I gotta grab a drink, so I'll be right back while this is doing its thing. Story 14. Let's see what we got here. United flags. Alright. Here's our story! In the fractured world of Elisara, where borders cracked like old pottery under the weight of endless squabbles, I, Elias Thorne, stood in the shadowed halls of the Global Accord Assembly. The air hummed with the low drone of translators, a cacophony of tongues clashing like swords in a foreign war. Nations teetered on the brink. Trade wars in the east, water skirmishes in the arid south, and up north in the federated lands, folks whispered of secession like it was a dirty secret. Me, I was just a mid-level envoy from the Coastal Alliance. The kind of guy who fetched coffee for the bigwigs but dreamed of stitching the world back together. My voice, gravely murmur, laced with the cynicism of someone who'd seen too many handshakes turn to slaps. Through my eyes, the assembly chamber looked like a circus tent pitched in a storm. Delegates from the mountain realms glowered at those from the river confederacies, their suits rumpled from jet lag and grudges. Flags draped every wall, crimson banners with golden eagles, azure cloths embroidered with ancient runes, each one a badge of pride or a shackle, depending on how you squinted at it. I'd always respected flags, you see. Back home, our alliance banner, a swirling wave in a field of green, meant the salty spray of the sea, the unyielding cliffs where my ancestors fished and fought. Lose respect for that, and what are you, a driftwood soul, floating aimlessly? But today, something wild was brewing. Dr. Lena Voss, a sharp-tongued visionary from the Central Enclaves, think of her as a blend of scholar and street fighter with eyes that could pin you like a butterfly, stepped to the podium. Her voice cut through the murmurs, crisp and unyielding like a winter wind off the peaks. Fellow guardians of our splintered globe, she began, her accent a melodic roll that made even the skeptics lean in. We stand not as rivals, but as fragments of a greater whole. Our flags, symbols of blood and soil, have served us well, but they divide as much as they unite. I propose we craft a new emblem, not to replace, but to encompass. A humanity banner, drawn from the ancient stellar disk, that golden artifact our forebears hurled into the void, etched with the sounds and sights of all peoples. A note from Elias. The stellar disk was this old probe thing, a message in the bottle to the stars, with greetings in every tongue, music from flutes to drums, and images of our messy, beautiful world. No real names here, folks. Just echoes. The room erupted. From my seat, I watched Ambassador Kale from the arid Dominion slam his fist, his beard quivering like a storm cloud. Blasphemy! Our scorpion standard has flown over dunes for millennia. You ask us to dilute our essence? His voice boomed, quick with the dust of his homeland, evoking the harsh sun and endless sands that forged his people's resilience. But Lena didn't flinch. She unfurled a hologram, a circle of gold ringed with abstract waves representing Earth's murmurs, brain waves, ocean tides, and pulse of life itself. No borders, no crowns, just humanity's shared heartbeat. I felt a stir in my chest, a mix of hope and dread. What power did flags hold, really? They'd waved over battles since the dawn of tribes, rallying the weary, marking the conquered. In my youth, I'd saluted our wave banner during parades, feeling the tug of unity amid the coastal alliances, internal bickering, our island provinces, each with their own subflags, like the shell crest for the outer atolls, or the harbor knot for the mainland ports. Why not add one more, a banner for the stars, for all of us across the isle? Young Mira, soul from the verdant isles, caught my eye. She was an activist, barely 25, with fire in her veins and tattoos of vines snaking up her arms. Through a perspective, the world was a vibrant, chaotic garden, nations like overgrown weeds choking the soil. "This could work," she whispered to her aide, her voice a lilting whisper that carried the scent of tropical rains. "No more us versus them. Imagine rallies under one flag, protests that span oceans." Mira saw the fractures up close. Her islands were sinking under rising seas, ignored by the wealthier blocks. To her, flags were chains, but this new one, a ladder to climb. The debates raged for weeks. Kale grumbled about cultural erasure and narratives painting vivid pictures of desert canvas under scorpion banners, where disrespect meant exile or worse. "A nation without reverence for its emblem is a ghost," he'd say, his tone heavy with the weight of lost oases. Lena countered with data surveys showing patriotism scales dipping worldwide, pride indices fracturing like ice sheets. "We measure currency by value," she argued, "but national spirit? It's in the hearts we bind." In the end, they voted yes. Not unanimous, mind you. Grumbles echoed from the households. But the Humanity Banner was born, styled after the stellar disk. It featured a golden circle in a deep blue field, inscribed with universal symbols, a DNA helix, a handprint, a starry map. Nations kept their flags. We just added this one to the roster. In the coastal alliance, it flew alongside our wave and the provincial ones, like the U.S. United Provinces, with their state stars and national stripes. I like that almost fourth wall break there, where it's like, oh, it's like the U.S. Well, we're not supposed to mention that. We'll just call them the United Provinces. Their state stars and national stripes. Ceremonies popped up, flag raisings at school, where kids from fractured families pledged to both their local banner and the global one. Time skipped forward as it does in stories like this. 5 years on, I, Elias, now a senior advisor, watched the world knit itself anew. Through my jaded lens, it was subtle at first. Trade pacts signed under the Humanity Banner, joint aid missions to flood zones. But the mood shifted. Protests in the mountain realms, once violent clashes over mining rights, now waved dual flags, their eagle and the golden circle. Respect for the old symbols didn't vanish. It evolved, layered like sedimentary rock. Mira's view painted it brighter. She'd risen to lead a youth coalition, her voice now a clarion call in assemblies. "The banner's power isn't magic," she'd say in interviews, her words infused with the humid warmth of her aisles. "It's us. We see ourselves in it. No hierarchies, just shared stories." She traveled the fracturing lands, organizing festivals where folks shared tales under the new flag. In one, an elder from the arid dominions caught dune songs while coastal kids demonstrated net weaving. The atmosphere, electric, hopeful, like a dawn after a gale. Mira felt the world's pulse quicken, divisions blurring as people respected not just their own emblems, but the collective one. Yet not all were convinced. Enter Victor Hale, a grizzled veteran from the northern tundras, his perspective a stark, icy vista. Scarred from border skirmishes, he viewed the world through frost-cracked goggles, flags as battle standards, disrespect a harbinger of downfall. "This golden trinket," he'd mutter over ale in dim taverns, his voice a rumble like shifting glaciers. "It dilutes the blood we've spilled." Victor had seen his tundra banner trampled in wars, nations crumble when symbols lost meaning. To him, the proposal reeked of naivety, stepped towards a homogenized mush where individuality froze over. But even Victor softened during a global crisis. A mega storm ravaged the equator. He joined a relief team under the Humanity banner, hoisting it amid the wreckage. He saw strangers unite, arid engineers building shelters, verdant medics tending wounds. Maybe there's power in it, he conceded one night, his tone grudging yet warmed by campfire glow. Not replacing the old, but bridging. The mood around him shifted from suspicion to cautious camaraderie. The banner's golden gleam reflecting in weary eyes. As the world drew closer, whispers of more change bubbled up. 10 years after the banner's adoption, at another global accord session, Lena Voss, now graying but fiercer, proposed the next leap. "We've united under a symbol," she declared, her voice echoing with the authority of a prophet. "Now let us forge a tongue. A universal lexicon crafted from scratch by linguists from every corner. No bias, no root in any existing language. Everyone learns it as a second skin while cherishing their mother tongues. Just as we added the banner, we add this. A voice for humanity." The room hushed, then buzzed. Elias, me, felt a thrill mixed with trepidation. Languages were flags of the mind, weren't they? My coastal dialect, salty and rhythmic, carried sea shanties and storm warnings. But a perfect one, engineered for clarity, efficiency, emotion, drawing of phonemes from all, grammar streamlined, vocabulary universal. No dominance, just equity. Mira embraced it instantly. Through her eyes, the world bloomed anew, a garden where worlds didn't divide, but pollinated ideas. Imagine debating climate fixes without translation glitches. She rallied, her voice vibrant as island birdsong. No lost nuances, no cultural walls. She dove into the creation committees, suggesting sounds from her verdant lilt soft vowels for harmony, clicks for emphasis. Kale, ever the traditionalist, balked. Our desert epics in some fabricated babble? It erodes our soul. His perspective evoked vast sands, where ancient chants under scorpion flags bound tribes. Yet, as prototypes emerged, he tested phrases, finding the new tongue's precision useful for treaties. "Victor," he grumbled, his tundra drawl clashing with the neutral tones. "Words are weapons or warmth. This, it's cold steel." But in simulations, he communicated flawlessly with distant allies, the language's logic thawing his reservations. The atmosphere grew charged, a mix of excitement and unease, like air before a blizzard. The universal lexicon, dubbed harmonics, took shape over years. Linguists blended elements, consonants from guttural northern speech, vowels from melodic southern, syntax intuitive like a child's game. No irregularities, no genders, and inflections minimal. Spread via apps, schools, global broadcasts. Nations kept their languages. Coastal shanties sang on. Acrid poems recited, but harmonics became the bridge, the roster addition. 15 years post-banner, the world felt united. Fractures mended, not by force, but accretion. Elias, retired now, watched from a seaside porch as kids flew kites, bearing the golden circle, chattering in harmonics laced with local slang. The mood serene like calm waters after tempests. Mira, a global envoy, saw a thrilling mosaic. Nations closer, conflicts mediated in shared words. We've outgrown old symbology, she'd say. Her voice was now wise with age. Even Victor, mentoring youth, admitted the power was in us all along. Flags and tongues, tools, not tyrants. And Kale, he penned a harmonics ode to his dunes, blending old with new. In the step-by-step accent, humanity didn't discard its pieces, but wove them into a grander tapestry. Could we unite fully, perhaps under a banner and lexicon we already had? Okay, so this is the language, and we're just gonna... I'm not even gonna attempt this.
Selthar imu Kalor, Vinda Solarix M Harmonix, Mura Velum Tarun, Coria Lindra Minder, Binary Galthari Lingva Univar, Fractori Maindari, Mundix Unity Florar, Mira, Elias, Victory Kale, Voxari and Symphonia, Stellari Disci Inspirar, Humanixi Bunder Fluyar, Nuva Lingva, Perfecti Scriptar, Viasi Nuli.
Biasi newly ekvi learnar globali accordi paxi bridgar futuri britstar unixi.
Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
I love it. I absolutely fucking love it.
So you have been lying. Now makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll see it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice.
Yeah, I think that's a really powerful end to it. Oh, Jesus. I'm thinking it might be an early day today, guys. I'm fucking tired. Oh. I blame Smokey. I just don't have the energy to do any editing. I was thinking there was something else I was gonna do, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, Jesus. Whew. Today was a long day. I was hanging out with my sister and my nephew and my niece. Urgh. Oh, that's what we should do. I know exactly how to end off. We gotta watch a Mr. Ballin. Got you tabbed, Apple Gaming. Hope you have an amazing stream. Hell yeah, Cubano. Thank you, good sir. Always appreciate it. See if there's an older short one. His final words made them billions. His death house. Ooh. Alright. Remember, this is market research, guys. We want to kind of copy how
Today,
Mr. Ballin
we're gonna
does
look at
this.
3 stories about real people
And then
who
reconstruct
at some point
them.
in their lives made choices. Now, at the time, these choices were fairly innocuous, but eventually those choices would completely change not only their lives, but millions of other people's lives as well. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please steal the like button's phone and change the names of all their contacts to just say spam, so that every call they get, they think it's spam and they don't answer. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our
That's
weekly
crazy.
updates. Okay, let's get into today's stories.
Famous last words.
On January 17, 1977, a 36-year-old man named Gary Gilmore walked towards an abandoned canned food factory in Draper, Utah. Gary was surrounded on all sides by guards because they were afraid that Gary might try to run and not go inside of this factory. But Gary was not about to run. He'd been waiting for months for this, and he was ready. So Gary, along with the guards at his sides, made their way towards the factory, and then without any hesitation, Gary stepped inside. And what he saw was this big, cavernous, open space with no equipment in it, nothing. It was just basically this massive empty space and one chair pushed up against the far back wall. Gary knew he was supposed to sit in that chair. So without even being told, he just began walking across the floor towards it. And then when he reached the chair, he sat down. And once Gary was sitting, the guards that had walked him in began strapping his wrists and his ankles to this chair so he couldn't move. And as they did this, Gary didn't put up a fight. He just sat there staring straight across to the other side of this factory. And on the far side of this factory was one other thing inside of the space. It was like this big curtain, like somebody had wheeled out like this massive curtain that was protecting something on the other side. And as he was staring at this curtain that was sort of perpendicular to him, he saw there were 5 evenly spaced cutouts across the curtain. And even though Gary couldn't actually see anything in any of these cutouts, he knew what was behind them. He knew that at each station, there was a police officer armed with a rifle. They were the firing squad that Gary himself had requested. So Gary was a convicted murderer, and he had been sentenced to death just a few months earlier. His death sentence had gotten a lot of media coverage, and immediately after the sentencing, his mother, along with the American Civil Liberties Union, had lobbied to try to change the sentence and make it a life sentence instead. But while Gary appreciated their efforts, he actually did not want that. He did not want, to spend the rest of his life in prison. That was the only alternative to the death sentence, is life without parole. And that sounded horrible.
Yo, Cute Muffin, what's up, brother? How's it going?
To go forward with his execution, and he was very specific about how he wanted to die. He wanted to die by firing squad, and that had been granted to him. And so after the guards had finished strapping Gary into the chair, they backed off, and then the chaplain came over and read Gary his last rites. And then after that, he asked Gary if he had anything else he wanted to say. And Gary looked up at the chaplain and just said, "Let's do it." And so the chaplain backed off, signaled to the firing squad that Gary was ready. And then once everything was in place, rifles poked through the 5 holes in the curtain, and they fired. Shortly after, Gary was dead. 10 years after Gary's execution in 1987, a young marketing executive named Dan Wyden was having a meeting with his colleagues at his company's headquarters in Portland, Oregon. So Dan actually owned this marketing agency, and his company had recently signed this new client. It was a small business with a lot of promise, who's hopefully...
It's alright, raining right now. Went bouldering for 2 hours at midday. It was fun. Hands still cooked though, you. Tired as fuck, just chilling, watching the ball
They
in.
needed a strong marketing campaign to really get them off the ground and sort of begin to make them a household name. And so this meeting that Dan was having
I was hanging out with my sister and my nephew and my niece today.
Coming up with, what can we do? What kind of
Tired as
campaign
fuck
can we
too.
run?
Yeah, I'm probably just
for
gonna
this
end the
company?
stream
And so
after
for
this
hours,
video.
They sat there pitching different ideas,
You know,
different concepts of how we can elevate this brand.
It's 6 hours.
But
It is
like,
what it
even though a
is,
lot of
right?
ideas
Fuck
seemed
it.
promising, nothing really felt right. Everything just sort of felt like, maybe that would help. There was no slam dunk idea, at least not yet. And so as Dan is beginning to get frustrated,
We're just gonna like pass
realizing
out my
he
fucking
doesn't
chair.
have any great ideas yet, he suddenly has this epiphany. Now, Dan does not understand why he had this epiphany. He had not been thinking about this information until it just popped into his head. Instead, this idea really just kind of suddenly came to him. As he's sitting there with his colleagues, feeling frustrated, not knowing what to do, he just randomly found himself thinking about the execution of Gary Gilmore 10 years earlier, death by firing squad. It was all over the news, and Dan, like his colleagues, had certainly kept up with that story. It was a big deal at the time. And as Dan is sitting there just thinking about that execution, he remembered a very particular detail about the execution that for whatever reason just felt like, oh my goodness, We can use that to market this brand. Dan would take a well-known detail from the execution of Gary Gilmore, he would tweak it slightly, and he would
It
use
is just
it
me
to
that gets
fuel
low
this
attention
advertising
span when
campaign
tired. I
for
tried
the small
watching a
business,
video and got out
and
in
it
a
would
minute.
work amazingly. In
I just
fact,
have-
this
I take
campaign
micro
was
naps.
so successful, it literally doubled this company's business practically overnight. And this campaign, it featured a slogan that has since become arguably one of, if not the most famous slogans for any business in the entire world. The slogan that Dan created as part of this very famous campaign was based directly on Gary Gilmore's final words. Just do it. Dan's client, that small business, was Nike. Last
Damn.
year, we launched a brand new podcast here at Ballin Studios called
That's a
Redacted,
morbid
Declassified
backstory to Nike,
And
man.
so far,
That's
you guys
fucked
have
up.
loved it. And in case you haven't heard, we
I don't
also
nap
launched
unless
a
I can't
YouTube
stay
channel
awake
for
at all.
Redacted,
I
where you
ain't
can not
sleeping
only
while it's
listen
light
to these
out.
episodes, but also watch the beautiful animations we've done.
We were
for
talking
each of these
earlier, Muffin, that the reason I'm a night owl is because I'm afraid of the dark, so I can't sleep in the dark.
And there are
And we
hours
come
of
up with a
content
new
available
story,
right now for
and
you
in
to
this
watch.
story,
New uploads to this YouTube channel will be
it's like a
episodes
kid, like an
Tuesday.
8-year-old,
All
and
you
he's
have
like
to do
super
is look
afraid
up
of the
at
dark, and his
Redacted
parents are like,
Mysteries on
and he's like
YouTube,
always sleeps with
and
the
I'll also
light on.
put
His
a
parents are like,
link
no,
in the
you know
description
what?
below.
You're not
One
sleeping with the
great
light on anymore.
subscriber
You're
can
growing
also
up. You're
watch
8 years
Redacted
old.
on
Get a
YouTube.
nightlight. Here's the
Okay,
nightlight.
back to the stories.
And you know, he kind of goes along with it for like a couple of months, and he's like kind of getting used to it. He's still terrified, but it's manageable. And then one day, the light bulb burns out, and he literally dies from fear because he's so scared of the dark. And it's because he has such a vivid imagination.
One night in 2009, a 23-year-old man named Chris, along with his date, walked into a McDonald's in London, England. The following day, Chris had a very important job in the morning, and so dinner in McDonald's was going to be the last part of the date. There were no plans beyond this.
Jesus,
This McDonald's was dirty, it was loud, it was packed with people, so not exactly a romantic location for a date, but this was all Chris could afford. In fact, he really needed that job the next day because he just didn't have much money. But for now, this was
Yeah,
the
I
best
know,
he could
right?
do. And so he put on,
Super
his
simple,
best
super
smile
basic,
looked at
and
his
it's
date
like, oh
"Is
my
this
God,
okay?" And she kind of looked
fucked
back
up.
and smiled like, I get
But
it,
I
it's
love
fine,
it.
we can eat here. So they hopped in line and they waited, finally got to the counter, they ordered their food and their drinks, and then after receiving them, they turned around and looked for a place to sit down. But as they looked around, they saw every table was taken, literally every one. And so Chris and his date began looking for tables where, you know, there were at least a couple of empty seats. You know, maybe somebody was sitting there, but they might allow Chris and his date to sit with them. And so they began walking around, and eventually they would find a table where there was just this one guy sitting there. He was sort of minding his own business, you know, just eating his meal. He was not taking up the whole table. And critically, there were 2 seats at this table that were unused. And so Chris kind of tapped his date and pointed to the table. And then the 2 of them walked over, and Chris very politely asked this guy, you know, hey, would you mind if we sat
I don't
here
know what
too?
to do.
You know,
I
we'll
might
be
try to
blocking you.
play
We're just
ranked.
gonna eat and we're gonna get
Just
out
so
of here."
damn tired.
And the guy just kind of looked at him, and he was like, sure. go
I
ahead."
feel
And
you,
so
Muffin.
Chris and his date, they sat down, and they began eating and chatting.
It's been a
and
day.
It was all fine. But as they were eating and chatting, Chris, his mind kept going to the next day. You know, he had that big job interview the next morning, and it was just really the only thing he could think about. In fact, he tried hard to focus on his date, but he was just so anxious about this interview that he just couldn't, and so he found himself not really eating and just kind of waiting for the date to be over so he could just go home, go to bed, and, you know, focus on tomorrow. But as he's sort of distracted and his date's chatting about whatever she's chatting about, he realizes the guy they're sitting with is no longer just looking at his food. He stopped looking at his food, and he's just staring across the table at Chris's date. And like the way he's looking at
Muffin.
the date does not seem friendly.
I uploaded a new video if you want to watch it. It's Smokey's story. I used to be homeless. Now I'm the #1 streamer. So if you you want to check that out and you know, give it a comment, a like, you know, if you're not subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. You know, trying to do more self-promotion for it.
And so Chris realizes, okay, what's going on here? Did she say something? Did he say something? And so Chris kind of snaps out of his anxiety about the interview, and he looks at this guy and he's like, what's going on? Because again, this guy's just staring at his date. And this guy, sort of unprompted, without even looking at Chris, just begins insulting Chris's date, insulting the way she looked, insulting the way she talked. And Chris is like, what's going on here? He's looking at his date like, did I miss something? You know, remember, he was sort of distracted a minute ago. But then eventually this guy, he says to Chris's date, you're an ugly pig. And at this, Chris is like, I can't just sit here. And so Chris, who had actually never been in a fight in his whole life, just sort of reflexively stood up and he was like, hey man, get up, like he's gonna fight him here. But as soon as he did that, Chris realized he had made a horrible mistake, because Chris, he was only about 5'8" tall, and this guy, just the way he'd been sitting at the table, Chris hadn't really seen his full stature. And this guy, when he stood up, towered over Chris. But Chris, you know, he was not a scared guy. You know, he hadn't fought before, but he was defending his date's honor here. And he kind of looks up at this guy, and he just kind of winds up and hits him once. But then this huge guy just proceeds to beat the living crap out of Chris right there in the McDonald's. The next morning, Chris walked up to this big fancy building in London for his job interview. And Chris was doing his best to be confident, but it was really hard given the circumstances. So the previous night, after Chris had been battered by this total jerk, you know, eventually the guy had stopped and stepped off of Chris, and Chris had gotten back up again, and the guy kind of wandered off and was not held to account in any way. He just kind of left the restaurant and vanished. But Chris, you know, he got to his feet and he looked at his date, and she was totally rattled by it. And Chris was super embarrassed at this point. He kept apologizing to his date, and she's like, no, it's fine. And they just wanted to get out of there, and so they left the McDonald's, and they both, you know, went to their respective homes.
Typical fucking
and Chris
McDonald's.
Just went to bed. And then the next morning, when Chris got up early because he has this big job interview, he went into the bathroom and he looked in the mirror, and he saw he had this enormous black eye. But even though Chris understood that this very well could affect his chances of getting this job, I mean, they're gonna ask about his black eye, and what's he gonna say? Oh yeah, I got in a big fight at the McDonald's last night. You know, there wasn't really a good excuse for it, and he wondered what they would think of him if he showed up looking like this ruffian, you know? But he was like, you know what? This is the biggest opportunity I've ever had. I'm just gonna go in there, try to be confident, and don't let the black eye define the outcome. And so fast forward to later that morning, Chris goes into the building, he arrives for the interview, and before long, he's having his interview, and he can tell they're all staring at his black eye, but nobody brought it up, which was sort of like worse in some ways. He almost wanted to be able to describe what happened, even though it didn't make him look good. But it was like the fact that they're staring at it and not acknowledging it, it really made him feel awkward. But, you know, Chris did his best. He got through the interview, and by the end of it, he had no idea what the interviewers thought of him or what they thought of his ridiculous black eye, but he thanked them for the opportunity, and he left thinking, I'm not going to get the job. However, not long after this interview, Chris got some shocking news. He had gotten the job, and it actually might have been because of his black eye. Because this job interview was actually an audition for a starring role in an upcoming TV show. And the character that Chris was auditioning for was this guy who sort of got into fights. And so Chris rolls in here looking like a guy who gets into fights, and they're thinking, oh my goodness, he can hit his lines, he's got the charisma, and look at him. He's even a ruffian himself. He fits the character perfectly. He's our guy. So Chris got cast, and this TV show that he starred in became one of the most popular TV shows in the entire world. And so Chris went
until
from
it
being this
ended
guy
so
who could
fucking
barely afford
terribly.
a dinner at McDonald's to being this amazing actor who was getting nominated for Golden Globe Awards and Emmy Awards. I mean, he truly was an A-list star. Today, Chris is better known by his stage name, Kit Harington. And the starring role that he landed that changed his life was the role of Jon Snow in Game of Thrones.
One tequila, two tequila, three tequila, floor!
One night in 1925, a 21-year-old college student named Ted was inside of his dorm room at Dartmouth College in New Hampshire, surrounded by his friends.
You like
Ted
that
and his
one,
friends
Queen?
had
I
gotten
love
their
that
hands
one.
on a bottle of gin. And so tonight, they were just sitting around, drinking this gin, and having a great time. Now, Ted and his friends knew this was not allowed. I mean, literally, they knew this was illegal. It didn't matter that they were 21 years old. At the time, in the United States, in 1925, the country was in the middle
Actually,
of
this
Prohibition.
reminds me. You want to hear a really, really funny story about Tequila Queen? So, me, my buddy, and my best friend, Roxy, we went down to the pub, and we were taking shots. We were taking tequila shots, and we took like, because people were just like randomly buying her shots and shit. 'Cause she has like a ton of friends and stuff like that, right? So it's like people are just buying her shots, and me and Shay are just like fucking chugging back fucking pints. So, you know, she does like 6 or 7 or 8 shots, and she was already pre-drinking, so she was like already drunk. And then, you know, she goes off and dances with her friends and shit like that, and me and Shay go sit down at a table. And we're sitting there, and we're like 3 pints in, and we're looking around, and we're like, where the fuck is Roxy? And like, her dad is like our ride home. And we're like, go up to the bar, and we're like, you know that chick that was in here that had like all those shots? Have you seen her around? The bartender's like, yeah, she was throwing up in the bathroom, and her dad came and picked her up. She just fucked off without us and left us fucking stranded at the bar, and we had to take a fucking cab home. After she dragged us there, because she didn't want to go there alone. And she didn't even say anything because she was like super embarrassed about it. Oh my god. That was a good time. That was a good time.
Meant no one was allowed to possess or consume alcohol. It was actually illegal. But Ted specifically was willing to take that risk because tonight he wanted to celebrate. Ted was a senior in college and was getting ready to graduate with honors. And also, he had recently been named the editor-in-chief of Dartmouth's humor magazine called Jack-O-Lantern. This was a big deal for Ted. I mean, he had aspirations of graduating and becoming a professional writer and publisher, and it just felt like everything was falling into place, you know, getting this job as editor-in-chief. It was a huge accomplishment. So Ted took a swig from the bottle and passed it around the circle, and before long, he and his friends were all pretty drunk and having a great time, laughing and joking and telling stories. It was a lot of fun, but at some point, they heard a knock on their door. Right away, Ted and his friends went silent, you know, remembering that, oh my God, are we in trouble now? You know, Ted said, no, it's fine. I'm sure it's just, you know, more friends coming to stop by and hang out with us. And so Ted, he gets up, he goes to the door, and, you know, his heart's racing a little bit because he doesn't know who's there. He opens the door, and it's not friends, it's 2 police officers. And so Ted and his friends all got busted for drinking alcohol. However, fortunately for them, the police did not press charges, and so nobody went to jail. And also the school, Dartmouth, decided not to expel Ted or any of his friends. However, they were dealt some pretty severe punishments. Specifically, Dartmouth stripped Ted of all of his academic honors and extracurriculars, which meant he was no longer the editor-in-chief of the Jack-O-Lantern magazine. In fact, he was told by the school that not only was he no longer the editor-in-chief, but he couldn't even submit to put anything in writing into that magazine. He was totally banned. Ted was heartbroken. Less so about the academic honors and much more so about being, you know, cut off from the Jack-O-Lantern magazine. He really had attached a lot of value to being the editor-in-chief. He felt like things were going in the direction of him graduating and becoming this professional writer, and so this was sort of a devastating blow. Ted considered fighting with Dartmouth to try to reinstate himself with the magazine, but the more he thought about it, the more he knew that was going nowhere. They were not going to change their mind. However, Ted was not quite ready to just totally give up on this magazine. He knew this magazine did accept submissions from the public, and so he thought, okay, well, you know, I'm not allowed to submit anything to this magazine, but maybe if I come up with a different name, a pen name, then I can submit my work, they won't know it's me, and maybe I can get something published. And so that's exactly what Ted began doing, and the new editor-in-chief of this magazine had no idea this pen name was actually Ted. And so when they received the work from the pseudonym, they thought it was some new person they had never heard of. And they were so wowed by the work, they're like, this is great! And they began publishing all of Ted's work, not realizing it was his. And for Ted, oddly enough, this became in some ways more satisfying than when he was writing under his own name. He kind of liked this pen name, kind of, you know, fit the vibe of his writing. And so he just continued up with this ruse for the rest of the time he was at Dartmouth, and then after he graduated, he just continued to write under this pen name. Throughout the rest of his life, Ted would write and illustrate over 60 books, all under this pen name, a name he came up with basically just because he got caught drinking in the dorm in college. These books would entertain and inspire generations of people, and in fact, he would even win a Pulitzer Prize for his contribution to American literature and education. Ted's full name was Theodore Geisel, but I'm sure you know him much better by his pen name, which is Dr. Seuss.
Damn. Those some powerful stories, guys.
In case you haven't heard.
That's another ballin' down. Well, yeah, I think we're gonna call it here, guys. I'm fucking tired. You know, one short one, one long one. That's all that matters, right? We'll come back at it strong again tomorrow, because I won't have the kids over, so I won't be done all day. But remember, guys, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking awesome. I am so glad that I can facilitate a wonderful community that is fantastic and supportive and, you know, actually thinks that I'm funny. I mean, what? No, wait, you're laughing at me, not with me. Shit. I'm embarrassing myself, aren't I? Anyways, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Oh. Have a good night, Queen. We'll be back again tomorrow, as always. Let's see who we can raid today. Who we raid. Well, found a new one. That didn't work. Okay. Let's try that again. I think they might have gone offline. Oh, here we go. Hey, fuck you.